Good morning, everybody. It being 11:01 or 11:02, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-224, National Framework on Cancers Linked to Firefighting Act, standing in the name of Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato, seconded by Mr. Aldag, moves that Bill C-224, an act to establish a national framework for the prevention and treatment of cancers linked to firefighting, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Debate. The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Charles Lemoine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I'd like to thank the International Association of Firefighters and the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs. Through their lobbying efforts of parliamentarians, I learned a great deal about the challenges facing firefighters. To my friend, Chris Ross, président de l'Association des Pompiers de Montréal, et mon ami.
To my friend Jean-François Couture, a firefighter at the Longueuil Municipality's Fire Safety Service. Jean-François, thank you for sharing your story with me and for making me aware of this important issue.
Speaker, I'm honored to be standing today in this House to speak about my private member's bill, C-224, an act to establish a national framework for the prevention and treatments of cancers linked to firefighting. Firefighters put their lives on the line every day to keep Canadians and our communities safe. But, Mr. Speaker, they also do so when the fire is out. We have a responsibility, all of us, to do everything we can to keep them safe as well. As the daughter of and the wife of volunteer firefighters, this is a responsibility that I take very sincerely. It's very personal and it's very important to me. To my father Dave and to my husband Chris, you're always going to be my heroes. Mr. Speaker, did you know that over 85% of all duty-related deaths among Canadian firefighters are caused by occupational cancers? Or that a firefighter's cancer diagnosis may or may not be recognized as job-related, depending on where you serve across this great land. In researching my bill, I was shocked to discover this disparity in the number of cancers linked to firefighting recognized across the provinces and the territories. Mr. Speaker, that one province would only recognize 6 cancers and another 19. It makes no sense to me. The Memorial Grant Program for First Responders was established by our government in 2018 to provide compensation to the beneficiaries of first responders, including firefighters, who died as a result of their duties. It defines line-of-duty deaths as any death attributable to and resulting from the performance of official duties, including death resulting from an occupational disease such as cancer. A presumptive list of occupational illnesses and related years of service based on established provincial and territorial practices is established and maintained by Public Safety Canada. As there is no consistency among the provinces as to which cancers are linked to firefighting, the program itself is applied unevenly across the country. Madam Speaker, the research doesn't change when you cross into another province.
That's right.
Exposure to smoke and toxic chemicals make firefighters 4 times more likely to develop cancer than the general population. Exposition à la fumée et aux produits chimiques.
Exposure to smoke and toxic chemicals makes firefighters 4 times more likely to develop cancer than the general population.
And exposures can occur at any stage of firefighting, including knockdown and overhaul. and back at the station through contaminated personal protective equipment or equipment that may be off-gassing or through diesel exhaust. In fact, Madam Speaker, a 2017 study here conducted by the University of Ottawa found traces of chemicals in the urine and blood samples of firefighters after a mere 5 to 10 minutes of exposure of being on scene, and that is with air masks on, where nothing was actually inhaled. And for the female firefighters across Canada, while you may be few, there are only 5 of Canada's 13 provincial and territorial jurisdictions that recognize that cervical and ovarian cancers can be caused by the occupational hazards female firefighters face in the line of duty. Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and Yukon are the only jurisdictions in Canada that currently recognize women's diseases like cervical and ovarian cancer as linked to firefighting. Nova Scotia announced on March 22nd, 2022, that it too, effective July 1st of this year, would add cervical and ovarian cancer, as well as 11 other cancers, bringing the total of cancers recognized in Nova Scotia to 19, the current maximum in Canada. Bravo, Nova Scotia.
Second that.
And while the number of female firefighters are quite low, Madam Speaker, the risk is just the same. Ill-fitting gear or personal protective equipment may expose women firefighters at a greater risk. How can a cancer diagnosis be considered occupational for a female firefighter in one part of the country and not be for another woman doing the same job and being exposed to the same hazards in another part of the country? In rural Canada, while Canada's major cities employ career firefighters, most rural areas of the country rely on volunteer fire services. The ability to share knowledge, tools, and best practices is essential to helping protect all firefighters from preventable occupational cancers. And while professional fire departments may have state-of-the-art decontamination and gear storage rooms, volunteer fire departments likely don't have those same resources. I'll give you an example. Often, a volunteer firefighter may have to keep their bunker gear with them and respond directly to a fire from their residence. Well, after the fire's out, they may put their bunker gear in their trunk. They've now put that contaminated bunker gear in the trunk of their car where they put the groceries for their family. Not every firefighter knows this, that they are now putting not only themselves but their families at risk of having a contaminated gear in their vehicle. And let me be clear, Madam Speaker, a firefighter is a firefighter is a firefighter.
Very good.
Whether you are a volunteer firefighter, a full-time career firefighter, a firefighter in the Canadian Armed Forces, or Indigenous communities, the risks are all the same. Now imagine, Madam Speaker, if we could share information on best practices, like not storing that bunker gear in your trunk, like washing off with wipes immediately after a fire to get the chemicals off your skin. What if we were able to share the data and the research so all firefighters across Canada knew the risks, but also how to take those necessary precautions? We need to promote awareness, Madam Speaker. We need to promote information sharing, education on best practices for prevention, and recognize that occupational-related cancers in firefighting does exist. And that, Madam Speaker, is why I've introduced Bill C-224. Cancer doesn't discriminate between our provinces and territories, Madam Speaker, and nor should we. Federal and provincial collaboration and information sharing can facilitate this. Bill C-224 would establish a national framework to promote research, information and knowledge sharing related to the prevention and treatment of cancers linked to firefighting. It would establish national standards to recognize cancers linked to firefighting as occupational diseases. Et il promouvoir l'éducation et la sensibilisation
Promote education and awareness by designating January as Firefighting-Linked Cancers Awareness Month.
with the International Association of Firefighters that January would be declared as Cancer Awareness Month in firefighters. Madam Speaker, I've consulted with the International Association of Firefighters Canada, the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs, l'Association des Pompiers de Montréal. I've had countless local fire departments across the country, as well as members from across the aisle, reach out to me to voice their support for this legislation and its aim of working together across all jurisdictions to improve the health and safety of Canada's firefighters. And I want to personally thank all the firefighters in my hometown who served in the then Greenfield Park Fire Department with my father and my husband, because I know they talk to me all the time about this, et tous mes amis pompiers de service de sécurité incendie.
To all my firefighter friends,
Thank the members from the Conservative Party, the NDP and the Greens who co-seconded my bill, demonstrating that we can together work across party lines for firefighters and their families. Madam Speaker, this is very clear. The purpose of this bill is to save lives. Le but de ce projet de loi
the purpose of this bill is to save lives.
Madam Speaker, the research is there. We know that cancer in firefighters exists. Why do we need to continue to argue how many when the information is there? Bill C-224 is about increasing awareness. And we're doing that today by debating C-224 and by identifying January as Firefighter Cancer Awareness Month, so that not only firefighters across Canada, but their families and various stakeholders, including the medical community, know that cancer in firefighting is real. We need to share the research and the best practices. As I mentioned, not storing your bunker gear in the trunk, making sure to wash your hood after every fire. Try not to be the dirtiest firefighter coming out of overhaul. And when my husband and my father were in the department, they used to do overhaul without the mask, the SCBA. That's unheard of now. It is so dangerous. We need to prevent cancer and mitigate the risk, Madam Speaker, and we need to provide support to those who need it. Firefighters from the International Association of Firefighters are here in Ottawa today and tomorrow, and they're meeting with parliamentarians to discuss important issues to them. I know that they're watching, so I want to take the opportunity to welcome all the delegates here to Ottawa. Bienvenue à Ottawa, j'espère de vous voir sous peu. And I urge all members to meet with them, to hear their stories. In speaking with firefighters over the years that I've joined this House, this is why C-224 is here. Believe it or not, Madam Speaker, MPs do listen. Madam Speaker, firefighter line of duty deaths caused by cancer may not be as sensational as those caused by fireground accidents. They may not make the same headlines. But, Madam Speaker, the level of sacrifice is just the same. And the firefighter and their family needs to know that the risks, what are those risks? How to mitigate them? What are the best practices? And should they develop an occupational related cancer, that they have the supports that they need. I urge all members in this House to join me and supporting Bill C-224. Together, we can do what's right for our brave men and women in uniform. Thank you. Merci.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member of Caribou Prince George? Or is that what it is? Sorry. Oh. Kamloops. Oh, sorry. It's Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Sorry, I was recognizing the wrong member.
No, that's okay. Thank you very much, and it's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the members of Kamloops Thompson Caribou, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. This sounds like it's very long overdue. One question I have, and perhaps I'd invite my honourable colleague to elaborate on this. I came from an occupation where post-traumatic stress disorder was something that we really saw in a lot of first responders, and I feel as though this is one step in recognizing the perils that first responders really face. Does she have any ideas of where we may go in the future in terms of helping our first responders who put their lives on the line so that we can live as safely as possible? Thank you.
L'honorable député de Longueuil, Charles Lemoine.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm delighted to answer that question. In fact, I was the first member of the government bench to publicly support C-211 from his colleague from, I don't want to mess up, from the BC, Caribou Thompson, I'm sure I'm going to mess up his writing name, in support of C-211. And as many members of this House know, I have two sons that serve in Canadian Armed Forces, and a father and a son, thank you. And now a daughter-in-law in the Canadian Armed Forces, and a husband and a father who served in the fire department. So PTSD has a seat at the table of our House. It's something that we need to support all of those who serve our communities in terms of making sure that not only their physical health is taken care of, but also their mental health. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Jonquière.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In my colleague's speech, she spoke about the equipment used by firefighters that may be contaminated. And that is something that has been addressed in Quebec. There are already measures in Quebec. Water is used to clean the equipment, and then it is sealed in order to be cleaned more properly. Does that not show that this is an area that should be dealt with by the provinces, and that the provinces are indeed already implementing policies to deal with these concerns? The honourable member for Longueuil, Charles Lemoine. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Indeed, the practices that are used in Quebec may not be used elsewhere, and that is the reason for this bill. And we're not just talking about the policies and practices, but we're also looking at the issue of the fact that there are various firefighting-linked cancers. So, for example, in Manitoba, 19 cancers are recognized, whereas elsewhere only 6 are recognized. So we need to work closely. We need to ensure that the 19 cancers that have been supported by research are dealt with.
L'honorable député de the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I want to congratulate the honourable member on her bill. She has the NDP's enthusiastic support, and we will always be there to support our brave heroes in the firefighting profession in every circumstance. I want to ask her specifically, though, about a particular aspect. Toxic chemicals are commonly used as flame retardants in a wide variety of household products, like upholstered furniture, and they threaten the environment, but more importantly, they affect the human body, causing numerous health problems such as cancer. The past chemicals management plan acknowledged the health risks posed by select chemical flame retardants and banned their manufacture, sale, and import and use. But banning only certain classes opens the door to loopholes, and there's no regulations under the Canada Consumer Product Safety Act for residential upholstered furniture. So my question to her is, does the member support the IAFF's call to work with the Minister of Health towards a complete ban on the sale, manufacturing, import, and use of all chemicals that are used in flame retardants for upholstered furniture, given the toxic effects that they have not just on firefighters, but on all Canadians?
Answer from the member for Longueuil Saint Charles Lemoine.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his support and the question. Absolutely, we heard very clearly from the IAFF that the toxic chemicals that are used in flame retardants, especially on, for instance, sofas, is a problem. And I know that in 2021, our government announced the action plan to protect them from firefighters from harmful chemicals, including banning harmful chemical flame retardants, supporting the development and use of safe flame retardants, etc. I am a firm believer that there is much more to do, and in collaboration, we can actually get things done. So I'm looking forward to working with a member across the aisle to make this a reality. Thank you.
Reprise de
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will be honest with you, Madam Speaker. Let us say that this bill puts me in a rather uncomfortable position. Why do I say that? Because I would like to challenge you to find someone who doesn't like firefighters. So from the get-go, I would like to say that the fact that the Bloc Québécois will not be supporting this particular bill does not mean that we do not recognise the diligent and essential work carried out by firefighters. Perhaps as an introduction, I would like to give a counter-example. Let us say that the Quebec government were to decide that military personnel do not have a strong enough framework from the federal government, then Quebec will say, well, I'm going to create my own framework for PTSD, my own standards for military personnel using chemical products. I'm sure that my colleagues in this House would be the first to indicate that national defence is actually not provincial, and they would be right. So I find myself in this situation, this uncomfortable situation of saying no to this bill that is a bit of a motherhood and apple pie bill. Motherhood and apple pie because everyone agrees that firefighters are good. My Liberal colleagues and my NDP colleagues are often prisoners of this temptation of centralisation. Will rapidly vote for this bill. Well, that's up to them. I don't know if my Conservative colleagues, who many times have said that they were defenders of various jurisdictions for Quebec and provinces, will vote with them. But for me, very clearly, this bill is direct intervention in provincial jurisdictions. So I must say that we will be voting against this particular bill. Everyone loves firefighters and no one loves cancer. Let's just say that the federal government is overstepping its jurisdiction with this bill. The Bloc is opposed to a national framework legislation that would dictate standards and practices to Quebec and municipalities. The Bloc believes that there is a need for more awareness, recognition of occupational diseases related to exposure to carcinogenic particles, and more research, but that it is not the federal government that will tell Quebec, provinces and municipalities what to do. They know what to do and how to do it in an area that concerns them. In addition, I would like to highlight to my colleague that Quebec has recently changed its practices and facilitated its CNESST access regime with provisions for occupational and oncological diseases. And so we in Quebec already have the institutions that are needed to respond to this issue. So the argument that I have for you is relatively simple. As we know, firefighting is not federally regulated. Municipal institutions in the provinces that govern firefighting are under the jurisdiction of Quebec and other provinces. In Quebec, it is the Ministry of Public Security that is responsible for fire safety. It is the Fire Safety Act that establishes good firefighting practices in Quebec. The Ministry of Public Security must, in amongst other things, set out the major orientations concerning prevention, training of personnel, preparation of interventions and rescue, must issue certificates of conformity for risk coverage plans, must coordinate the actions of government departments and agencies in the area of fire safety, must encourage its partners to show initiative in fire safety, must encourage the formation and training of associations active in fire safety, and contribute to informing citizens on fire prevention. So immediately we can see that everything that has to do with firefighting falls under provincial and Quebec government jurisdiction. Municipalities have responsibilities, similar responsibilities. I would like to quickly broach the issue of professional injuries. In Quebec, it's the CNESST that manages workplace issues. Through its laws and regulations, compensates workers who have been harmed in the workplace. Since April 2016, the CNESST recognizes 7 cancers in firefighters: kidney, bladder, larynx, lung, mesothelioma, multiple myeloma, and non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. So work has already been done in Quebec. Earlier, my colleague was notifying us that in Manitoba, more than 8 cancers are recognized. There are particularities. I don't know if there's a firefighter in the oil and gas industry. Perhaps there are different and increased risks. We have to keep that in mind. But it is not up to the federal government to act because they are not part of this jurisdiction. As a result of the CNESST changes, municipalities have changed their practices to protect workers from contaminants following many complaints. In short, in Quebec, they now require that equipment be decontaminated with a brush and water jet and then sealed. My colleague abundantly referred to equipment that is just simply left in cars. Now, it's no longer the case in Quebec. Decontaminated until cleaned, even if the equipment shows no apparent traces of contamination. This is an issue that has already been addressed by the CNESST. The Montreal Firefighters Association is campaigning to raise awareness of occupational cancers and is calling for more cancers to be recognized by the CNESST. This is work that must be done not here, but in Quebec institutions. In short, this does not concern the federal government. In addition, several national associations, such as the Association des chefs en sécurité incendie du Québec or the Association paritaire pour la santé et la sécurité du travail, when it comes to municipal affairs, are conducting awareness campaigns among their members to reduce the risks associated with fire contaminants. So there is awareness that is being raised on the matter. We do not need a federal law to do so. According to Chris Ross, the challenge for Quebec is not the administrative recognition of the problem by the CNESST, but the proof for workers who suffer from cancer so that the worker does not have to demonstrate that his or her cancer is caused by his occupation, in addition to broadening the list of cancers recognized by Quebec. On the 30th of September 2021, the National Assembly adopted Bill 59, an act to modernize the occupational health and safety system. This bill included several amendments to facilitate access to the plan, including the creation of a scientific committee on occupational diseases. My colleague said that we need to study this matter because there may be other forms of cancer that could be better prepared against so that we better protect firefighters. Well, there are already provisions in Quebec. A scientific committee on occupational diseases, as I was saying, and the updating of the regulation respecting occupational diseases and the creation of a committee of oncological diseases. Madam Speaker, to finish, I would like to say, cancer is cancer. Everyone agrees. No one likes cancer. Cancer for a firefighter, cancer for someone who works in a place where they have to work with chemical products. A cancer is a cancer is a cancer. If we really want to address this issue of cancer, the best way to do so is to have a strong and robust healthcare system. As you know now, there are ridiculous delays caused by COVID, and the way to rectify this is perhaps by having access to a greater amount of resources. All interveners in the healthcare system say that there should be an increase of healthcare transfers to 35% of system costs. In the Journal de Montréal this morning, a letter signed by all healthcare unions, associations that are all asking for an increase of healthcare transfers to 35%. The federal government last week recognized that there was an issue with regards to healthcare, a funding issue. They put $2 billion aside in order to try and rectify the waiting time issue. If they recognise that there is a problem, then the government must listen to all interveners, be they the Conference Board of Canada, the Parliamentary Budget Officer. It's not a blockiste, as far as I know, the Parliamentary Budget Officer. They're all saying that the solution is to increase healthcare transfers to 35% to have a system that is viable in the long term, and maybe through that we will be able to fight professional cancers much better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Essex.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and it truly is an honour to stand here today. Going to do my best to get through this this speech in support of Bill C-224. It really was a really remarkable weekend, an emotional weekend, diving into and having so many conversations with so many of my colleagues from the past. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Congratulations to the Member of Parliament, and I'm going to mess this up, from Longueuil Charles Lemoyne. It's the best I can do, Madam Speaker, for bringing this bill forward. In fact, before yesterday, I never spoke to the member. And a quick phone call, you really find out just how quickly someone's personality is, where someone's heart's at, and how much we actually have alike, Madam Speaker. So through you to the member, congratulations, and I thank you very much for asking me to not only second this bill, but the opportunity to speak to this today. And so in preparation for this speech, it brought back a ton of memories. It should be the easiest speech for me to make today. And in fact, Madam Speaker, it's one of the toughest. And I guess the first thing I would say, Madam Speaker, is how the service of this House, how in serving the people of this House, is completely like the firefighters serving the people of their communities. In that when the firefighters run to put out a fire, Madam Speaker, so do the people of this House. And it's truly all about service and not about the job. Madam Speaker, I was a firefighter from 1995 to 2002. It's in my blood, badge number 70. And some of my fondest memories, Madam Speaker, were at the fire hall. And in fact, Madam Speaker, the day I was married, I was dropped off at the church in a fire truck. And I wore these very same dress blues, and I won't lie to this House and say that they haven't been taken out a little bit at the hips. But I will suggest, Madam Speaker, that I was surrounded by many of my colleagues at my wedding wearing their dress blues, and I couldn't be much more prouder to stand here today. And I wouldn't be standing here today if it weren't for some of the amazing folks that allowed me the opportunity to get there, Madam Speaker. And I need to acknowledge Chief Sunderland, who hired me, Deputy Chief Dawson, who was a role model, Station Captain Kratz, Station Captain Brando, Captain Rankin, Captain Alsop, Captain Carther, Captain Stannard, and Captain Bugazelli, along with the very many fire department friends, firefighters that I served with. I also want to, and would be remiss not to, thank the member for Caribou Prince George. His hard work, Madam Speaker, in the last Parliament, moving this bill forward, I really truly believe got it to where it is today. And so I thank him very much for all his dedication and hard work. And I also want to thank the member from Barrie Innisfil, who also was a firefighter, who helped give me an opportunity to speak to this. And of course, I have to acknowledge the IAFF, International Association of Firefighters, as they are in Ottawa this week for their conference. Madam Speaker, just yesterday, I spoke to Chief Quinnell. He's the fire chief for Kingsville, Ontario. And I said, Chief, give me some thoughts. Talk to me about what's going on. And he said, Chris, firefighters are too proud to let others know when they are suffering. So oftentimes, specifically in the times of cancer, we find out about their passing afterwards. And how true is that? And what they really care about is to know that their family is taken care of after they're gone. The advocacy to let their families know that there is support and benefits for them after their death is vital. And he spoke specifically about the awareness, and very eloquently said by the member that introduced this bill, it's as simple as bunker gear. We as volunteers take our bunker gear home with us. We leave it in the back of our vehicle, and our kids put our fire helmets on, and we wrap them up in our fire jackets, not even thinking about the carcinogens that may be in them. And so, you know, I guess at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, when I think about one specific fire that I was at with so many of my colleagues, it was a plastics fire. And the smoke was about here, and there was no wind. And it was stagnant there. And to suggest that a firefighter can wear SCBA, self-contained breathing apparatus, for hours on end fighting a fire is, well, quite frankly, not doable. So we understand as firefighters everything that comes with the job and the consequences that come with the job. But this bill will raise the awareness that Chief Quinnell spoke about from the very beginning. Madam Speaker, this is going to be a tough one for me, but I'm going to get through it. Firefighter Daryl Elwood. First and foremost, thank you to the family for allowing me to share this story. Daryl Elwood was a Kingsville firefighter, and then went on to serve in the city of Windsor. Daryl lit up the room everywhere and anywhere he went. He lived at the fire hall with his wife, Kelly, who was the dispatcher. I remember many, many evenings sitting around what we call the Achilles, which is an inflatable boat, and him, long after the fire is done, and him making jokes and bringing us all to tears with his laughter and his smile. Madam Speaker, I spoke to his daughter, Jenny, on Saturday. It was emotional for me, and she was the tough one. But she said, "Dad will be with you when you speak. I know this. He has shown himself to our family since his passing. So, Daryl, if you're here, welcome to the House of Commons." In the fire department world, Madam Speaker, we have something called the right-hand rule or the left-hand rule. And when we open up a door, depending on which way the door opens, we follow the left hand or we follow the right hand, because the smoke's so thick and the fire is so hot, we don't want to lose our way. But with that rule, Madam Speaker, there's always a hand on the shoulder of the person behind you. I know Daryl's hand is on the shoulders of firefighters across North America and, quite frankly, the world today. He loved his job, Madam Speaker, but mostly he loved the people that he worked with. He was a passionate champion for health and safety, Jenny told me. Isn't that ironic? He passed away from multiple myeloma on Christmas Day, 2011, and was laid to rest on January 14th, 2012. He was young at the age of 50. I'll be 46 pretty soon, Madam Speaker. I keep that in perspective. His celebration of life brought firefighters from many departments to say goodbye. I know, because I was one of them. Ironically, Speaker, this bill also calls for January to be named Firefighter Cancer Awareness Month. Daryl left behind his parents, Bud and Marie. Bud and Marie, his wonderful wife, Kelly, and his children, Jenny, Ian, and Adam. His legacy lives on through them. I want to also thank the spouses of firefighters. Those spouses are our support. I'm running out of time, Madam Speaker. 3 last more thoughts. Jenny also told me on Saturday, when her father was asked, if you knew he would pass away at the age of 50, would you do this job again? And a very emphatic, simple answer was, yes. In closing, Madam Speaker, I want to recite the firefighter's prayer. When I am called to duty, God, whenever flames may rage, give me the strength to save some life, whatever be its age. Help me to embrace a little child before it's too late, or some older person for the horror of that fate. Enable me to be alert and hear the weakest shout, and quickly and efficiently to put the fire out. I want to fill my calling and give the best in me, give you the best in me, to guard my neighbor and protect his property. And if according to your will, I have to lose my life, blessed be with your protecting hand, my children and my wife. To my brothers and sisters and their spouses or partners, we thank you, we respect you, we support you, we love you, and we salute you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Essex who just spoke so passionately and powerfully before me. Thank you for sharing his experience and his service. It's a tough act to follow that. Madam Speaker, firefighters risk their lives every day to protect our communities. They have our backs when we need it most. And in turn, we have a responsibility to take care of Canada's firefighters. Cancer is an epidemic in Canada's fire service and by far the leading cause of line of duty death. New Democrats stand with firefighters in the battle to extinguish occupational cancer and, in fact, all occupational hazards that they face. We must take immediate action to reduce the risk of cancer for Canadian firefighters through improved awareness, prevention, screening, and treatment. And so this bill has our hearty support. Now, Bill C-224 provides for the development of a national framework designed to raise awareness of cancers linked to firefighting and to support improved access for firefighters to cancer prevention and treatment. And if I might at this moment just take a brief moment to comment on my Bloc Québécois colleagues' comments. Having a national framework is not only constitutional, but it's required in this country, as I'll point out, and there is no barrier whatsoever, nor should we as parliamentarians let any barrier get in the way of taking measures that save lives and protect firefighters. Of course, this bill also designates the month of January in each year as Firefighter Cancer Awareness Month. Now, the national framework does a number of things, but it must include measures to do the following: explain the link between firefighting and certain types of cancer, identify the training, education, and guidance needs of healthcare and other professionals related to the prevention and treatment of cancers linked to firefighting, provide for firefighters across Canada to be regularly screened for cancers linked to firefighting, promote research and improve data collection, promote information and knowledge sharing, and establish national standards to recognize cancers linked to firefighting as occupational diseases. Now, by way of background, Madam Speaker, occupational cancer is now the leading cause of death among firefighters. Firefighters, we know, are regularly exposed to concentrated carcinogens in the air, soot, and tar at a fire ground. A recent study from the University of the Fraser Valley, which drew on a decade of data from worker compensation boards, found that 86% of all firefighter workplace fatality claims were due to cancer, with an annual rate of a shocking 50 fatalities per 100,000 firefighters. Firefighters are killed by a cancer at a rate about 3 times higher than the general population, and cancer rates among firefighters increase dramatically with age, with the 35 to 39-year age group accounting for only 1% of workplace fatal cancer claims among firefighters, but the 60 to 64-year group accounting for 17%, while 65 and older make up nearly half the claims. Now, unfortunately, and this is why I think we need this bill so desperately, there's inconsistent recognition of occupational cancers across Canada. A firefighter's cancer may or may not be recognized as occupational, depending on the province or territory in which they live. According to the International Association of Firefighters Line of Duty Death Database, 408 Canadian IAFF members died in the line of duty as a result of occupational cancers during the 10-year period between 2012 and 2021. These were members whose cancers were formally accepted as job-related by their respective provincial workers' compensation boards, in most cases by presumptive legislation. But the true number of firefighter cancer deaths among Canadian firefighters during that time frame is no doubt higher, considering that not all provinces and territories formally recognize all the same cancer types as occupational among firefighters. Quebec recently enacted presumptive legislation for its firefighters, becoming the last province to do so, but it only recognizes 9 types of cancer as occupational, when we know that there are double that at least. Now, I want to take a moment to speak about what I consider to be the best firefighters unit in the country. That's the Vancouver Firefighters Union, IAFF Local 18. And I want to give a shout out to some of the finest Canadians I've had the pleasure to know and work with. These include Gord Ditchburn, Rob Weeks, Lee Lax, Chris Coleman, and Dustin Bordedy. These men are not only leaders in their workplace, they're not only some of the finest firefighters in the country, they're not only superb advocates and representatives of their firefighters as sisters and brothers in the labor movement, but they're just excellent human beings who give of themselves in every way, both in the community, in the workplace, and in the provincial legislature and House of Commons. And here's what they have explained to me over the years. As IAFF Local 18 has been a leader in the promotion and achievement of cancer presumption legislation here in British Columbia. Now, I want to pause and say exactly what this legislation is. A presumption means if a professional or volunteer firefighter develops one of the listed cancers after a certain period of employment, it is presumed that the cancer arose from their employment. The firefighter is then eligible for workers' compensation benefits without having to provide evidence that the cancer is work-related, which can often be extraordinarily onerous and time-consuming, especially hard on a firefighter and their family at a time when they are battling cancer. Now, BC first recognized certain cancers as occupational diseases for firefighters in 2005, very much due to the leading work of Local 18. In 2017, the BC government moved forward with an amendment to the Firefighters Occupational Disease Regulation under the Workers' Compensation Act to add presumptions for breast cancer, prostate cancer, and multiple myeloma as occupational diseases for firefighters. At the time, cancer presumptions for firefighters were already recognized for the following: brain, bladder, colorectal, kidney, ureter, testicular, lung, esophageal, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and leukemia. In 2019, the BC NDP government introduced Bill 18 to extend presumptive conditions for forest firefighters, Indigenous firefighters, and fire inspectors, allowing them to more easily claim coverage for work-related illnesses like cancer, heart disease, and mental health disorders. Now, this is an example, Madam Speaker, of what labor and a very active and informed firefighters union working in concert with the government that is concerned about occupational health and safety can accomplish. And once again, this leading situation in British Columbia is not the reality for firefighters across this country. And that is why I think it is so critical that we provide a national framework to lead all provinces and territories to achieve the same kind of progress we're making in BC, recognizing, of course, that the job is not done even here. Now, I want to just shift for a moment to something that is a very practical step that we can and should be taking. The NDP caucus wrote a letter to the Minister of Environment and Health last year. And what this letter did was it expressed the IAFF's serious concerns over toxic chemical flame retardants in upholstered furniture and flammability testing standards for consumer products. Now, toxic chemicals are commonly used as flame retardants in a wide variety of household products, such as upholstered furniture. They threaten the environment, but more importantly, they affect the human body, causing numerous health problems, such as cancer. Firefighters are at a greater risk of harm from chemical flame retardants because they encounter them in a combusted state and accumulate higher levels of exposure over the course of their career. Now, the past chemicals management plan acknowledged the health risks posed by select chemical flame retardants and banned their manufacture, sale, import, and use. However, banning only certain classes of flame retardants opens the door to loopholes and only facilitates their continued use. Additionally, there are no regulations currently under the Canada Consumer Product Safety Act for residential upholstered furniture. This leaves the onus on industry to choose how to meet flammability requirements. The letter that we sent, generated by the IAFF Local 18, called for firefighters to be included in the classification of vulnerable populations when assessing chemical safety, called for regulatory and risk management initiatives involving chemical assessments, to consider occupational standards like fire and emergency services when evaluating chemical safety, called for the introduction of regulatory measures that will prevent industry from replacing toxic chemicals by other similar chemicals that are just as harmful, called for a complete ban on the sale, manufacturing, import, and use of all chemicals that are used in flame retardants for upholstered furniture, given the toxic effects they have, not just on firefighters, but all Canadians. And it calls on the federal government to investigate concerns about open flame testing while considering the merits of smolder resisting standards and include the IAFF on any future testing or chemical management consultations. Madam Speaker, let's pass this bill, but let's also protect firefighters by enacting protection against cancer-causing flame retardants immediately. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cloverdale-Langley City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to participate in this important discussion on Bill C-224. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, the member for Longueuil, Charles Lemoyne, for sponsoring this bill. And I'd like to thank all firefighters in Canada for serving our community, for risking their lives to keep us all safe. Firefighters face dangers and risk their lives to protect us and our communities. The hazards they face go beyond the brave and selfless act of running into burning buildings to save lives. Firefighters also put themselves in harm's way from exposure to toxic chemicals, such as certain harmful flame retardants in upholstered furniture, mattresses, and electronic devices, amongst others, when responding to fires. While the personal protective equipment firefighters wear offer a level of protection, exposure to these harmful chemicals, either through skin contact or inhalation, are known to increase the risk of certain types of cancers, lung disease, and to cause other adverse health effects. That is why last summer the government announced a comprehensive action plan to protect firefighters from harmful chemicals that are released during household fires. Today, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to tell you about what the action plan is and the measures already underway to protect these first responders in their life-saving work, but also to speak about why I feel this framework is so important as we move forward in the protection of our firefighters. In the Government of Canada's Firefighter Action Plan, the plan aims to protect firefighters from harmful chemicals, with a particular focus on chemical flame retardants that are found in many household items, like upholstered furniture and electronics. Chemical flame retardants can save lives by slowing the ignition and spread of fire. However, they can also cause harmful health effects, like cancer or impaired fertility when burned and inhaled. The plan lays out 5 key areas of action. First, the government will prohibit harmful chemical flame retardants in Canada. To date, we have assessed over 150 flame retardants and has restricted or phased out those that are harmful to human health or the environment. 14 more chemical flame retardants are currently undergoing assessment, with even more to be assessed within the next 2 years to determine if they are harmful and require further actions. Prohibiting or restricting harmful chemical flame retardants can help minimize firefighters and other Canadians' exposure to these chemicals and their adverse health effects. And I'm really pleased to see the government has made this progress, because when I was on the Environment Committee, we had looked at this particular issue under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, and it's good to see that work is happening, but more work needs to be done. Secondly, we're working with industry to promote the use of alternatives to chemical flame retardants that comply with fire safety standards. To support the move away from harmful flame retardants, the government has updated 5 industry guidance documents on flammability requirements in consumer products. These updated materials emphasize ways that industry can comply without using chemical flame retardants and encourage manufacturers to design products differently, such as using inherently flame-resistant materials like wool. Third, our government is working with universities and firefighters to advance research on the health effects of chemical flame retardants and to monitor firefighters' levels of exposure to harmful chemicals. Monitoring the levels of these chemicals in firefighters, combined with new research data, provides important information that will help regulators target harmful chemicals. We will continue to share results of this research and monitoring with the scientific community and with the international community of firefighters to advance broader efforts to protect firefighters. Fourth, we're going to use results of its research and monitoring to inform best practices for firefighters to help reduce their exposure to harmful chemicals. Our government has collaborated with universities and firefighters to research existing strategies, including personal protective equipment that reduces exposure to chemicals, to determine their effectiveness. This important work will help improve existing best practices and identify new measures that can be implemented at the local, national, and international levels. Finally, we'll continue to increase transparency and promote information sharing to raise awareness about the use of chemical flame retardants in products available to consumers. Empowering consumers to make informed choices can reduce exposure to harmful chemicals for Canadians, including firefighters. Our government is committed to enhancing supply chain transparency and strengthening mandatory labeling of consumer products. To this end, in March, the government launched a national consultation asking the public to help identify, develop, prioritize, and test innovative solutions for improving transparency about chemicals in products. This consultation will inform the government's future work on a broad strategy for labeling toxic chemicals in consumer products, including flame retardants in upholstered furniture. These strengthened measures and increased awareness will make a tangible impact for firefighters. This is particularly true in my community, where only 13 cancers in British Columbia are listed as work-related. Last week, I met with representatives from Surrey, Langley Township, and Langley City firefighters who either have or know a colleague who has suffered from an occupational cancer. Richard from Station 1271 in Surrey told me that in his 18-year career, he has seen 9 occupational diseases line-of-duty deaths. Of the 9, 6 have tragically lost their lives to occupational cancers, including Deputy Chief John Watt, Battalion Chiefs William Robertson and David Rivet, and Captains Patrick Glendinning, Randy Pitico, Leslie Dion. Most of these members all worked at the same fire hall for most of their career. Sadly, we know there will be more Surrey and Langley members added to this list annually. One thing has stayed with me since speaking with firefighters locally. Richard told me in the case of occupational cancers, the statement, "If it is on you, it is in you," and this has never been so true. Dan Gray from the city of Langley and Jordan Sparrow from the township also shared their insights and all shared the hope that this framework will move ahead to continue the national consistency in identifying cancers, occupational cancers across Canada. Madam Speaker, the government's action plan is a comprehensive approach to protecting firefighters from harmful chemicals released during household fires. Significant progress is being made in its implementation through banning harmful chemical flame retardants and supporting the development and use of safer alternatives. As part of the Firefighters Action Plan, the government is also conducting research and monitoring levels of exposure to chemicals and identifying practices that can protect our firefighter population from long-term harm. Lastly, the government is sharing information to help raise awareness about the presence of chemicals, including flame retardants in consumer products. Madam Speaker, for all of these reasons, this is why the government has done so much work, and I think we need to be aware of the work that has happened, but there is more work that needs to be done, and that is why I so proudly stand here today in support of Bill C-224 and the work that we are doing to identify a national framework for firefighters. With that, Madam Chair, I am finished my intervention, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to this today.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. We only have 2 minutes left for this debate. So the honourable member for Cariboo Prince George.
Madam Speaker, I've got 2 minutes. How do you sum up your support in 2 minutes? I'll defer my time for the next time that we get a chance to speak. This bill has to pass. We need to do more for our firefighters, for those who stand as our silent sentinels, for those who run into burning buildings, run towards danger each and every day and put their lives in jeopardy so that your family and mine can sleep safely, be safe, and be sound. Madam Speaker, I'll save the rest of my time for the next time that this bill is up. Thank you.
C'est quoi? On va juste entendre. Sorry about that. So the honourable member will have 9.5 minutes the next time that this matter is before the House. La période prévue pour les
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
ordres du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills, commons, resuming consideration on the motions in group number 1 at report stage of Bill C-8, Economic and Fiscal Update Implementation Act 2021.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Is it not Yorkton Malvo?
Oh, sorry. There was a different, sorry. The honourable member, I can't see anybody who is on screen, and I had a different list in front of me, but I see that it's been corrected. So the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While the housing crisis is national in scope, regional spikes like the one in Ontario are why so many are actually calling Saskatchewan home now. I know of many retirees, one couple as an example, who could not afford to remain in Ontario. They planned a short visit to Saskatchewan, but ended up staying permanently. And then they invited their children to bring their families to Saskatchewan. They had 6 months to live with them while they found employment and a new home. Others have also come to Yorkton Malvo from British Columbia and Quebec. Nonetheless, prairie affordability is being threatened by growing inflation, incredulous debt, and punitive carbon tax that is definitely costing rural Canadians far more than they're getting back. Speaker, although I love my province and the amazing people that live in it, I don't desire to see other areas of the country suffer from the poor choices of their national government. I want to see Canadians, regardless of financial ability, to be free to settle anywhere in this beautiful country. But let's face reality. Canadians now have a new majority government in Ottawa. The survival of the old Liberal government, which initially tabled C-8, now officially relies on the support of a party with even more reckless intentions to run up debt and doesn't care how much money they have to print to do so. Unless this political love affair falls by the wayside, Canadians are stuck with this new reality for the next 3.5 years. Despite indifferences on the other side of the House, Conservatives will be present every day to offer solutions to this affordability crisis. For example, C-8 proposes a 1% annual tax on the value of vacant or underused residential properties that are directly or indirectly owned by non-resident, non-Canadians. Speaker, in Calgary, I personally know of a family that rented in a subdivision that's completely owned by a Chinese investor who has never set foot in Canada. Conservatives would have implemented a 2-year ban on foreign investors not living in or moving to Canada from buying homes. We also proposed encouraging foreign investment in purpose-built rental housing that's affordable for Canadians. We will also continue to push this government to remove the gatekeepers to development and get shovels in the ground. Canada's housing crisis is fueled in large part by the choices of this federal government. They can choose to let the builders build or continue to stand in their way. They can choose to rein in spending and lower taxes or continue to allow inflation to spiral out of control. This government is letting down young Canadians. The new generation of first-time buyers are not looking for flashy slogans, hashtags, or photo ops. They want action from this new NDP Liberal majority government that addresses the crisis through concrete action. The first logical step would be to withdraw this irresponsible bill, which only puts the Canadian dream of ownership further out of the reach of young Canadians.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just wondering if the member could expand on affordability. I know I hear from my constituents almost on a daily basis of taxes increasing. We know we just had the carbon tax increase here on Friday, but also the excise tax on alcohol. So I was just wondering if she is hearing the same thing from her constituents on the other side of the province that we share in Saskatchewan, of affordability and the cost of living and how it's affecting her constituents. Thank you.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Saskatchewan for the question. Absolutely, I hear about it constantly every day, and just the thing that frustrates my constituents so much is that this government absolutely refuses to listen to the truth about the circumstances that they're facing. The increase in the carbon tax, inflation especially as well, is just causing everything to go up. And of course, the ability to afford a home now, it's become a scenario where people are house poor if they do take that step and spend so much of their income on that house that's really, truly unaffordable.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives, as well as the Bloc Québécois, often are there to defend areas of jurisdiction of the provinces in Quebec, and generally opposed to federal interference in these areas. Now here with C8, the federal government will be interfering now in municipal areas by getting involved in property taxes. So this is a whole new kind of interference. I'd like to hear from my colleague on this. How does she see this new behavior, this new liberal interference in areas of municipal jurisdiction?
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Well, I appreciate the member's question, and the truth of the matter is that this government is very self-serving in the way that it's choosing to work with our provinces. They take advantage of circumstances where they are in need of funding and truly are putting them in a place where either they do it their way or it's my way or the highway. And this is not acceptable. I'm very proud of Saskatchewan and our government and our ability to run our province with its own jurisdiction of areas, and we certainly as Conservatives support that.
Comments? The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague from Saskatchewan for her speech. I think, like her riding, like mine, the carbon tax is an issue that many Canadians are talking about in terms of affordability, cost of living. And one of the things I'd just like her to comment on, take the opportunity when we talk about the government's economic record and their fiscal plan, albeit from this fall, looking ahead perhaps to the budget even this Thursday, is the parliamentary budget officer saying that this disproportionately impacts rural residents more. It is costing them out of pocket. It is costing net families and businesses, and that ripple effect is adding to an already difficult cost of living issue here. If she could relate and take the opportunity to perhaps share the context from her part of the country. I know in my riding in Eastern Ontario, whether it be the city of Cornwall or some of the more rural parts, we have, I think what I'm going to hear is a very similar challenge and frustration of many Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Yes, and I thank my colleague for that observation and that question. One thing that I have learned being a member of Parliament that means a great deal to me, and I share this with my constituents here in Saskatchewan, we are rural, and the majority of the GDP of this nation is created in rural Canada. And my members of my communities that are facing this carbon tax resonate completely with rural Canadians across this country. This government does not understand that dynamic, and the punitive measures that they have put in place are not revenue neutral. And certainly I know that my constituents are paying far more into this carbon tax than they are getting back, and it is more punitive towards rural Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville. The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it is an absolute wonderful opportunity to be able to rise today and deliver some remarks on Bill C8, the Economic and Fiscal Update 2021. I think it's kind of ironic as I was sitting here reflecting on this over the weekend that I am delivering remarks on the fall economic statement in spring. But calendars are clearly difficult, and perhaps calendars are hard for the government as well. One of the big challenges, and many of my colleagues on this side of the House have highlighted the fact, in fact, I want to thank the member who spoke just before me, my colleague from Yorkton Melville, who really highlighted some of the struggles that are faced in rural Canada when it comes to pricing. And I think that is something that is very true, and I would expand not just to rural Canadians, but it's a major struggle to anyone that lives outside of a major centre. And so in my riding of Fort McMurray Cold Lake, we don't really have a choice in many cases to stay home. I was talking to a few of my colleagues, and frankly, in my world, everything starts at 3 hours. It takes 3 hours to get from Fort McMurray to Lac La Biche. It takes another 2.5 hours to get from Lac La Biche to Edmonton. So that's 5.5 hours. It takes 4.5 hours to get from Fort McMurray to Cold Lake, and it takes a couple hours to get from Cold Lake to Edmonton. So it really doesn't matter whereabouts you go. It's at least a few hours. And that's not even including some of the more isolated communities in my riding, such as the community of Fort Chipewyan. And that's one that I'm going to talk about a little bit more in depth. Fort Chipewyan is a truly stunning place. If anyone hasn't had an opportunity to go to Fort Chipewyan, I would highly recommend they take a trip. It is truly breathtakingly beautiful. It has Canadian Shield, the great and powerful Athabasca River, Lake Athabasca, and so many opportunities to explore the outdoors. But it also has some struggles because it is primarily without roads. It relies on an ice road through the winter, which is its main line to get supplies. And so that means that a lot of organizations have to get their groceries and all their supplies for the entire year delivered up in a short window of time while the ice road is open. Otherwise, they're relying on barges or flying equipment up. And as you can probably imagine, Madam Speaker, all of those options are quite expensive. And so when we have a government, such as the government we have, who continually raises the carbon tax, one of the struggles is that the cost to transport those goods rises, and then the cost to sell those goods has to rise. Otherwise, the business owners or the organizations have a shortfall. And you can only operate under a shortfall or in a deficit for so long before it has some major impacts. I know the government doesn't necessarily understand that when it comes to budgeting, but most Canadian families do understand that you really do need to balance your budget or there are some long-term complications to this. And so in Fort Chipewyan, as the inflation is going up and the carbon tax is going up, what they're seeing are substantially higher grocery costs, which is making it quite a bit of a struggle for these families, many of these families, to get healthy food options. Because unfortunately, as members that have traveled through the North might be aware, it is the perishable goods, the healthy food choices, the fruits, the vegetables, the dairy that tends to be the most expensive in those communities. So the inflationary cost is substantially higher when it comes to anything that is perishable because of the additional time to get there. And so it is really having a struggle. In fact, just last week, some of the indigenous leaders in the community talked about how this global food crisis is really having a huge impact on the residents in the community of Fort Chipewyan. But it's not just an issue in Fort Chipewyan. We see this as an issue in most of our rural isolated communities. Further away, in the communities of Conklin and Janvier, both of them are at least 90 minutes from a grocery store. There are convenience stores in those communities, but to get to a real grocery store, people in Janvier have to go at least 90 minutes to go to Anzac, or 90 minutes to go to Lac La Biche, which
that when fuel prices continue to rise, as the fuel prices continue to skyrocket because of the carbon tax, what those families see is less opportunity to get to the grocery store, less opportunity to buy those healthier food choices. And what they're also seeing is it is having a huge inflationary impact. In fact, the PBO, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, recently said it appears that the rationale for the additional spending initially set aside as stimulus no longer exists. And so what we're seeing is just continuously spending of money and spend without actually looking at what is this increase in spending doing to average, everyday, regular Canadian families. And this is part of the struggle, is families in my riding are finding it harder to make ends meet. There have been reports that have come out saying that the average family of 4 will see an additional $1,000 to their grocery bill. And I was thinking about this over the weekend because when I come to Ottawa, even if I go to the most expensive grocery store around, groceries are still less expensive than what I would spend getting groceries at the cheapest grocery store in Fort McMurray. And I was really thinking about this. So we keep repeating on this side of the house the fact that groceries are going up by an average of $1,000 for a family of 4, but now I'm really curious and I'm going to try doing some calculations on my end, because I wouldn't be surprised if the average family of 4 in my riding actually sees a substantially higher amount because of the inflationary impacts, because the food inflation and then coupling with more carbon tax, all that ends up doing is rising the cost of everything. And so one of the big challenges that I think members opposite don't necessarily understand when they rise the cost of carbon taxes on so many of these goods is that in communities like Fort McMurray or Fort Chipewyan, or communities throughout most of northern Canada, you can't just put it in a warehouse. You have to heat the warehouse because otherwise the food will freeze and then it is no longer going to be nutritional and healthy and safe for those families. But on the flip of that, we have midnight sun in many northern communities, and so we need to have air conditioning through the winter or through the summer. Otherwise, we end up having a struggle where the food will go bad because it will spoil. So as the cost of heating and cooling buildings increases, it so increases the cost to sell, to be able to have those business owners get to a space of balance. And I think this is one of the big challenges that we face right now. The government continues to spend money, but they're not really looking at how is this impacting families in the north? How is this impacting families in isolated communities all across Canada? It's so much larger than just the families in my riding. It impacts any family that has to travel for anything. I know many members on this side of the house, and I would assume many members on the other side, they have to travel a couple hours or more in order to get to doctor's appointments, in order to get to children's sports competitions or different pieces along those lines, or just to visit some friends and family. And I think that that's one of those challenges, that as we see gasoline prices continuously increasing in price, families can't necessarily cope. They don't have the opportunity to print money like the government does. And so those real impacts, those real choices are really a struggle. Like, just as a fun piece, I think it's something that our communities really need to understand. And we need to make sure that we are doing what we can to have families be able to afford nutritional food. And this is especially true throughout the north. I would really welcome all members of this house to vote against this bill because all it's going to do is raise the cost of everything.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and my honourable colleague for Fort McMurray Cold Lake. I've heard her speak before so clearly and evocatively about the travel distances within her riding. We exchanged some time ago about bus service, and she mentioned that the Red Arrow is still servicing communities within a riding. And I'm particularly interested to see in the budget on Thursday a commitment to help rural and remote communities, as was required by the recommendations of the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Inquiry, have access to affordable, reliable, safe public transit, even in remote areas. And I wonder if she shares those concerns.
Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for raising that issue. I do think that she highlights the fact that there is a huge disparity that exists between rural and urban Canada in this and so many other things. And one of the things that we have not seen from the Liberal government up to date is that recognition and really understanding that rural Canadians have a host of different challenges. And rural Canadians need to be supported because rural Canadians is where we create the wealth for all of Canada. I often say that when Fort McMurray works, Alberta works, and when Alberta works, Canada works. That is so true, but I would expand that a little bit further. It's all of Northern Canada. We contribute to the GDP of Canada at far higher rates, and we need to have our just part.
The Honourable Member, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her intervention. As we've said a number of times, in this empty bill and economic update, there isn't much, but there is something new. That is an intrusion that is unprecedented, Ottawa's intrusion when it comes to property taxes. Even if we have to recognise that real estate speculation is a problem and that we have to act, I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say. The real problem with regards to real estate is that there should be a greater investment. There needs to be commitments to social housing from Ottawa. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say. Do we need to invest more in building social and affordable housing?
For Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. I believe that he highlighted one of the issues that we have in our country. There isn't enough affordable housing, but one of the problems is that we can't build them when it costs too much. To build them, inflation has a real impact on people who already have issues in making ends meet. We therefore need to work together to specify what is most important. What is very important is to control inflation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For a brief question, the Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwanis, Askey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the critical points around the challenges people face in Northern Canada, very similar challenges to the people that my communities and where I come from in Northern Manitoba. But, you know, I know that so many people where we are feel that they are paying more than their fair share of taxes, that they are contributing more than their fair share, and yet they're looking at the richest among us in our country get off without paying what they are due. And the reality is that the Conservatives haven't sided with us in calling for the rich to pay their fair share of taxes, money that would be then reinvested in our communities. So I'm wondering, how does the MP feel about the fact that the Conservatives refuse to make sure that the richest among us are paying their fair share?
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure how that fits as a quick question, but I'll try and give a very quick answer. Effectively, on this side of the House, we believe that Canadians need to be able to afford to make ends meet. And right now, with inflation at a generational high, families are having a hard time making ends meet today. We have asked for time and time again simple solutions to help families make ends meet, whether it be reducing the GST on gasoline, removing carbon tax increase, simple things that will make an average difference in Canadians' lives today or tomorrow, and yet the government and the NDP partners in their marriage of time, they have voted against those common sense solutions time and time again.
That's right. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloyd Minster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we've been hearing the past couple weeks, especially over the last couple weeks, across the country, Canadians really are feeling the squeeze. Their budgets are being stretched further and further, and for too many, their pocketbooks simply can't keep up. Inflation has ballooned to record levels, and costs are skyrocketing. Canadians need some financial relief, and this is something that we on this side of the House have been saying and asking for on their behalf. But those that are desperately looking for a break, Madam Speaker, they won't find it here in this legislation. This Liberal government is asking Parliament to approve significant spending through this bill. In fact, in all, the fall economic and the fiscal update adds $70 billion of new spending to the books, which will in turn fuel inflation in this country to even higher levels. This government's tax and spend agenda hurts our economy and it hurts Canadians. Just last Friday, we know that Canadians were hit with the latest Liberal tax hikes. The escalator tax on alcohol went up, and the failed Liberal carbon tax went up by 25%. Madam Speaker, that's an extra 2.2 cents a litre, bringing the carbon tax to 11 cents a litre. And of course, that's already on top of the high gasoline prices. The carbon tax is adding to the cost of groceries, home heating, and everyday essentials that Canadians need and rely on. It's contributing to the inflation in this country, and in doing so, it actually is punishing all Canadians. It's even more punishing for Canadians on a fixed income, who, frankly, can afford it the least. I hear from my constituents on this issue all the time. I have received countless copies, Madam Speaker, of energy bills from my constituents who are anxious and distressed about the impact on their bottom line. Simply put, Madam Speaker, my constituents cannot afford this Liberal carbon tax. And they certainly do not accept this Liberal government's tired old talking points that they'll receive more money back than they pay through the Climate Action Incentive Rebate. This government's math simply doesn't add up, and my constituents know that. We also know that the Bank of Canada recently revealed that the carbon tax alone has increased inflation by nearly 0.5%. Wow. That is, in essence, an additional tax on everything. And this government cannot simply ignore when it's considering the cost of the carbon tax on Canadians. In fact, we all know now that the Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed that, contrary to what this Liberal government says, most households subject to the Liberal carbon tax will in fact see a net loss. What's worse is that this tax punishes Canadians while failing to accomplish anything for the environment. On top of that, Madam Speaker, it's even more punishing for rural Canadians like those that are my constituents in Battleford's Lloydminster. Farm families and farm businesses know that all too well. Their bottom line has taken a massive hit from specifically this Liberal carbon tax. The cost of business is going up, but they can't pass those costs along, shrinking an already very slim profit margin. So while this legislation might seemingly acknowledge some of the hardships that are faced by our farmers, it fails to actually acknowledge the Liberal government's contribution to these hardships. This bill also fails to deliver the common sense solution of simply exempting farm fuels from the carbon tax. The reality is that our farmers are always looking to improve the efficiency of their operations. The agricultural community has developed and adopted modern technologies to reduce their carbon footprint and to protect our environment. And it takes investment on their part. We know that the carbon tax isn't accomplishing anything for the environment, and it would go a lot further to leave more money in the pockets of our farm businesses so that they can reinvest into their operations, which would work best for their own operations.
Absolutely.
As our farmers face massive carbon tax bills on farm fuel, including propane and natural gas, which typically is used in grain drying, I would have hoped to see a full exemption on farm fuels in the fall economic update, but surprise, surprise, that's not what's contained in the bill. Fortunately, Madam Speaker, a private member's bill to that effect has been brought forward by my colleague, the member for Huron-Bruce, and I do hope that all members of this House will stand up for our hardworking farmers and support C-234.
Hear, hear.
Our farmers, as I've said, make tremendous contributions to our environment, also our food security, and also our economy. And we cannot take that for granted. Madam Speaker, we need to ensure that the economic agenda of our country is working towards opportunity and a prosperous future for all Canadians. That's what is problematic with this legislation. And more generally, I would say the fiscal mismanagement of this Liberal government. This many years later, Madam Speaker, it really does seem like the Prime Minister still thinks and believes that budgets will balance themselves. But you can't dig yourself out of a hole. This Liberal government continues to spend money that is not there to fund their partisan-driven agenda. We know, Madam Speaker, since the start of the pandemic, this Liberal government has brought in $176 billion, and that's billion with a B, not an M, in spending that is completely unrelated to COVID-19. Our national debt is over $1 trillion. This Liberal government rarely talks in millions anymore, Madam Speaker. Announcements in the billions have become more commonplace. The Finance Minister certainly doesn't talk about what Canadians are paying to service that debt, nor does she acknowledge her government's contribution to rising inflation. And unfortunately, ignoring these factors doesn't negate their existence. With the federal budget set to be released later this week, I think Canadians would be right to brace themselves. They have been left to wonder what this new NDP Liberal government will cost them and their children. This budget will likely give us our first glimpse of what an economic agenda driven by the NDP will cost. An ideological and activist-driven agenda that cripples our economic drivers and spends massively can only lead to higher taxes and more debt. And it is Canadians who will be left holding the bag as usual. The ease at which this government continues down this road just shows how out of touch they are with the reality of everyday Canadians. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has told Parliament that the rationale for this government's $100 billion in planned stimulus no longer exists. This government needs to start reining it in. If this government was serious about growing our economy, they could start by abandoning their policies that are crippling our economic drivers. They have chased away countless projects and investment dollars in our Canadian energy sector, a sector that has contributed so much to our Canadian economy and that could contribute so much more. Not to mention its potential to contribute to the stabilization of global energy security. But, Madam Speaker, their policies push Canada to the sidelines, while leaving demand to be lifted by other countries with lower environmental and human rights standards than here in Canada. Canada finds itself at a disadvantage with nothing really gained. This is particularly devastating for my constituents. Many whose livelihoods have been taken away or threatened, while the cost of everything continues to go up. Madam Speaker, when considering this legislation, we cannot simply ignore the inflation tax. Inflation is eating into the paychecks of my constituents and every single Canadian. $1 today does not nearly go as far as it used to, and this government's spending is only pouring gasoline on the fire, leaving so many Canadians behind. Canadians need real solutions in the immediate term. Us on this side of the House, Conservatives have proposed a number of common sense and practical solutions to help Canadians, but the Liberals have rejected each and every one. With record high inflation and skyrocketing costs of living, it's time to give Canadians a break, Madam Speaker. We need real solutions, tangible solutions to alleviate the inflationary burden on Canadians. We can't keep going down this risky and expensive path that is leaving far too many Canadians behind. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well done.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I heard the member say and I'll quote her, that the government policies are, quote, pushing Canada to the sidelines. I'm going to have to ask her to explain to me what she means by that. We have the best GDP in the G7 countries. We have the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7 countries, which means that we're best equipped to deal with the economic challenges right now. Our employment rate is 114% compared to what it was before COVID. We've recovered 114% of the jobs that we lost during COVID. And when you compare that to the United States, they're so much further behind. They haven't even come close to getting all of the jobs back. So can she please explain to me what she means by the government policies are pushing Canada to the sidelines, with the exception, of course, as it relates to oil, which the Conservatives like to talk about all the time.
Honourable Member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the colleague for the question. Madam Speaker, when I said the quote that he pulled, it was referring to our Canadian energy sector. I represent mothers and fathers who have lost their jobs because of Bill C-69, Bill C-48, the No More Tanker ban. There has been oil companies that have moved from Canada to other places in the world, and a lot of those places, Madam Speaker, why are we buying oil from them? Why are we supporting them when we have the highest ethical, human rights, and environmental regulations in the world? So I'm sorry, but when I have parents contacting my office saying they cannot afford to put food on the table to feed their children because this government took away their job due to their policies.
Question. Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her presentation. She severely criticised the carbon tax. I would like to specify that the carbon tax does not apply to Quebec. So I have a question. In the interest of understanding the Conservatives' position, I heard many Conservatives saying that we should abolish the carbon tax, saying we don't need it, it's harmful. I've also heard an eminent Conservative, Jean Charest, say that it shouldn't be abolished, it should simply just be levelled and kept as it is. So what is the Conservatives' position? Abolishing it or keeping it at a certain level?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. I'm actually of the mind of respecting provincial jurisdiction. So in the province that I come from, Saskatchewan actually, the Premier, Scott Moe, has presented two plans to this Prime Minister and this Liberal government on their own carbon pricing that they would do that is reflective of what our local economies are, which is energy and agriculture, and taking into account that Saskatchewan actually is a carbon sink, especially with all the work that our agricultural economy and regions are doing in Saskatchewan. So I'm of the mindset, just respect the provincial jurisdiction. It's disgraceful that our Premier in Saskatchewan presented not one but two plans to this Prime Minister, and he said, it's my way or the highway, and imposed his own. Thank you.
I do want to remind the Parliamentary Secretary that it's not time for him to ask questions and comments until I ask if there's questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rosemont.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie, and a brief answer, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague in the Conservative Party. It's a good analysis saying that people have difficulty these days. Housing is expensive, groceries are going up, but why not look there where the money is in order to help people? Banks have made record profits of $60 billion last year, an increase of nearly 40%, whereas people are suffering. CEOs are getting up to $16 million per year in bonuses. Why not have the courage to get the money where it is and tax the ultra-wealthy and big companies like the banks that are making indecent profits?
Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will agree with the member that everything is more expensive, and Canadians cannot afford another tax, especially when we have tax on tax. So when I speak about the federal carbon tax that's imposed on the residents in Saskatchewan, I have a gas bill here from a constituent of mine named Trevor. His bill was $419. $96.55 was the carbon tax, and the GST on that tax, so a tax on a tax, was an additional $4.83. That's over $100. 25% of his energy bill was going to what? We don't know, because there's no accountability. and it does nothing for the environment. So absolutely, affordability needs to be top of mind for this Liberal NDP government. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour for me to speak once again on Bill C-8, which is an act to implement certain provisions of the economic and fiscal update from December, which is now before us at report stage in the House of Commons. In February, during second reading debate, I questioned the previous Liberal minority government on their leadership in governing our country during these times of crisis. It turns out since then, the Prime Minister now feels he needs to help the help of the NDP to retain the confidence of this House. With the support of his NDP coalition partners, this may in fact be true in this place, but for my constituents and for Canadians across the country, they had lost faith and confidence in this Prime Minister and in this Liberal government a long time ago. A recent public opinion poll conducted by Ipsos found a majority, 53%, listed, and I quote, help with the soaring cost of everyday needs due to inflation, end quote, was one of the top 3 priorities that they had. Quite a departure from the so-called Liberal NDP ideological Build Back Better agenda, which has not made life better for Canadians. In fact, it has only made life harder and more expensive. In my February speech on C-8, I asked this government where their plan was to get Canadians' lives back to normal after more than 2 years of Canadians having to endure this pandemic. Well, 2 months later, I still don't have an answer from them. Meanwhile, federal mandates continue to inconveniently plague Canadians and delay them from returning to their normal lives. Since February, Canada's Conservatives have called on the federal government to lift all federal pandemic restrictions in order to protect the jobs of federally regulated employees, to enable Canadians to travel unimpeded, to ensure Canada's tourism industry recovery, and to allow for the free flow of goods across the Canada-US border. But the NDP and Liberals have outright rejected our efforts, even in the face of provinces and territories pivoting towards reopening their economies after 2 long years of government-forced closures and lockdowns. Since the onset of this pandemic, we have also raised the importance of vaccines and rapid testing and called on the government to make these essential tools more readily available for Canadians to use. However, as seen throughout this pandemic, federal leadership has either been delayed or missing. It has taken a back seat to wedge issue politics, the politics of division, and most recently the politics of convenience, which we see with this NDP Liberal coalition that Canadians did not vote for. I would suggest this is an abdication of leadership, not befitting the needs and wants of Canadians. For instance, over a year ago, the federal government purchased 52 million doses of Novavax. Meanwhile, the details of the 126 million Novavax production plant in Montreal remains in question. On February 17, 2022, I was pleased to see Health Canada finally approve the Novavax vaccine for use after 2 years. It finally happened. In theory, this vaccine gives Canadians a choice between choosing a more traditional protein-based vaccine to protect against COVID, as opposed to those who simply do not want an mRNA vaccine. However, as we speak, Novavax is still inaccessible to many Canadians. In fact, just last week, I had a constituent who contacted me. She's a federally regulated worker who is concerned about losing her job if she continues to be unvaccinated. Despite her vaccine status, she is eager to get vaccinated, but wishes to receive the Novavax vaccine. She has contacted local pharmacies and public health in Niagara and also in Hamilton, and she has had to be placed on a waiting list with no firm timelines for when she will receive the Novavax. My constituent is trying her best, Speaker, and we need the federal government to try harder and to make these critical health care tools available to Canadians. It disappoints me greatly that this Prime Minister and his NDP partners are delaying access to critical health care tools that can give all Canadians greater freedoms and choices, especially as it pertains to managing their personal health care and family well-being. Speaker, in the limited time that I have today, there are 2 additional issues that I want to raise, both of which significantly impact my riding of Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake, and Fort Erie. The first major problem is the continued mandatory use of the ArriveCan app at our Canada-US border crossings. In my riding alone, we have 4 international bridge border crossings. We rely on these bridges for trade, travel and tourism, not only in Niagara, but they are the gateways to our country's broader economy. The summer of 2022 could be our third straight pandemic summer. However, the great people of Niagara are hopeful this summer will be a more normal event than the previous two. But that hope will quickly be dashed if the NDP Liberal government continues on using this flawed mobile application. Recently, the general manager of the Buffalo and Fort Erie Peace Bridge Authority wrote Niagara MPs and municipal politicians. He noted, while it is positive that Canada is lifting the COVID testing requirements at the borders as of April 1st, their analysis shows, and I quote, "The continued mandatory use of the ArriveCAN app will result in much longer processing times and very lengthy border waits, which will significantly depress cross-border traffic at a time when we are moving into the 2022 summer tourist season." He further wrote that CBSA had confirmed to him that ArriveCAN will remain mandatory and that there will be no phase-in period to make the vast majority of the traveling public that is not non-essential aware of this requirement. He concluded by saying that, and I quote, "The purpose of his email to me and to the members of Parliament for Niagara Centre and St. Catharines is to make us aware that this summer's tourism season will be difficult and frustrating at the borders." Mr. Speaker, the world is reopening. Provinces and territories are reopening. Our economies are reopening, and yet our federal government continues to drag its feet. The NDP Liberal government is fully aware of how much chaos the ArriveCAN app can cause at the borders this summer for travelers, tourists, and trade. They know the risks to our economy. They know the potential impacts this will have in Niagara and beyond. So why are they continuing to use ArriveCAN, and why are they continuing to make it mandatory to use? We did not have, nor did we need the federal government app before the pandemic to cross our borders. Certainly, we do not need it to continue operating after the pandemic. The other major issue that has still not been addressed is the underused housing tax, which has the potential to severely and disproportionately impact local property owners in my riding. On March 14th, 2022, I wrote the Minister of Finance about this, expressing my great concerns. In my email, I had shared multiple pieces of correspondence I had received, as well as a news article that was published by the Buffalo News in New York State. I wrote seeking urgent clarification on the proposed wording for the listed exemptions found as part of the underused housing tax proposal, which would add a 1% annual tax on underused foreign-owned real estate in Canada. Unfortunately, there is considerable confusion in Niagara across multiple levels of government, both in Canada and in the U.S., in the business community, and amongst private property owners as to how this tax will or will not apply to Niagara and foreign-owned vacation properties located in my riding. Our communities and stakeholders who may be impacted by this tax policy deserve to know with certainty whether or not they will actually be impacted. For generations, our Canada and U.S. communities along the Niagara River have become highly integrated. When our international borders are open, citizens of both countries frequently travel across the 4 local bridges to visit family, friends, and loved ones, to work, attend school, play sports, receive medical treatments, and of course to travel and enjoy a vacation in their foreign-owned properties on either side of the river. As a result, many Americans own property in various small towns across my riding. Many have owned their properties for decades, going back generations, and a few for over a century. Some of these properties are fitted to be used year-round, while others are seasonal. Regardless, when our international border finally and fully reopens and travel irritants such as ArriveCAN are removed, these small Niagara communities will benefit economically from our American family, friends, and neighbors who will be visiting once again. These longtime property owners are considered value members of our Niagara community. They are part of our social fabric, and they support our local economies. It would be wrong to target them specifically in Niagara with a punitive levy such as the underused housing tax. Speaker, I could go on for so much longer of what we need from this federal government to achieve economic recovery. Our economic recovery should be fully reopened and recovered from this pandemic by now, but it is not. Workers should be back to work to help alleviate severe labor shortages and strengthen our supply chains, but they are not. For 2 years, Canadians have done their part. It's due time for the federal government to hold up its end of the bargain by ending the federal pandemic mandates and letting Canadians get on with their lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Prime Minister, Secretary of the Government, House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I think it's important for us to just to bring a few facts to the table. And at the end of the day, what we have seen virtually from day one of this government is a commitment to the Canadian people in terms of growing our economy, getting people engaged through jobs and so forth. And when we look at the pandemic, specifically the pandemic and the members' comments, we have actually more than replaced every job that has been lost during the pandemic. The numbers for Canada are good, and the reason why the numbers for Canada are good is because Canadians came from coast to coast together in order to combat the pandemic. And we continue to work and consult, listen to science and health experts to make sure that we continue to manage the economy and thereby supporting Canadians. And my question to the member is, can he clearly indicate to this House which healthcare expert is saying and advising to the Conservative Party it's time to unilaterally end mandates, period?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his question. I believe just recently, several weeks ago, Dr. Tam, in one of her public news conference, had talked about the whole notion of moving from requirements to recommendations. So the government is looking at this, right? And so from the standpoint about the stimulus spending, we've all supported in this House measures that were required for the pandemic. But if you look at the PBO January report, the government, it says, our report shows that since the start of the pandemic, the government has spent or has planned to spend $541.9 billion in new measures, almost 1/3 of which is not part of the COVID-19 response plan. And then they wonder on the opposite side, what is leading to the inflation concerns that many Canadians have? It's right there, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In C8, we're talking about affordable housing. I'd like my colleague to comment on this. On CBC, there was a report that was very critical of the government's affordable housing program. The Liberal government appointed a representative for affordable housing and said that the housing crisis indirectly related to neoliberal policies. I don't think she meant between the NDP and the Liberal, but rather previous government's policies. So the crisis is related to the neoliberal policies that have existed over the past 30 years and a little bit later. I know I don't have much time left, but I'd like to ask my colleague about the fact that we're spending a lot of money right now in Canada when it comes to housing, but we're not hitting the targets. Should we invest massively to meet the targets?
Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. And to his point, this government has spent the most to achieve the least when it comes to the housing issue here in Canada. And I believe, it's simply a fact. When they were elected in 2015, the average price of a home from that time has now doubled, making it more unaffordable for Canadians and people in my riding of Niagara Falls to find a place to live. When they talk about returning all those jobs back to the economy, which is great to see, but when you're looking at a tourism community such as mine, there are still labor shortages that exist. StatsCan itself, in January report, still found over 900,000 jobs that were left unfilled in this country. We've got to get a better job of getting those people back to work, allowing them to earn money so that they can once again afford a place to live.
For a brief question, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was listening intently to the member for Niagara Falls speak about the need to address the housing crisis. The existing underused housing tax in this bill already exempts every Canadian corporation. It's down to only 1% on its own. A hard time getting a sense of whether that's actually going to influence speculators. Could the member speak about, if he's not supportive of this, with the number of exemptions it already has, what is he supportive of to help deal with the housing crisis that we're in?
From the member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what I was alluding to in my remarks with regards to the 1% underused housing tax was the impact it would have on specific local residents in my community, those American visitors and local residents who live during the summer months. We have still yet to get further clarification on how this tax may or may not impact their residences. And so that's what I was alluding to in my remarks. I wrote to the minister, and I wait further comments back from her so that we could supply that information to those residents impacted.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a real pleasure to rise and speak on Bill C8 today, the Fall Economic and Fiscal Update. I just got my seasons confused there. I realized it was the spring and we're still debating the fall economic time change.
Make sure that there's no cross debate going across. The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Well, let me just start by saying one thing. My staff were up in the village of Lytton the other day, and the village of Lytton hasn't had much luck as of late. Finally, after months, we've seen debris removal take place. Some of the archaeological assessments mandated by the provincial government have been completed in conjunction with Lytton First Nation. Everyone's hoping to just move forward and see something built now. Now, this is a provincial matter on one respect, but I had a constituent reach out to me and share an email that the province of British Columbia had issued tender for housing for forest firefighters to be placed in Lytton in preparation for the fires that will invariably take place, God willing, hopefully not, but throughout the interior of British Columbia in just a few months' time. This same constituent pointed out to me that after the truckers' blockade here in Ottawa, the federal government, through the Ontario Economic Development Agency, put forward some funds to help Ontario businesses recover from being shut down for a few weeks. I'm not opposed to that, but I wish this federal government would have done something for Lytton. So during this debate today, my constituents in Lytton are still looking for some answers. And this week, they did get some help in the fall economic statement. I will acknowledge that. But we're hoping this week in the budget that there's going to be a little bit more for BC, because the village of Lytton is still suffering, Madam Speaker, and the people that I represent, they just want to go home. The second point that I would be remiss if I didn't raise is the infrastructure challenges facing the city of Abbotsford. I believe this morning the Fraser Valley Current put out a story on some of the options that are before my hometown and where I live today. The money required to account for the disasters that took place and to plan for future disasters is anywhere over $1 billion to $2.8 billion. It's really bad. A few weeks ago, a number of BC MPs went on a tour throughout the region, and they noticed, and the city officials pleaded with us to keep pushing the federal government that we get the resources we need to protect the Fraser Valley and the most economically significant region of the province of British Columbia. These resources and these contributions is taxpayer money well spent, and I'm really, really hoping to see something more from this federal government on the infrastructure challenges facing Abbotsford and the Eastern Fraser Valley. Madam Speaker, I'm part of a group called Lettsmont Community Forum. It brings together many of the Stalo nations in the Eastern Fraser Valley, the District of Kent, Chehalis First Nation, the village of Harrison Hot Springs. They too, like the city of Abbotsford, are hoping to see more from this federal government in respect to infrastructure dollars. We know that the Canada Infrastructure Bank hasn't spent nearly as much money as it could have. Here's an opportunity to use those funds wisely to support British Columbians when all of the engineers, all of the people are on the same page. We all know that this work needs to get done. Let's do it now before inflation makes it even more expensive in 6 months to a year's time. We have to recover appropriately, and we have to plan for future disasters in the province of British Columbia. Madam Speaker, I would also be remiss if I didn't talk about housing. In my neighborhood, like most other neighborhoods in Abbotsford or Mission, have seen a 100% increase in the cost of housing in the last year or so. Young families People I know, people that I grew up with, seem to fall into two camps. They won the housing lottery or they lost the housing lottery for no fault of their own. People are losing hope, and they need to see this government completely overhaul its approach to housing. Just this morning in the Globe and Mail, the Liberals' touted answer to the housing crisis that we face, the shared equity mortgage programs. We've got them information tabled here before Parliament showing that it didn't work, the money wasn't spent, and people don't want to share their home equity with the Government of Canada, Madam Speaker. The government just has to acknowledge that they got this program wrong, and they need to put that money into something else. It's just not working. Nobody wants to do it. They tried adjusting it once. They increased the family income levels. They increased the price of a home that you were allowed to purchase under the program. It hasn't worked. They need a new approach. The Canadians need something now. We can't wait 3 years for the next election. A young family came to visit me in my office this week, or last week I should say, and they said, you know, we sold our townhouse in Maple Ridge thinking we'd wait a few months, we'd live with our parents, and then we'd buy again. But those few months that they went to live with their parents, there was such an inflationary impact on the cost of housing, they've now been priced out of the market, and they don't know what to do. They're looking for options. We know some of the problems that relate to housing do lie with the municipalities, but I believe the federal government does have a role to incent the construction of more housing. Across the board, this is something all Canadians could get behind. Build more homes. Build more homes for young families. We got to get it done. And this government hasn't been getting it done, and the programs they have put forward are a complete failure. I was speaking to a vegetable grower last night on my way to the airport. Another major issue that's not being addressed by this government is the extreme labor shortages facing Canadian businesses, especially in the agricultural sector. The challenges in the agricultural sector are especially acute right now because Canada is poised to play a greater role in key crops because of the conflict in Ukraine. So we need to be looking very closely about ways to helping our producers get the labor they need, both domestic and foreign, onto our farms as soon as possible because they can't keep up. They can't keep up. They can't keep up with inflation. And if they don't have enough workers, they're just going to have lower profits. Combine that with the inflationary impact, they're facing a really, really challenging year. This government needs to drastically look at how it's dealing with the labor shortage on farms. Food is already going up. I don't know about you, Madam Speaker, but my trips to Costco seem to be getting more and more expensive every single week, and those hothouse tomatoes that I love eating on my sandwiches are costing more and more as well. We got to do more. We have the infrastructure in Canada to produce more food. We have the land, but we just need the policies to attract labor to the agricultural sector to get our crops grown. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And finally, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about gasoline. Like a lot of young dads, I went to soccer practice recently, and I had to fill up my 2015 Toyota RAV4. It cost me over $100. In Abbotsford, the cost of gas was over $2 a liter, I think, when I filled it up. It was $2.01. For a number of years, this government has done everything in its power to prevent Canadian oil and gas to getting to Tidewater, oil and gas getting shipped to refineries. I think everyone in this House has recognized that we need a new approach to oil and gas that allows us to process it efficiently in Canada and to get the pipelines built so that there's not such an affordability crunch on young families. People are really feeling the crunch. So to put this all in summation, Madam Speaker, my constituents can't afford to drive to work anymore. If you're driving into Vancouver 5 days a week, that's with the cost of gasoline, that's a couple extra $100 every month. If you don't own a home right now, you're screwed. Frankly, I had a buddy of mine I went to high school reached out to me the other day and he said, Brad, I've been renting this house for 10 years, I'm paying like $1,700 in rent. The owner just sold it. Now I have to go into a smaller place and my rent is doubled. I don't know what I'm going to do for my kids anymore. I am in a tight bind. I don't even know if I have a future in our province anymore, Brad. So, Madam Speaker, we have to look very closely at what we're doing on housing, the inflationary impact of all this spending. There's a lot of things going on in our country, and thank you for the time to share a bit of that today.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member started off his speech by talking about how we're now in the spring and we're talking about the fall economic statement. As he would know, the only people that are still debating this are the Conservatives. Every other party has given up on it. I'm wondering if he can provide some insight into how much longer the Conservatives are going to keep this up and drag this on. And before I get the fake outrage about everybody needing, to speak to this at every stage repeatedly because it's part of the democratic process, and I fully understand that, I'm hoping that this member can provide some insight into when we will actually allow this to collapse so that we can actually vote on it and move forward, because I'm really hoping that we can pass this before we pass the spring budget.
End the filibuster. The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think I agree with something from the member of Kingston, Thousand and the Islands. I was just in the...
The Honourable member has a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I only represent 2 of the Thousand Islands. It's Kingston and the Islands, not the Thousand Islands.
Sorry.
Okay. The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Kingston and the Islands. My apologies, Madam Speaker. Well, right before when I was on the red eye last night, and I figured I was going to be voting on time allocation this morning, but apparently the agreement between the Liberals and the NDP for supporting time allocation failed. So the members talking about the Conservatives, it was actually the failure of the House Leader of the Liberal Party and the New Democratic Party to reach an agreement, Madam Speaker, on time allocation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je vais poursuivre un peu. J'avais posé.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, I had another question earlier about the housing crisis, and so I'll follow up on that. Earlier, we heard in Radio-Canada that the most important program, the National Strategy and the Rental Construction Strategy, has a budget of about $26 billion, 40% of the overall national housing strategy. According to rules, 20% of housing starts must be affordable. But the problem is that only 3% of housing units funded through the program actually meet the needs of low-income families. We are spending $40 billion on this. 40% of $26 billion, rather, in order to construct affordable housing, and yet only 3% is actually going to that. So my question to my colleagues is, they're always worried about inflation, but what do we do to actually house people without increasing inflation?
Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je crois dans...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In this case, I believe that the federal government needs to look at some of its programs about the National Housing Strategy. It needs to ensure that the provinces and territories take care of housing builds for young families.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I listened to the member's speech with great interest in that I think we share some characteristics in our riding where lots of people in our riding don't have good alternatives for getting to work other than to drive their cars. And they're facing really, really high cost increases from the gas increases. So I wonder whether the member is also on board with me in hoping that the budget that comes forward will include significant financing for public transit so people have affordable alternatives, and will include significant financing for the transition to electric cars.
Here, here. The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Vancouver Island for a very fair question. Back 100 years ago in the Fraser Valley, we had electric rail that went from Vancouver to Chilliwack. Yet we've moved away from that, and we need to get back to rail infrastructure to ease the congestion, to get people to where they need to go faster. People want it. It's good for the economy. It's good for people's well-being. We need to make investments in rail infrastructure. Back in 2015, the Liberals promised that they were going to get SkyTrain built and it still hasn't been built out to Langley. We need to move faster on critical rail infrastructure in this country to move people and our goods faster. It's good for the economy. It's good for everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in this House in all circumstances. Unfortunately, today, when we talk about the economy of this country, we certainly have a lot to be desired. For the last couple of years that I've had the privilege of serving my constituency in this capacity as their Member of Parliament, we've asked for a survey. We've asked for feedback from them with respect to things that they're facing from an economic perspective. And I just got these results back, and I think it's timely that today I would rise and talk about, I know it's the full economic perspective that, I choose not to call it that. It's more of a doomsday story, but it's an opportunity for me to rise and speak about what my constituents have had to say about what they're facing today and moving forward. The first ones I'm going to go to is our businesses. Our businesses have been impacted greatly by this, and one of the questions that we asked of them was, so what impact has the global pandemic had on your business? 96% of the businesses in my riding who responded to the survey said that it was bad or very bad for them and their business. The impacts are far-reaching. We asked them what their expectations were for 2022 as they go into this new year. Almost 30%, 29.5% of the the respondents said that they weren't sure, that the government did not give them confidence as to what to expect, and they weren't sure how that was going to impact their business. 22% were hopeful that they would restore to some semblance of normality in their business. We asked the question, when the pandemic began, there was already a high level of uncertainty with the economy, but few thought that the pandemic would last longer than it has, which is 2 years now. How is your business positioned to manage the ongoing impacts of the, going into 2022? 51% said that they are managing, but the revenues are substantially lower, and they anticipate those revenues to remain low. 22% said that they are struggling and continue to struggle in their fight to keep their businesses operating. They need the economy to return to normal in order for them to just survive as a business. We asked the question, the federal Liberals have promised stimulus spending in the next budget. Experts like the Parliamentary Budget Officer have said that stimulus is unnecessary and could harm our economy with more inflation. Would stimulus help your industry or your company? 48% said no, we don't need more government stimulus. We need employees, and we need the opportunity to get our economy back to normal and the pandemic to end, the restrictions to end, and skilled workers to be able to function as we did previous to that. One of the things that was interesting, we asked them what barriers they thought their company had to growth currently and what they're facing in 2022. It was interesting to note that 81%, almost 82% of the respondents said that higher taxes and the rising costs were some of the barriers that they faced with respect to their company's growth. Higher payroll costs, and we know that this government likes to increase or has increased and will continue to increase payroll costs. 67% of respondents said that payroll costs were costing their business significantly. Government red tape and regulations from a federal level was almost 56%. There was a lack of supplies and resources due to the pandemic, was almost 40%. So we had access to markets and dependent on climate or on client situations. These were all factors that businesses in my riding were very concerned about, their ability to continue in business. Now, we asked them preemptively about the April 1st carbon tax increase of $50 to $50 a ton, and what that will do to their business. We had 89% of businesses say that that will have a very negative impact, and another 8% said that they would have a somewhat of a negative impact on their business and their ability to continue to function as a business. Surprisingly, we asked, how much would you expect to spend on carbon taxes this year? The majority, 40%, said it's uncertain exactly what that amount will be. But there was about 20% were in the range between 10 and 25,000, and another 20% were in the range between $5,000 and $10,000 just in extra carbon taxes this year alone. So it makes one wonder what this government is doing. They talk a big talk about what they're going to do to impact business and the economy, and yet the very nature of some of the policies they put in place do exactly the opposite. They thwart growth and they thwart the ability of businesses to thrive. And we know that when our businesses thrive, our economy thrives. We asked, we did 3 surveys, like I said, businesses, municipalities, and individuals. And some of our individuals had some very interesting feedback. What measures would improve your life for your family, for you and your family? And it was interesting that we had 40% said ending the restrictions, lockdowns, and returning life to normal, and 35% lowering the cost of everything from food to gasoline to utilities. That was the majority of the responses that we had. And we asked what your expectations are in 2022. And we had a full 72% said, we hope and we pray that there will be an end to the perpetual pandemics that we seem to be going on in this particular country. One of the other questions we asked is, inflation has been climbing between 5% and 6% this past year on essentials. And have you noticed inflation in your daily living? We had 92% said that everything for them in their life, as the previous speaker, my colleague, I forget his riding completely, but Mission, Mascouy, Fraser Valley. Fraser Canyon, I was close. Almost as close as my friend across the way over there. Point of order. 92% that everything was more expensive, and it's very, very true. Food prices, gasoline prices, those are significant increases that individuals have indicated continue to plague them and their households. One of the questions we asked is, many people reported being impacted by mental health during the pandemic this last year. And since last year, what changes have you seen in your mental health and the health of those around you? And surprisingly, 39.5% of individual respondents said that their mental health has been declining. And another 32% said it's been declining significantly. Those are alarming numbers to me, and indications that we have to realize that this pandemic has had significant impact on our mental health. We asked them further, do you, your family, or friends have access to mental health supports? Thankfully, about 65% said they did, and yet 25 or almost 30% said they did not, which is alarming. What should the government focus on to support long-term growth and jobs in this country, was a question we asked individuals. 45% said agriculture, 53% said energy, 30% said manufacturers, another 30% said new technologies, 16% said green technology and renewables. Tourism was 18%. Small business, these are the individuals now who recognize the value of small business. 58% said that small business should be the focus of what we do, what government should be doing. So we can see, Madam Speaker, that as I wrap up, that while this government talks a good talk about what we want to do, what they want to do for the economy, we can see that people on the ground who experience what is and what isn't happening in this economy, and what isn't happening in this country is having a negative impact. They're struggling to make ends meet. Everything's getting more expensive. The carbon tax has just exasperated an already difficult situation with them, and I certainly would entertain questions on this, and I thank the constituents of Medicine Hat, Carson Warner, businesses, municipalities, and individuals for the great information they've shared with us and their perspective on what they need from this government moving forward.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's truly amazing when the Conservatives talk about inflation. What they often forget to mention is that inflation is not unique to Canada. It's happening around the world. And if you take a look at the average inflation rate in the G20 countries, Canada does well. We are less than the average of the G20. When you compare Canada's inflation rate to the United States, we're actually less than the United States, Madam Speaker. So I find it somewhat disingenuous coming from the Conservative Party to try to give some sort of a false narrative as if it is this government's policy that is directly causing inflation, when in fact this government policy is protecting and covering the backs of Canadians, is ensuring that we have jobs well into the future. And I'm wondering if, upon using some hindsight, if the member is trying to imply to Canadians that the money that we spent on the wage subsidy, on CERB, is money that we should not have spent. Is that what the Conservative Party today, or at least the right wing of the Conservative Party today, is saying?
Great question.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Well, I'm glad he finally got to a question, Madam Speaker, rather than just his usual spouting off of rhetoric. You know, what I will tell you is this. This particular government is responsible for the inflation in this country. It's easy for them to talk about it's a global problem. We don't have to worry about it. It's a global problem. Well, you know what? The policies of this government in this time are the ones who are directly responsible for the inflation we're experiencing in this country right now. Take ownership, live up to it, and develop some policies that'll give people some hope moving forward.
The Honourable Member de la Pointe de l'Île. Madam Speaker, with C8, the first time the federal government is butting in to property tax. We proposed one amendment. We tried to find a compromise so that property tax measures do not apply to a province like Quebec without its consent. It was deemed non-admissible by the chair, the Liberal chair. What does my colleague have to say about this?
Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question. I'm not familiar specifically with the issue that he raises with respect to the impact of property taxes and Quebec's desire to have a say in that. I will say that I certainly support, and our party certainly supports, some provincial autonomy and the ability for provinces to make some decisions that that impact them rather than the federal government knows best. And I certainly don't support any measure where the government, the federal government, imposes some of their measures on the responsibility that it's the provincial governments. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. The two comments that I would like to make and the two questions that I would ask him. First off, we know when we talk about Canadians filling up their tanks that the oil and gas companies have price gouged Canadians for many, many years, been documented in many studies. What they do is they actually jack up prices far beyond what they should normally charge, and they keep those prices high even when the price of crude has come down. And so this price gouging does the member agree with me that this is not something that oil and gas companies should be doing to Canadian consumers? My second question is around the transition to clean energy and the fact that the federal government plays a role in just transition and making sure Canadians can go to electric vehicles, which of course are very much more cost effective. Doesn't he not agree with me that this would be an important initiative for the federal government to undertake?
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner, has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you. I hope to take the entire minute, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my friend for his question, and I've always appreciated the approach with which he, while we disagree on many fronts, I've always appreciated the depth of his questions, and I know he cares deeply about his constituents. I will say this. I think that it's important to recognize that in a fair market, you would hope that companies would be responsible to the consumer. We have seen in many different sectors, not only just in the energy sector, that sometimes that is not always the case. And I don't have an easy solution to that issue, but it's exacerbated by the government continuing to raise taxes at all levels, excise taxes and carbon taxes on the price of fuel. With respect to the transition to electric, You know, I will say that I find it difficult when I see electric generators in many places across this country as stations for vehicles to be charged that are operated by diesel operated electric generators. I find that ironic, quite honestly. And in my riding, I could not travel across my riding without with electric vehicle, without having to charge it a number of times if I wanted to get back home in the same day.
Fortunately, I've allowed the honourable member some additional time than the 1 minute, but there's no more time. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I had no problems with my colleague continuing on. I appreciate my colleague from Medicine Hat, Cardstone Warner. It is an honour to rise today to speak to Bill C-8, the Economic and Fiscal Update Implementation Act. I'd like to thank the people of Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan for their overwhelming confidence in sending me to Ottawa to serve them as their Member of Parliament. In my maiden speech, I recognized the sacrifices of my family. I would be remiss today if I did not recognize the team of volunteers who door-knocked, canvassed, made phone calls, and contributed to help get me here today so that true Saskatchewan values have a voice in this House, so that people from Saskatchewan can participate in Confederation and bring a voice of reason to this House. I want to focus today on something that affects everyone daily, but this government seems to have forgotten about: the skyrocketing costs of living. Last Friday, Canadians got a rude April Fool's joke played on them in the form of a 25% hike to the carbon tax. This means that when I drove to the airport last night, gas in my riding was up to $1.68 per litre. This came at a time when inflation had already hit a 30-year high of 5.7%. The Liberals, when challenged on this, always compares us to other countries. I've just witnessed that. We are not here to compare ourselves to others. We are here to fight for the interests of our constituents. And just because inflation here isn't as bad as another country, it doesn't mean that it is good. The Liberals must address this and take responsibility for it. Inflation is increasing the cost of everything: groceries, housing, and everyday essentials that Canadians rely on. How did the Liberals decide to try and help Canadians that are already struggling? By hiking their taxes yet again. Now, the problem with raising the carbon tax is that it doesn't just target the cost of gas. It hits everything that is transported or harvested with gas. So essentially, everything we buy is affected. Raising the carbon tax even increases inflation. The Bank of Canada told us recently that the tax accounted for 0.4% of the latest inflation numbers. 0.4% of the latest inflation numbers. A few weeks ago, we, the Conservatives, offered a solution to these high gas prices. We proposed a motion to pause the GST on gas. Unsurprisingly, the Liberals voted this down. We are saying, and I've been saying since my maiden speech, that policy needs to be there and exist to help people, not punish them. And hiking the carbon tax during the current inflationary crisis is hurting Canadians. The least this government could do is postpone this tax grab. The largest contributor to the global economy is the consumer. Those consumers, in this case, our citizens, our taxpayers, that's who they are. When you reduce their buying power, it actually slows down the global economy. This has created a bureaucratic cycle implemented by this Liberal government. How does this happen? The Liberal government taxes someone with one hand and then with the other gives the money back to them. In that bureaucratic cycle, it costs the taxpayer their hard-earned dollars because someone has to administer and oversee the tax. This lost money should be used by the consumers to purchase goods and services to support their own household. We see this in every policy that the Liberal government comes out with. It's like going to the carnival and seeing the giant pea and shell game. It's just moving money around. Everyone knows that this is just a bureaucratic mess. Now, leading up to the federal budget, we're hearing more and more about the number of big spending promises that the Liberals have made to buy the support of their coalition partners, the NDP. National dental care, national pharmacare. On top of these pet NDP causes, we have the Russian invasion of the Ukraine forcing this government to finally rethink defense spending. I'm glad to see that they are finally buying the F-35s that Stephen Harper, our former Prime Minister, agreed to buy nearly a decade ago.
About time.
But it is coming at a higher cost and at a time when Canada will struggle to afford it. Mr. Speaker, as someone who has served in the Royal Canadian Air Force, increasing Canada's defense spending is something that I wholeheartedly agree with. However, times like this are why we need a Prime Minister that thinks about monetary policy. A leader who spent any time thinking about it would know that all these big spending promises costs Canadians. The Canadian debt is skyrocketing under this government. According to the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, the national debt is now over $1 trillion. Wow. It is growing by 16 million per hour, and your share of it is over $31,000 at this point in time. My youngest daughter is 6 years old. We are spending money that her children will be paying back, probably her grandchildren too. We expect government to set an example and be reflective of who we are as a society. We don't remortgage our home to buy something for ourselves. We mortgage a home to have a place to raise a family and to leave something to our children when we've paid it off. To leave a legacy. What legacy are we going to be leaving behind at this point? I talked about this theme in my maiden speech, our shared responsibility to leave something to our children and to future generations. Well, leaving them $1 trillion national debt isn't what I had in mind. Last week, we debated another Conservative motion calling on this government to exercise any semblance of fiscal restraint in the upcoming budget. Well, we voted on that, and unsurprisingly, the NDP Liberal coalition voted against it. Let's not fool ourselves. Pierre Elliott Trudeau was a member of the CCF, the precursor to the NDP prior to 1965. Now this coalition is coming full circle and showing this Prime Minister's true colors. Mr. Speaker, it took this country decades to dig our way out of the debt that Pierre Trudeau left us. How many decades will we be cleaning up his son's mess? I'd like to spend a little bit of time before we finish talking about Canadian veterans. I sit on the Veterans Affairs Committee, and we've been studying the rising backlog of cases under this government. The average wait times are bad enough, but they get even worse if you're Francophone or female. Wow. Heaven forbid you're a female Francophone. I expect we will see some mention of this in this week's budget. However, I know that it will not be enough to fix the lingering issues. The fact that we're planning on spending nearly $1 billion on electric infrastructure just shows how out of touch we are, that we're not focusing on veterans, that the number of sizable chunk of the entire budget for the Veterans Affairs of Canada could be used. Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned about the future of our country, and I thank you for the time to be able to share that.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's interesting in catching the tail comments from the member opposite. I think that we can do both. I think that we can continue to support our seniors, in particular our veterans, as the members referenced. We have seen huge investments to support our veterans in recent years. We've reopened many of the offices, if not all of the office that the Stephen Harper era shut down. And I also believe, Mr. Speaker, that we can continue to move forward in terms of our environment and green initiatives. And we've seen that, and I look forward to seeing more of that in the budget ahead. And my question to the member is, would he not agree that, in fact, you can move forward on both of those items in a budget?
The Honourable Member, Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague bringing that comment forward. I think there's obviously two components to this, and let's focus on this. Veterans, in my writing, are being challenged. They're suffering. Their pension, their buying power is being lost. And then there's another component to the green initiatives. And I've said that policy shouldn't be there to punish us. It should be there to help us. And we haven't seen that. We've just seen money coming from one hand to the next hand. And in that process, Mr. Speaker, in that process, someone has to pay for it, and that is the taxpayer. We're losing buying power because of bad policies. Bad policies.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to commend my colleague from Saskatchewan for his presentation. I heard him speak about processing delays for Francophone veterans and women veterans in the armed forces. This is something that is really striking. I have a veteran in my riding, and the processing took a decade. And this is what he said to me. He said that if the government had put as much energy and money in rectifying his issue rather than contesting it over and over again, the problem would have, other veterans would have been helped. My question has to do with something else. In C8, there is once again a new butting into provincial jurisdictions. The government does this often, especially when it comes to healthcare, but in this case there's a new kind of butting in. The federal government wants to stick its nose into municipal jurisdictions when it comes to property tax. Does my colleague have an opinion on the matter? Does, like me, he believe that the federal government is going too far once again?
The Honourable Member, Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Well, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for, number one, his comments concerning Veterans Affairs and the challenges that Francophone veterans are facing with the backlog. I find that's unacceptable. If you've served, it doesn't matter whether you're male, female, English or French. You have served this country, and you deserve and you are entitled to fair treatment and fair service. And so please know that while we're in committee, that we will be fighting for that poor service, that backlog that's been happening, and that I'm very disappointed that that's a challenge that we're facing. As regards to municipal taxation, I'm a former mayor of the city of Moose Jaw, and what happens is the municipality gets 8% of tax revenue, and that same taxpayer is paying 92% to the federal and provincial governments. And municipalities deal with cleaning up garbage, paving roads, providing parks, and all those essential things and infrastructure required for Canadians to get to their work or to have a healthy life and a lifestyle. And so there's overreach, and we've continually seen overreach by this Liberal government in everything, whether it's been this municipality tax or whether it's been the Emergencies Act. It's always overreaching, always overstepping the mark.
Brings the continuing debate, the honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to be here this morning and talking about government spending again, something that this government knows how to do very, very well and has been very actively spending taxpayers' dollars as they see fit, as if it's their own slush fund. And I'm here to speak against Bill C-8 because some of that bill will actually do the exact same thing that has been happening before. Let's just review, Mr. Speaker, what's going on in the Canadian economy as we speak today. Typical housing prices has gone from $345,000 to $810,000. Biggest one-time gain of all time. $400 billion of newly created government cash was pumped into the financial markets, and a lot of that money went into high-risk mortgages at rates subject less than inflation. So those are concerns that I think going into the future that Canadian taxpayers should be concerned about as we're insuring a lot of those mortgages, those high-risk mortgages. We're seeing the price of food going up. And that's something I hear quite often, Mr. Speaker, is the price of, for example, chicken's up 6.2%, beef's up 12%, bacon up 20%, and bread's up 5%. Now, that's old numbers, Mr. Speaker. Those numbers aren't no longer relevant. You could almost double them today, and that's what you'd see when you go to buy things at the grocery store. Again, inflationary pressures are starting to become a major factor in what Canadians are facing moving forward, not COVID pressures. As we see the economies open up here in Canada, Saskatchewan's been open now for literally over a month and a half. Masking mandates have been removed, passports have been removed. Canadians are getting back to business, except for federal employees that, for one reason or another, decided not to be vaccinated or not to reveal their status. Those people are still sitting on unemployment lines or have been laid off or fired, which is really sad when you look at the history of these people, what they've contributed to our economy and to our civil service. These are folks that, are pen guards or federal workers who've given their heart and soul to their job only to be told because they didn't release medical status that they no longer were needed or wanted. It's amazing to lose that type of skill set at this point in time with that experience in a situation where we've got unemployment sitting here where people are demanding, looking for labor. The government's going to have a huge problem filling that criteria and filling those shoes of those people that are left. Mr. Speaker, I think this government's forgot history. And I'm going to go down a trip down memory lane, just like I did last week when I was talking about our motion to look for a way back to balanced budget. This government has not remembered the mistakes of the past. They haven't talked to former Liberal members who went through the process of actually trying to balance the budget after they were told they had to. So let's go back to the 1990s. Let's look at the situation then in 92, 93. All of a sudden, the warning signs are going off. We had inflation. We'd come through a period in the 80s where if you got a mortgage for 14%, you were excited. I can remember buying my first house. I was excited. I got a mortgage at 14%. Now, if I can't get a mortgage at 2.5%, 3%, I'm mad, which really tells you the differences that are sitting right now. But where we're possibly heading to again, we've seen rapid inflationary pressures. We've seen oil and gas pressure. The Canadian economy is showing strides. If you had a job, you were excited because I know coming out of high school in 84, 85, if I get a job at McDonald's, I was taking it because there wasn't a lot of jobs to be had. A lot of people flocked to university just because they had no options other than might as well continue going to school because there's no jobs to be had. In 94, Moody's investors lowered our credit rating. In 95, 96, we had more people jumping on that role saying that Canada need to do something. And, basically in 96, that's when John Chrétien and Finance Minister Paul Martin had to go through the process of making decisions that they didn't want to make, and decisions I hope no future governments will ever have to make. The federal government, for example, went to block transfers to the provinces. They cut healthcare funding substantially to 1993 levels, and those levels weren't returned to normal or 93 levels until 2004. It took that long to get things back in order so that we could actually start putting more money back into our healthcare system. Basically, we've seen a situation where people were looking at the economy and were in dire needs, and there was just no financial resources there to help them out. We'd spent the cupboard bare, and the government had to make all sorts of difficult choices, both at the federal and provincial level, to pay back the excessive borrowing that was happened in previous governments, the Trudeau government of the early 70s, late 70s. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to see that repeated. I don't want to see that handed on to my kids or my grandkids, hopefully grandkids somewhere down the road. Mr. Speaker, think about it. We're spending a lot of money. We're seeing inflationary pressures. We're seeing all sorts of instability around the world. We're spending our reserves that maybe needed to be saved for another rainy day like we did when COVID-19 was first hit, or when we had the Great Recession of 2008, when we had some fiscal capacity. We can go out and actually spend some money and strategically use it in such a way to advance our communities and help things that needed to be done get done earlier, and then get back to balanced budgets in 2015. And now we're seeing this government going and spending like crazy. And part of it is okay. I have to admit, part of it was fine. Supporting people during the time of COVID-19 was important. We had to be there for them. And I think all parties agreed with that. But now as we get out of COVID and we start looking into the future and we start looking at post-COVID, all of a sudden we haven't learned a lesson, and we continue to keep spending and spending and spending. And you have to wonder, well, what is the role of taxpayers here? Is the taxpayers really on board with this type of spending? Go back to last election, they didn't vote for a coalition government. They didn't vote for a new dental care program or a new pharmacare program. They didn't vote for a coalition government. They, in fact, if you asked them that today, they would be totally against it. And that would change their voting habits in this last election. And when you start looking at the costs of these types of programs, one has to wonder, who's going to pay for it? How are we going to pay for it? Well, there is some options. If you want to go to a dental care program or a healthcare program, there is options to pay for that. One of the things is quit shutting down the industries that actually would pay for it. The oil and gas, for example. We have the safest oil and gas in the world, most ethical oil and gas in the world. We just need to get it to market. And by getting to market, we'd have royalties that would actually be used to keep our deficits low and actually pay for services like a dental care program, or increase funding to healthcare or education, or the transition to a green economy, which is somewhere that we all know we have to go. But our transition isn't going to be one that's paid by royalties off oil and gas. It's going to be paid off of deficits and debt. Now, Liberals call this investment. Well, that's fine. But in the same breath, why are you borrowing money when you've got the ability to raise the money? And that's what drives me crazy. And I think a lot of Canadians crazy is they see opportunities for this government to actually really get this economy going. And what do? They bring in regulations or policies that slow it down or shut it down. They bring in policies that nowhere else in the world are being followed. And they're putting Canadians to restrictions that nobody else has to face. A classic example is when you look at the oil and gas regulations for the environment that we have here in Canada, and we have our friend across the line, President Biden, and the type of regulations he put in place. If he was so in favor of what we've done here in Canada, why didn't he copy us? Why didn't he bring in our methane regulations? Why did he bring in the exact same regulations we had here? Did he do that? Has he done that? Is he going to do that? I think the answer to that is no, because he will not risk the U.S. economy in light of what they need to do as far as moving forward in electronic vehicles or the or green economy. He's not going to throw it away. He's basically going to try to do both at the same time, which is what Prime Minister Harper was trying to do. He was balancing the economy and the environment together. If you look at other sectors, if you talk to the manufacturing sector, Mr. Speaker, they're saying we're losing manufacturing left, right, and center. They're saying nobody's reinvesting in Canada because it's just too expensive to operate here in Canada. I was down in the U.S. 2 weeks ago and had some closed-door meetings with some senators, and they're saying the reputation of Canada being a great member of supply chain is at serious risk. They're saying you guys just can't seem to get it together up there. You just don't have the ability to be part of a supply chain anymore. You're great for one-off purchases, but if you want to be part embedded in our supply chain, you need to improve your border efficiency. You need to improve your reliance. You got to improve your tax structure, and not all of it's federal problems. I will agree that some of it's municipal and some of it's provincial. But we need to get to work on that, and those are where we need to focus at. So, Mr. Speaker, when we look at things that we could be spending money on, things that should actually be there to grow our economy, to actually make things go stronger, that would be wise. But I think more importantly, I think we need to be a little bit smarter here. We think we have to be a little more proactive. Let's actually spend money where it's needed, where it's required immediately. And let's not go and chase new dreams and new structural deficits and debts that leave our kids basically out in the cold making the exact same decisions that Paul Martin and John Chrétien had to make, and even Ralph Goodale was part of that role. I encourage the Liberals to go back and talk to some old Liberals. And I think a lot of the old Liberals like Dan McTeague would say, what is this party? Who are what this government's been doing? They would not endorse it. They would not say that this is a prudent way forward. They have the scars of going through the 95, 96 cuts, 97 cuts, and experience that. So, Mr. Speaker, let's not make the same mistakes. Let's learn from history. Let's move forward. Let's do it in a prudent, proactive way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate greatly the speech that my friend from Prince Albert just made. So regarding C8 and obviously the significant impacts that it has on our country and our fiscal situation, but I'd like to ask my colleague's opinion. The Liberals have an opportunity to vote in favor of a Conservative motion here this afternoon that would actually provide some important, I believe, context for to address some of the fiscal realities that our country is facing. I'm wondering if my friend and colleague would be able to comment on that vote that will take place just after question period here today.
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, I think a lot of people are following this vote very closely because it sends a signal to Canadians on how or not, or if this government's going to act responsible. Having a game plan on how you're going to pay back your debt or get to zero deficit isn't a bad thing. Having a strategy in place to say this is our focus as we go out of the COVID world into an economy that is facing possibly another global war with what we're seeing in Ukraine and Russia is probably a good thing. And actually making sure that we've got our ducks in a row physically and financially, I think is very important. And Canadians want to see that out of government. But right now, what they're seeing out of government is actually confusion. They're seeing a lot of spending. They're seeing a lot of untargeted hyperbole on things that they want to do moving forward, but nothing that really focuses on Canadians that will actually set their families up for the future, and nothing that will prevent our kids from making bad or horrible decisions that the Liberals made in 95, 96 because of irresponsible spending before them.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Rosemont.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petit Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I'm a bit surprised to hear him talk against dental care. I imagine that people in his riding could really save a lot of money by getting their dental care fees reimbursed. I would suggest that if we want to pay for new services, we have to get the money where it is. What does he think about having a special tax on indecent profits by the banks that have made $60 billion, a 40% increase in a single year? Why not tax the super rich and the banks that are making astronomical profits? It makes no sense.
Well, thank you for the question. And, actually, you make an excellent point. You think people here in Saskatchewan want dental care? Yes, they do. But they also don't want to burden their kids with all sorts of expenses that they can't afford. This is a structural change in government spending. So you need the tax revenue, not just today, but going to the future to pay for it. So you ask, how are you going to do that? Well, you just shut down the oil and gas sector. You just heard from the manufacturing sector, they're leaving. So what are you going to do? My suggestion, if you want to have a dental program and a pharmacare program, maybe get the cash first. Maybe pay for it instead of deficit financing it and then waiting for somewhere down the road to pay for it. Now, you talk about the big banks and the people that make tremendous monies through their corporations. Proper taxation is very important, no question about that. But keep in mind, a big bank, when it makes money, what does it do? It pays out dividends. What do those shareholders do? They reinvest it back in the Canadian economy. They go and buy things. Or they borrow from that bank and they use it in their business to function their operating capital. So if you want to have fair taxation rates for banks, let's talk about that. Let's make that part of the debate. But why not raise that money first before you start committing Canadians to a structural expense that they may not be able to afford?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is an IPCC panel report that was published this morning at 11 a.m. I wonder what my colleague thinks about it. The projected carbon emissions coming from fossil fuel industry is currently set at a total that should not increase in order not to increase the 1.5 degree amount. It would ensure that lots of emissions need to be left in the ground. I need to know what my colleague thinks about this.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, I haven't seen the entire report, so it's hard to comment on it. But an honest comment about fossil fuels and keeping them in the ground and emissions. Well, let's talk about a few things. First of all, this is a global crisis. So where is the most energy or environmentally friendly fossil fuel in the world? That's in Canada. So if you want to shut down the Canadian industry, okay, shut that down. But it's going to get replaced because people are still burning fuel. What the Europeans are found out right now when they couldn't get oil and gas from Russia, they're still burning fuel. So where's it going to come from? The areas that are not environmentally friendly, that'll actually increase the speed of carbon emissions in the world and provide cheap, dirty, unethical oil all over the world. So you have a choice to make, and it's a very clear choice. You can have energy security here in Canada. You can have a very safe, green, ethical fund growing here in Canada in the oil and gas sector, whether it's in Newfoundland or Alberta and Saskatchewan, or you can get it from Venezuela, or you can get it from third world dictators like Russia. What do you want? You've got to decide. Because right now, the decisions that are being made don't make a lot of sense.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Abbotsford, and there's about 4 minutes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Prince Albert has it right. Canada is the place where we should be investing. We should be harnessing the power of our energy sector to get clean energy to the rest of the world. Unfortunately, the NDP Liberal coalition government doesn't understand that. And we know that this Thursday, this government, this NDP Liberal government is going to be tabling its 2022 budget. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, based on this government's track record these past 7 years, I expect it will again fail to meet the expectations and the aspirations of Canadians for their future. For 2 long years, Canadians have been resilient, hoping to see a return to normal. Once mandates began to lift, lockdowns were lifted, Canadians were vaccinated, and instead Canadians are struggling more than ever due to a soaring consumer price inflation rate, which stands at 5.7% today, and it's going up. In fact, the Governor of the Bank of Canada, Mr. Speaker, has suggested it's going to get worse before it gets better. So Canadians have a right to be concerned. They've got 30-year high in inflation, skyrocketing housing prices, which have exacerbated the mess which our Liberal government has made of the economy. Now, economists have been warning for well over a year that there was an inflation crisis coming, and yet the experts in our government assured us that inflation was transitory, nothing to see here. Meanwhile, the hundreds of billions of dollars of special stimulus, as the Prime Minister called it, was being pumped into our economy, and of course, those were taxpayers' dollars, and that was beginning to flood into our economy with excess cash driving the inflation rate, driving up the cost of everything. We Conservatives had warned the Finance Minister that out-of-control borrowing and spending without a plan to return to balanced budgets and a plan to manage the massive debt that this Liberal government was leaving behind would leave future generations of Canadians to pay for this mess, this huge albatross hanging around their necks going forward. And we understand why this has happened because, as you know, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has said he doesn't think about monetary policy. For the leader of this country not to care about monetary policy and its role in driving inflation in this country is appalling. So, Mr. Speaker, when I have an opportunity to continue my speech after question period, I'd love to elucidate and expand on those comments. Thank you very much.
Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. April is Sikh Heritage Month. And you know, my pudgy back in 2019 brought in legislation that ultimately passed unanimously from all sides of this House, recognizing the importance importance of Sikhism to not only Canada, but around the world, Mr. Speaker. So it's with a very proud heart, I say to people, April is the month in which we should be recognizing the importance of Sikhism from coast to coast to coast here in Canada. April 12th is a very special day. That's a day in which we celebrate Vaisakhi, Mr. Speaker. And at this time, I would like to be able to wish everyone a very happy Vaisakhi. Mr. Speaker, I have been touched and blessed since 1988 when I was first elected to the Manitoba legislature in regards to the Parliament and the importance of Sikhism. And I just want to say to everyone, Sat Sri Akal.
The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, our community of Bay of Quinte was changed forever on March 19th when the unimaginable happened. While on their way home from a family vacation in Florida, the Court family was in a horrific vehicle accident. While driving home, they were struck by a cement truck. Jamie and Hannah are in critical care. Ethan and Peter were badly injured, and Maddie and Joni were taken from this earth into the arms of their grandparents who predeceased them. Many had asked what they could do to help, and the community has come through for them. Over $482,000 has been raised by the Bay of Quinte community in just 2 weeks. While we don't know the specifics of this journey, we know the road ahead will be long and fraught with immeasurable grief. Your love, support, and prayers are appreciated during this time by the family and by the community. Let us continue to pray for the Court family and the recovery. On behalf of the community, thank you for all the support to them in this time of unimaginable need. Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every year Muslims across the world take part in Ramadan. As we fast from dawn to sunset for the next month, we take the time to reflect on ourselves, our actions, and our values. Ramadan is a time of patience, empathy, and compassion. It is a time when we grow closer to our families, friends, and community. We open our hearts and strive to give back to our community through charity and volunteerism. We share these values as Muslims and Canadians who work every day to make our country a better place. This year, for the first time in 2 years, we will be able to observe Ramadan together in the community while still observing public health best practices. We will be able to join together in our local mosques for Tarawih prayers and join our families for iftar. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members to join me in saying to Muslims in Canada, Ramadan Mubarak, Ramadan Kareem.
Ramadan Mubarak.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the horrifying images of abandoned bodies in the streets of Bucha remind us of the horrors of war. This is something that affects us deeply in our very humanity. We see all the sadness of the world in these dead bodies, scattered and abandoned, stretched out on the asphalt, thrown away. These were women and men who loved and were loved, who lived, laughed, just like us. We see all the ugliness of the world in the barbarity that led to their deaths. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I unreservedly condemn the war crimes perpetrated in Bucha and elsewhere in Ukraine. We need to do more. We need to do it faster, and we need to do better. We have a sacred responsibility to help Ukrainians, especially since now we know what awaits them if we do nothing.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, last weekend, Muslims throughout the planet started the sacred month of Ramadan, a month of spiritual contemplation with an emphasis placed on worship. During the month, Muslims fast from sunrise to sunset as a way to grow closer to God. I would like to wish the 20,000 Laval inhabitants who are Muslim and Muslims throughout Canada, I would like to wish all of you a blessed month. I hope that this month and its teachings of compassion and gratitude will be reflected on the community and bring all of us more openness, inclusion, and tolerance. I'm already looking forward to sharing iftars with members of the Alfred Pellan community. Their community cohesion, generosity, and spirit of sharing are a valuable part of our cultural mosaic. Ramadan Mubarak. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize the great work of Habitat for Humanity Northumberland. Back in March, I attended Habitat home dedications in Coburg and Bewdley to celebrate the wonderful work they are doing in our riding. Habitat for Humanity's mission is to break the cycle of poverty through their innovative home ownership program, which helps individuals and families in financially vulnerable situations build and buy quality houses. But, Mr. Speaker, they do so much more than just build houses. They help build homes for families, which strengthen our community with every family partnership. So a special shout out goes to Megan McDonald and her team for all the great work they do at Habitat Humanity in Northumberland. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Habitat for Humanity.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, April is Sikh Heritage Month in Canada, where we celebrate the contributions and accomplishments of Sikh pioneers for their positive impact on our country. This past weekend, I had the opportunity to attend the Sikh Heritage Society of BC's annual opening gala in celebration of these rich historic and cultural contributions. I was inspired in speaking to many young leaders and hearing how proud they are to be Sikh and Canadian. These identities are not separate, but rather forever intertwined. Mr. Speaker, for me, this is the essence of why Sikh Heritage Month is so important, celebrating past achievements to chart a similar path forward for the next generation. Sat Sri Akal, which translates to truth, is the timeless one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener South, Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to recognize Greg White, a teacher, coach, and leader in the Hespeler community. After 31 years of teaching at Jacob Hespeler Secondary School, Mr. White has retired. He dedicated his personal and professional life to the betterment of the school. For years, he even hosted regular fundraising events alongside his best friend and colleague, Mark Hatt, in order to raise money for the school. Later, becoming head of the phys ed department, he transformed the fitness program and facilities to rival that of even universities, let alone other high schools. While known to many as a coach, his influence didn't stop on the field, pushing students to excel no matter their pursuit. Mr. White touched the lives of thousands in Hespeler, including my son Brad, and I ask this House to join me in congratulating him on his retirement and thank him for working so selflessly to inspire the next generation of leaders.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. April is the month of the military child, and it is my honor to pay tribute to the unsung heroes that stand behind our women and men of the Canadian Armed Forces. Military families are often on the move, and military children find themselves in unfamiliar territory, leaving friends, activities, and schools behind. Their parents are often absent for prolonged periods of time, and countless holidays and birthdays are spent without mom and dad. Having CFB Wainwright in my riding, I am witness to the reality a life of service can have on the spouses and children of our women and men in uniform. They say that patience is a virtue, and military children have perfected that quality. They know how to wait. Military kids say more goodbyes in their first few years of life than most folks do in a lifetime. If you know of a military child of a serving member, give them a hug and say thank you for sharing their loved ones with the rest of Canada and indeed the world. God bless you for your service, sacrifice, and strength.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Grenville.
Mr. Speaker, this week, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, Filippo Grandi, will visit Canada. In honor of his visit, I want to recognize all those individuals across the globe who have had to flee their homes, communities, and countries due to political unrest, war, humanitarian crises, natural disasters, and instability. Around the world, refugees fleeing Ukraine, Afghanistan, Syria, Myanmar, Yemen, South Sudan, and so many other places face uncertainty, despair, hunger, and oppression. Canada has a proud tradition of protecting those most vulnerable, and in these difficult times, it is even more important than ever that we continue to welcome those seeking refuge and who wish to build a better life. We know that refugees put down roots in Canada and work hard to make this their home. They embrace Canadian values, they work hard to make our communities better. They come with experience, skills, and an incredible resilience. They make Canada better, and their presence is a reminder of why it is so important for us to continue to uphold our shared values of compassion, pluralism, generosity, and kindness, because this benefits each and every one of us every day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Speaker, last week I joined the Vaughan Chamber of Commerce and some businesses in my riding for a very frank discussion. With Canadian families facing record high inflation, a skyrocketing cost of living, and a growing housing affordability crisis, businesses in my riding are feeling the squeeze. Labor shortages, a supply chain mess, and the only thing on the rise for them is costs. Mr. Speaker, they want to see real solutions and a meaningful plan from this government to fight the inflationary pressures, to get Canadians back to work, to attract capital, to support innovation, and to do something, anything, about the regulatory hurdles that they face. The only consistent thing I hear from businesses at home, from those building transformers that power our lives to those who build medical devices that might save them, they all say that it would make more sense to leave. They want to see a plan for growth with targeted investments to boost our productivity and improve our competitiveness in the global marketplace. Mr. Speaker, Thornhill punches way above its weight when it comes to building great companies, and I want to keep it that way.
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning I had the honour to speak in support of Bill C-224 this morning in this House, a bill that recognizes the importance to bring awareness of certain types of cancers that firefighters face each and every day. As a former firefighter, I want to say thank you to the brave men and women who protect us all. We appreciate everything that you do to keep our families safe. It's hard for us to say goodbye to friends that we have lost, and perhaps even tougher to say goodbye to someone like my friend Daryl Elwood, who passed away on Christmas Day 2011 from cancer and was laid to rest on January 14th, 2012. Daryl's story is one of far too many, a life taken far too soon. To the International Association of Firefighters, I will continue to work vigorously in this House to ensure that those who have sacrificed so much, whose spouses and families have lost so much, is not lost in vain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Monsieur le Président, aujourd'hui je me...
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to rise to underscore the anniversary of the Vimy Ridge battle. In 1917, soldiers from throughout Canada, including the Nova Scotia Highlanders and Nova Scotia Rifles, fought in the first battle of the Great War, where 4 Canadian divisions fought side by side and accomplished what other Allied forces had not succeeded in doing, capturing Vimy Ridge. However, the triumph cost them a great deal. There were significant casualties. I was extremely proud to represent Nova Scotians in Normandy celebrations in 2018. I'd like to invite all Canadians to join me in remembering this battle. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, April is Oral Health Month, and today marks the beginning of National Dental Hygienist Week. This week's theme, Oral Health for Total Health, reminds us that taking care of our mouth, teeth, and gums is critical to our overall well-being. Yet, despite clear links between poor oral health and serious medical conditions, over 35% of Canadians have no dental insurance, and 7 million people avoid the dentist every year because of cost. After decades of advocacy, New Democrats are proud to have secured an agreement with the government to deliver a national dental care plan starting with low-income Canadians. Coverage will start for children under 12 this year, expand to those under 18, seniors, and persons with disabilities next year, and be fully implemented in 2024. So this Oral Health Month, let's celebrate and work together to make this long overdue primary health care a reality for all Canadians in our country.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, we just had the Oscars, and now we have the Grammys recognizing Quebec talent, this time in the field of music. The Montreal conductor Yannick Nézet-Séguin won yesterday in the category of Best Performance by a Classical Orchestra for recordings of the First and Third Symphonies by Florence Price with the Philadelphia Orchestra. This is an honor as well to our institutions, such as the Montreal Conservatory, where Yannick Nézet-Séguin studied. They are seeing their excellence be recognized. And there's also the matter of the style. This is an award to a respectful and firm approach which inspires the best musicians in the world to surpass themselves, all with a smile. This is a fresh approach which is greatly appreciated in the classical music milieu, Mr. Speaker. Humble in his victory, Nézet-Séguin reminded us yesterday that a great deal of the honor should go to the composer, the late Florence Price, the first Black American woman to get a Grammy for a classical composition. This is not only about classical music, it's also about amazing class. So on behalf of all of Quebec and the Bloc Québécois, I'd like to congratulate Yannick Nézet-Séguin.
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Ukrainian army liberated the Kyiv region from Russians. Yet nobody celebrated as the world was shocked by the atrocities and crimes against humanity by these modern-day fascists in Europe. Ukrainian armed forces, joined by journalists, recorded hundreds of civilians murdered right on the streets of Bucha. Many had their hands bound and were shot in the back of their heads. Women were raped in front of their kids and the streets were mined. The bodies of tortured, burnt, and murdered children, men and women, who refused to obey were found in mass graves, sewage systems, and in ditches. And the world has not even seen the whole tragedy that's going on in Mariupol and other cities that are still under Russian occupation. This is genocide. This is the massacre of free people in the 21st century. Nobody can say now that it's Putin's war and that he's the only one responsible. The horror in Bucha is the real face of Russia. Let us not forget the people of Ukraine who did not surrender and died for their freedom. Vichnia Pamiat. Here.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, Sri Lanka is facing the most serious financial crisis in its history. The corrupt regime led by Gotabaya Rajapaksa as president and Mahinda Rajapaksa as prime minister are in the final days of governing the failed state. The entire cabinet of ministers have resigned, save and except for Mahinda Rajapaksa. This, Mr. Speaker, is the beginning of the end of the Rajapaksa family. The brothers stand accused of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. As the state seeks a bailout from the International Monetary Fund, it is essential that funds given are not used to support the oversized military with a history of rights violations. If Sri Lanka is to move forward, it must severely curtail its military spending, return lands to Tamils, repeal the Prevention of Terrorism Act, and release all those being held under the Act, ensure accountability for international crimes, account for the disappeared, and ensure that there is a just political solution that recognizes the inherent right of Tamils to self-determination. Anything short, Mr. Speaker, will lead to ongoing instability and chaos on the island. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent.
Oral questions. Question orale. The honourable leader of the official opposition.
Speaker, as prices soar, government debt climbs, and Canadians suffer through the worst inflation in 30 years, many observers are saying Liberals have lost their way. Instead of presenting a responsible budget on Thursday, these NDP Liberals are going to be spending outrageous amounts of money on big, permanent programs, and that means more debt and more taxes. Is there anyone left on the Liberal side who would like to see a responsible budget, or have they all turned into closet NDPers on this side of the House?
The Honourable Minister.
The honourable member for her question, and the Conservatives continue to ignore the facts. Our GDP grew for the 8th consecutive month. We have recovered 112% of the jobs lost to the pandemic. 2021 was Canada's largest annual trade surplus at $6.6 billion. Households on average have more savings than debt, and S&P and Moody's reaffirmed our AAA credit rating. Those are the facts, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, under previous Liberals like Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin, there was a sense of fiscal responsibility amongst their ranks. My, how these Liberals have changed. Even former Finance Minister John Manley said, tax and spend is not a growth agenda. We agree with John Manley. Canadians want a responsible budget that will deliver tax relief, not cost Canadians more. So will the Prime Minister listen to some reasonable people in his party, abandon his NDP ways, and present a responsible budget?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, after campaigning on a budget of a deficit of $168 billion, the Conservative opposition continues to flip-flop. On Mondays, it's do more for seniors. On Tuesdays, it's cut CPP. On Wednesdays, it's do more for small business. On Thursdays, it's block Bill C8. If the Conservatives want to help small business, farmers, teachers, and Canadians, they can do the right thing and support C8, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Sounds like an NDP to me. Yeah. Speaker, Canadians deserve a break. They need a break. Conservatives have been asking for a solution to give them that break, like a GST holiday on fuel or an end to the ineffective and expensive carbon tax. We've been asking for practical things to help Canadians, but the NDP Liberals keep saying no. Are there any Liberal MPs on that side who believe that Canadians deserve a break, or have they all turned into NDPers who believe the left-wing dogma that if it moves or breathes, it must be taxed?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our record is clear when it comes to supporting the most vulnerable Canadians with the cost of living. Today, we announced the implementation of a program that will provide high-speed internet at $20 a month for low-income seniors and families. We introduced the Canada Child Benefit, indexed for inflation, and lifted almost 300,000 children out of poverty. Our increases to the GIS have helped over 900,000 seniors. And from 2015, when we formed government, to 2019, we raised 1.38 million Canadians out of poverty. That's real progress for the most vulnerable, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, we're just days away from the Finance Minister's first NDP budget. NDP members have won. Unfortunately, there are no fiscally responsible Liberals left in this government. Gone are the days when a Liberal Finance Minister, like John Manley, would say taxes and spending are not a growth agenda. Mr. Speaker, what good is the Liberal Party if it is willing to sacrifice its values to achieve the NDP agenda? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our programme is clear. Our GDP has gone up for the 8th consecutive month. We have recouped 112% of jobs lost in the pandemic, 3.4 million jobs, Mr. Speaker. And 2022 was the biggest economic trade surplus since 2008, $6.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that the economy is booming. The Conservatives don't like it, but those are the facts. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, that's how an NDP speaks, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, young families are seeing their dreams of home ownership turn into a nightmare. Inflation is at a 30-year high. Everything we buy costs more. And what is the Prime Minister's priority for Thursday's budget? Keeping the NDP happy with a long list of new permanent spending to keep him in office all the way until 2025. Never would Jean Chrétien, Paul Martin or John Manley have dared to sacrifice their party like that. It only took about 20 votes to buy Liberal values. Mr. Speaker, why are all Liberal MPs silent when Canadians desperately need a breath of fresh air, not new taxes? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from the other side for reminding Canadians that we are fiscally responsible and showing how previous Liberals and current Liberals have banked on helping the most vulnerable here in Canada. We have implemented the childcare benefit, which allowed 300,000 children to leave poverty for seniors. We've supported over 900,000 seniors. And just today, Mr. Speaker, we have implemented a program to provide access for all vulnerable people. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, today the entire community of healthcare professionals is calling for a public summit on health financing. A public summit including the federal government, the premiers of Quebec, the provinces and the territories, and all partners concerned. The entire healthcare community is fed up with federal underfunding that is negotiated piecemeal and hard behind closed doors. The entire community wants a sustainable and unconditional increase in health transfers. Mr. Speaker, the experts in healthcare are the ones who care for the people. Will the government convene a public summit to finally hear them? The Honourable Minister for Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to join my colleague in order to commend all healthcare workers, especially in Quebec, that have worked very hard over the past 2 years to protect us against COVID-19. Thanks to strong collaboration between all levels of government, we have saved tens of thousands of lives, tens of billions of dollars for families and small businesses. We are very proud of this result, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to work together in order to continue moving forwards. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. General practitioners in Quebec, specialist physicians, hematologists, oncologists, nurses and other professionals of the FIQ, the professional and technical personnel of the health and social services sector, the FTQ, the CSQ, the CSN and the CSD, the PTSQ, all of them today are calling for a public summit on health financing. They're all saying that enough is enough. Ad hoc and systematically conditional contributions are unacceptable. When will a public summit be held? The Honourable Minister for Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. $63 billion. That is the investment that the government has done over the past 2 years. In support of this extraordinary work that my honourable colleague has enumerated, $63 billion to protect the health and safety of workers with exceptional results based on what would have happened under other governments, or if we would have been in another country, not Canada. So we're very proud of our results. We look forward to working together in the months and years to come. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, new IPCC report and new alarm bells. Humanity has less than 3 years to reverse the emissions curve to maintain a sustainable world. 3 years. Current emissions must be halved by 2030. This is an emergency and the Liberal plan is simply inadequate. It relies on technology that doesn't even work and continues to pour billions upon billions into fossil fuels. Increasing fossil fuel production is not the way to go. Will the Liberals put an end to subsidies to oil companies and invest in clean energy for our children's future? The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. As he knows full well, we have committed ourselves to eliminating oil company subsidies by 2023, 2 years earlier than all our other G20 partners. Last week we announced $9.1 billion extra on top of what we're already investing throughout Canada in order to make Canada a world leader in energy transition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, today's IPCC report tells us we are racing towards climate disaster. We know what needs to be done. We have the tools, but this government is failing to act. There is no time left to delay. But the Liberals' emissions reduction plan is far from what's needed. They continue to hand out billions of dollars to big oil and gas instead of scaling up renewables and supports for workers. The world's top scientists are clear. It's now or never. So why is this government acting like there is no emergency?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for a question. In fact, we are very seized with the emergency, which is why we presented the most ambitious, transparent and solid climate change plan we've ever seen in this country. And don't take it from me, Mr. Speaker. Take it from Greenpeace. Take it from Équiterre. Take it from la Fédération Canadienne de Municipalités, Mr. Speaker. Take it from Andrew Weaver, IPCC scientist and Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to...
I was having trouble hearing there as well, so I'll let the minister maybe back up and re-answer that one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was having problem hearing my own voice, Mr. Speaker. So our plan is such a good plan that organizations such as Greenpeace, the Canadian Federation of Municipalities, Équiterre.
Order. I want to be able to hear the minister's answer. The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was saying that Andrew Reaver, IPCC scientist and ex-leader of the BC Green, said that with the plan we tabled last week, Canada reclaims its status as an international leader on climate change. Don't take it from me. Take it from him, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Canadians are facing sky-high inflation that has led to higher grocery and gas prices and a housing affordability crisis. They want real solutions from this government. They want a plan to fight the skyrocketing cost of living that has left so many behind. Another budget with an avalanche of spending will only fuel inflation, leaving future generations with more deficits and more debt to repay. To the Minister, will our upcoming budget present a plan to fight inflation, grow our economy, and return to balanced budgets?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition is raising the issue of affordability. So let's go to the facts. Our government lowered taxes on the middle class and raised it on the wealthiest 1%. Conservatives voted against that. We created the Canada Child Benefit and indexed it to inflation. The Conservatives voted against that too. We provided seniors with 75 age and over a $500 payment last summer. They voted against that. They voted against C2. They're on track to vote against C8. Why don't they just double down on affordability and vote with us on C8?
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister. Money doesn't grow on trees. Virtue signaling doesn't feed people or put gas in your car. It doesn't buy you a home. What Canada needs is a plan for growth with investments in jobs and productivity. We need a budget that has a real debt management strategy with a firm fiscal anchor and a clear path to returning to balanced budgets. So will the upcoming NDP, the SpendyP Liberal budget, include a plan to control inflation, a strategy to grow our economy, and a return to balanced budgets?
I want to be able to hear the questions and the answers here. The Honourable Minister of Families.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, what I can share with the member opposite is a real plan to grow our economy. In fact, in every province and territory across this country, families now have access to reduced childcare fees. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, if women across Canada choose to enter the workforce at the same rate as women in Quebec did 25 years ago, that's 240,000 workers in this country able to join the economy, able to grow the economy. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to fiscal responsibility and we'll do just that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, last week the former parliamentary budget officer indicated this is not the environment in which you want to do deficit spending. The economy is in recovery, unemployment is low, and the Bank of Canada is struggling to deal with inflation that we haven't seen in 30 years. Does the Minister of Finance realize that additional spending risks making inflation worse? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll remind Canadians and the opposition that they campaigned on deficit spending of $168 billion. Our fiscal prudent plan, which will be revealed in the budget later this week, is going to continue making investments in Canadians, but also set us on a very prudent course for the future. Our GDP is now above pre-pandemic levels. We've recovered 3.4 million jobs. We came into this crisis with the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7, and after investing $500 billion in Canadians, still the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, I guess if everything's so good, why do we need to keep spending? The government's only answer to every problem is to spend more money, but now the chorus of warnings is growing. Just last week, Scotiabank said spending commitments undermine the government's ability to tackle inflation. Even Stephen Poloz and former Liberal Finance Minister agree that now is not the time for stimulus. For a government who claims to listen to the experts, why are they burying their heads in the sand when it comes to inflation, out-of-control spending, and affordability?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
And what the opposition clearly doesn't understand is that it's important for us to support Canadians when they need that help. Right. In fact, in 2015, we brought in the Canada Child Benefit. Fact, that party voted against it. Mr. Speaker, we also brought in universal, affordable, accessible, quality childcare across this country. And what did that opposition party say? They were going to get rid of it if they were elected. Thank goodness, Mr. Speaker, they didn't, because we've got Canadians' backs and we'll continue to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, food prices are rising, rent is going up, gas prices are going up, and the government does nothing. Even worse, the new NDP Liberal Alliance means that taxes went up again last Friday. That is the signature move of this new government. My question to the Finance Minister is as follows. Can she look Canadians right in the eyes and ensure that she will do what she can do as Minister for Finance to say that she will at least control expenditures to reduce inflation in Canada? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important for Canadians to look at the facts because Conservatives seem to ignore them. According to our plans, single mothers with 2 children will receive $13,600. In Saskatchewan, they will receive about $1,000 back because of the carbon fund. Students will save $3,000 because of our plans. We are here to tackle affordability, and that's what we will continue to do, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Monsieur le Président, vous savez...
Mr. Speaker, in Quebec we have a great expression, having both hands on the wheel. That's a good expression that we have in Quebec, but unfortunately with the new NDP Liberal government, what do we have? Well, we have 2 drivers on the same steering wheel. So what's the result? Well, it's 2 left hands on the steering wheel pulling to the left, 2 on the right pulling to the right. That's our new governance between the NDP and the Liberals. Can the Minister for Finance at least say one thing to Canadians? We will continue expenditures. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, during this period, the Government of Canada has been here for Canadians, families, seniors, regions, the environment. Former Liberal Prime Ministers approved of this. Paul Martin, Jean Chrétien, Jean Charest, all these people approved of our measures. At the same time, the Conservatives are pushing towards the right ever more. So why do we need the Conservatives when we have Maxime Bernier who's already there for us? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, today the entire community of Quebec healthcare workers is joining the Bloc Québécois in demanding a public summit on healthcare funding. The women and men who care for people have been warning us for a long time about the consequences of federal underfunding, but successive governments have not listened to them. The pandemic has tragically revealed these consequences. Today, the healthcare community would like to be heard. They are calling for a public summit to discuss a massive, sustainable and unconditional increase in health transfers. My question is very simple. Does the government accept this request? The Honourable Minister for Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for giving me the generous opportunity to give a bit more information on the matter. $2 billion is the announcement that we have made. $2 billion extra and unconditional dollars for provinces and territories to reduce waiting times for surgery, treatment and diagnostics, because we know how important it is for provinces and territories to do so, but also for all those who are being treated and who are waiting. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, well, it's one thing for Ottawa to claim to know healthcare needs better than Quebec and the provinces, but that it claims to know them better than specialists, general practitioners, haematologists, oncologists, nurses, respiratory therapists, perfusionists, physiotherapists, orthotics, occupational therapists, psychologists and support staff. I could go on until tomorrow morning if you wanted, Mr. Speaker. I could enumerate all healthcare professionals who are denouncing the federal way of funding healthcare today. Will the government finally call them to a public summit to listen to and not dictate what their needs are? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I would like to sincerely thank my colleague for giving me even more time to speak. $1 billion for provinces and territories. We will be making an official announcement with all provinces and territories in order to take care of our seniors who have had such a difficult time, who have suffered a lot over the past 2 years. We know that this stress has also been a stress for all healthcare workers. They find it hard to find the resources to help our seniors, and we are very proud of this agreement. We look forward to talking about it even more. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, today, those who speak out are the women and the men who care for people every day, every night. They ask to be listened to. They know exactly what they need. That is their job. They are not here today to play partisan politics. They are here to be invited to share their experience in a public summit on health funding. The real experts want to tell us how to care for our world properly, today and tomorrow. Why not seize their generous outstretched hand? The Honourable Minister for Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, a big thank you for giving me the opportunity to give you more information to talk about the millions of dollars for mental health, for which we already have a budget, and we look forward to be able to transfer them to provinces and territories in order to take care of people's mental health. We know how important mental health is and how much people have suffered, especially healthcare workers who have had difficulty to do their work over the past few months when it comes to physical and mental security and safety for them. So it's great news once again, another $3 billion to help provinces and territories.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, promises of housing affordability are a complete joke under this government. For example, housing prices in Toronto are up over 36%, Montreal, Vancouver up over 20%, Calgary, Ottawa up 16%. All of these urban centres are full of hardworking young people who just want to get out of their parents' basement. When will the SPENDP Liberal MPs join Conservatives and demand a real housing affordability plan that will actually help these young people, these first-time home buyers?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question. I wish the Honourable Member had a conversation with the Honourable Member from Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, who said that we should end the first-time home buyer incentive, precisely the program that is meant to help Canadians access the dream of home ownership. He should have another conversation with a Member of Parliament from...
I'm having trouble hearing the Minister. Could we get him to start again on his answer? The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, the problem is they talk about home ownership, but every single program that we have in place to help first-time home buyers, they oppose it. They've actually said publicly, the Honourable Member from Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, wants to end the first-time home buyer incentive. The Honourable Member from Calgary Centre spoke against his opposition to the measure to put a tax on foreign non-resident home buyers. And just recently, the Honourable Member from Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon tried to table the Conservative platform in this House, which doesn't contain the words affordable housing, Mr. Speaker.
Ready? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, this minister continues to be obsessed by speeches given by my colleagues on this side of the House. So let me offer him another quote. Here's what the Mortgage Professionals of Canada said just last week. The government's well-intended first-time home buyers program is simply failing. Doesn't get more clear than that, Mr. Speaker. Canadians do not want to co-own their home with the government. So when will this minister scrap this failed program?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, we intend to move forward to increase housing supply. We intend to move forward with enhancing the first-time home buyer incentive. We intend to move forward to set up a first-time home buyer tax-free savings account to the tune of up to $40,000, and we intend to turn more Canadian renters into homeowners through an innovative and groundbreaking rent-to-own program, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Can't afford a home? Have you tried finding richer parents? That's what a billboard in Toronto read. And as sarcastic as it is, it gets your attention on the out-of-control state of our housing market. The cost of housing under this government has doubled since 2015, and Canadians who are lucky enough to own a home pay almost 50% of their income to service their mortgage.
Shame.
So does this minister have a plan for anyone without a trust fund trying to buy a house in this country, or is it just the CMHC bonuses that get his attention?
Honourable Minister of Housing.
Maybe the honourable member should speak to her another colleague, the member from Simcoe North, who said that the government should not be in the business of helping Canadians access their dream of home ownership, Mr. Speaker. What kind of party is this that can't get even the story straight? One day they talk about affordable housing, but it's not in their opposition motion or their Conservative Party platform. They talk about first-time home buyers, but they voted against it. They talk about the first-time home buyer incentive program, but they speak it down all the time. They have no credibility on this issue. We will do everything possible to make sure that we make every possible Canadian have access to a safe and affordable place to go home.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, women and children are being brutally murdered in Ukraine. 300 bodies have been discovered in a mass grave in Bucha, and more civilian bodies have been found in the street. Women, children, and seniors senselessly murdered. There have been reports of sexual violence perpetrated by Russian invaders against women and children as young as 10. Evidence of war crimes and crimes against humanity are everywhere. We need to do everything we can to stand up for human rights in Ukraine and around the world. Will the government call for Russia to be removed from the United Nations Human Rights Council?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think I speak with all members of this House to express the outrage, the sadness and the horror as we watch scenes of civilians who have been killed in Ukraine. Let me be very clear. We believe this amounts to war crimes. We believe this amounts to crimes against humanity, and we will continue to take every step possible to hold Russia accountable for these crimes. We will go to the International Criminal Court. We will go with Ukraine to the International Court of Justice. We will stand with the people of Ukraine.
The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwatanuk, Askey.
Mr. Speaker, while Canadians are struggling to keep up with the rising cost of groceries and housing, the 6 largest Canadian banks recorded a profit of over $5 billion in the last quarter. Yet the Liberals are doing nothing to force these corporations to pay their fair share. CEOs are lining their pockets while people are struggling to pay rent. The Liberals must make a choice, stand with the majority of Canadians or their billionaire pals. When will the Liberals make billionaires pay by implementing a 3% surtax on their excess profits?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for a question. Our government is committed to asking those who prospered during the pandemic to help a little bit more for those who did not. Our platform committed to raise corporate income taxes on the largest, most profitable banks and insurance companies and introduce a temporary Canada Recovery dividend because they have recovered faster. We are also working to implement a global minimum tax, and 136 OECD G20 framework members have already signed up.
Honourable member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, regulations act as the rule book for how businesses operate, protecting consumers, the environment, and our health and safety. But over time, regulations can accumulate, become outdated, and result in barriers to innovation and growth. Can the President of the Treasury Board update the House on how the government is modernizing our regulatory system to improve Canada's ability to attract investment and growth-oriented businesses?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you to my hardworking colleague of Fleetwood Port Kells for the question. Our regulatory system needs to be more efficient and less burdensome while maintaining protections for consumers, health, safety, and the environment. Mr. Speaker, the government tabled the second annual regulatory modernization bill. It reduces the administrative burden for businesses, simplifies overly complex rules, and let us do more online. It will support our economic recovery by helping businesses do what they do best and make it easier for Canadians to get things done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP Liberal minister can try to sidestep the economic woes this government's high tax, high inflation policies are placing on new Canadians. but they know the truth. It's why when asked why they would not recommend Canada to future immigrants, the top two reasons were current government leadership and cost of living. We are in a labour crisis, and this government's fiscal policies are not helping. Will the NDP Liberal minister fix their fiscal policy mess so that Canadians and new Canadians are not driven out?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would caution the honourable member, as she seems not to be aware of the fact that Canada has one of the best fiscal positions of any developed economy in the world. We entered this pandemic with the lowest debt to GDP ratio of any G7 country, and our AAA credit rating has been reaffirmed by major credit rating agencies. I would point out as well, Mr. Speaker, that Canada this year, for the first time, has actually ranked first globally as the world's top destination of choice for newcomers who are thinking about leaving their country of origin. The measures that we have been putting in place are making a positive difference for our economy, and we're going to continue to make Canada the most welcoming place on earth for those who wish to seek new employment opportunities.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Échemins-Lévis. I'm going to repeat the question, Mr. Speaker. When newcomers were asked why they wouldn't recommend Canada as a destination to other future immigrants, 43% blame this government's leadership, Mr. Speaker, and another 35% blame the cost of living. Will the NDP Liberal Finance Minister commit to fixing her inflationary, stifling tax policy, which is such a disaster that many Canadians and even new Canadians are thinking of looking elsewhere? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's an interesting frame that the member uses when she puts it on the floor of the House of Commons. If you ask the group of workers around the world any country that they would like to come to explore new economic opportunities, the number one choice they will make is Canada. This is something we should be extremely proud of. Canada is winning the global race for talent. The only question I constantly ask myself is how can we increase the margin by which we are winning it? We know that we've created economic conditions that has not only seen our economy rebound with more than 112% of the jobs lost during the pandemic come back, but with many job vacancies for newcomers to fill, which sustains to work for them.
The Honourable Member for Mission Mascouy, Fraser Canyon.
You know, Mr. Speaker, hearing the commentary today, I think there's one thing that all British Columbians can agree on, irrespective of party, is that the Government of Canada has a role to play in helping rebuild British Columbia. So in this week's budget, can the government let us know whether there's going to be additional funds on top of the $5 billion for dike infrastructure, for road repair, for First Nations emergency management and supplies? British Columbia needs it. Will the government be there to help rebuild my province? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for an important question and for his advocacy on behalf of his constituents. Mr. Speaker, right from the beginning of the terrible floods that took place in British Columbia, we've been there working with the people of British Columbia, with the provincial government and with local authorities as well. Mr. Speaker, we've already committed $5 billion to that rebuild, and the work is ongoing with municipalities, with the people impacted by the floods, and with the province and Indigenous communities in order to make sure the federal government will be there for the people of British Columbia.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, producers and processors working under the supply management sector are waiting for compensation. And there were conditions imposed. We need to protect our food sovereignty. We need to ensure that our farmers and producers are fully compensated with the implementation of CUSMA. Will Budget 2022 finally allocate funds needed to compensate supply-managed producers under CUSMA, yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is aware that we have already committed $2 billion for dairy farmers for compensation under the agreements with Europe and the Trans-Pacific area. They know the amount they will get in 2023, and our commitment for the agreement with the U.S. and Mexico is to give all the details over this first year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'Honorable Ministre. L'Honorable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Avignon Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, we have 3 years to ensure a viable future for our planet. That is what the IPCC report has said this morning. 3 years to cap greenhouse gas emissions and then cut them by at least 48% by 2030. However, in the plan presented by the Minister last week, there are still no targets for caps on fossil fuels, not for production nor on emissions, where he had promised to do so. We have 3 years to take action, and the Minister's plan leaves us still on the drawing board. Time is running out. Will the Minister get back to that drawing board? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, in my hand, I have the Greenhouse Gas Emissions Plan of Canada on page 104. 104, Mr. Speaker, if I quote the report. The Minister is going to quote something that's in the plan. It's not a prop at the present. On page 104 of the plan, we can see that the oil and gas sector has projections of cuts. So this is the most ambitious in the sector. Our plan is a serious, solid plan. It will allow us to achieve our objectives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Avignon Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, what the IPCC report says is that we have 3 years to cap and then reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The UN Secretary General even said, and I quote, that investing in new fossil fuel infrastructure is morally and economically a folly, Mr. Speaker. This brings us to the new Bay du Nord oil project. This project is nothing more than folly. The Minister would approve 1 billion barrels of oil over 30 years when we have only 3 years to take action. This would completely undermine the credibility in the plan presented last week. So will it be a yes or no for Bay du Nord? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would remind my honourable colleague that our plan, which is based on projections by the Energy Board, allows us to attack emissions, and I would like to quote the Secretary General of the Suzuki Foundation says this plan has the best chance of success of all previous Canada's previous plans. In Equateur, they said, finally, because we finally have a detailed strategy. It was all or nothing. The Minister said all. We're working to promote the environment. I am waiting. Is everyone ready? Yes? Good.
Brandon Souris. Speaker, in the last Parliament, the Liberals defeated or voted against the Conservative bill to introduce the carbon capture tax credit to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Now, the NDP Liberals are agreeing with Conservatives about the technology's potential and are prepared to introduce such a tax credit themselves. Why did it take the NDP Liberals over a year to consider our proven Conservative solution to this environment concern?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister online? Nope.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister online. Okay, I'm getting...
Mr. Speaker, climate change is the greatest long-term threat of our country. It's an existential threat, and yet we know that a market mechanism and an important mechanism is climate capture, use, and storage. Important investments were made in Budget 21. We have put on the floor of the House the emissions reductions plan. It's an ambitious plan. It's an important plan, and we will continue to work with industry and all stakeholders to make sure that we get to where we need to get to save the planet and have good, long-paying jobs across the country.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the International Energy Agency has stated that carbon capture, utilization and storage is the most near-term available technology to mitigate climate change, and deployment will amount to approximately 7% of the world's GHG reduction targets. Canada was at the forefront of developing carbon capture. Billions of dollars have been spent by industry and governments to advance the technology, making it a Canadian technology champion. Will this government commit to ensure this environmental leadership remains in Canada, or will we see more in action that will move more jobs to the United States?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker,
To fight climate change, we need all available technologies, and that's exactly what our approach has been so far. We have, in Budget 2021, committed to put in place a tax incentive for carbon capture and storage, which is in fact featured in today's IPCC report as a technology we absolutely need to tackle climate change. We shouldn't put all our eggs in that basket. It is part of our plan. 5% of our plan rests on carbon capture and storage, but we need to invest in transit, Mr. Speaker. We need to invest in solar, in wind, in electrification. By doing all these things, we'll get to our target, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister. I don't know where I'm getting this one. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
The Minister of Natural Resources told delegates at the IEA meeting he would be implementing a 45Q type regime to capture carbon in Canada. The American 45Q tax credit has pulled investment away from Canada because it includes enhanced oil recovery. Yet the same minister co-wrote an article saying that EOR should not be part of our carbon capture regime. So one story to people who know what's required, and another when you're pandering to special interests at home. Which side of his mouth will the minister be talking out of now, and how many more jobs do we have to lose to the United States?
Yes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I'm happy, in fact, that I have another opportunity to point out that the United States, in fact, is also working towards renewables and towards cleaner energy. In fact, the U.S. Secretary of Energy, Secretary Granholm, specifically said the Biden administration is aggressively investing in a wide range of clean energy technologies which will grow our economy, create good-paying jobs, lower costs for American families, and combat the climate crisis. Sound familiar? That's what we're doing right here in Canada. We are building a sustainable, clean economy for sustainable jobs for the future.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Prime Minister announced the government's plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by at least 40% by 2030. Canadian farmers are on the front lines of climate change, and their actions are essential in order to achieve Canada's climate targets. The plan provides over $1 billion to the farm sector for this. Can the Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food explain to the House how the agricultural sector will benefit from under this new plan? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Châteauguay-Lacolle for her commitment to producers. They are, in fact, essential partners in our fight against climate change, and that is why our plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions provides for incentives for farmers and producers who adopt good practices, such as regarding the use of fertilizers, $100 million for fundamental and applied research and the transfer of knowledge, etc. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, so many small and medium-sized businesses in my riding of Langley-Aldergrove tell me that one of their biggest challenges is to find good workers with the skills and knowledge needed for today's economy. Now, we know that many young people and new immigrants are anxious to get to work, but if this economy cannot produce the products and the services and the workers that the economy needs, we have inflation. When will this government realize that its mismanagement of the economy is hurting so many Canadian businesses and workers?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to share with this House all the good work our government is doing to address labour shortages, whether it's attracting talent from around the world to Canada, including additional measures announced today under the Temporary Foreign Worker Program. It's about investing in the next generation of workers through the Canada Student Loans and Grants Program. It's about maximizing workforce participation of workers who are in this country and ready to work. That's Indigenous youth, that's persons with disabilities. It's about investing in things like childcare and transit and housing so people can live and work and play near where they work.
Absolutely.
There's so many things we're doing, Mr. Speaker. I will need another question.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Just might be in luck. Mr. Speaker, Belden, a manufacturer in my riding, has been struggling with their expansion. They need 2 engineering experts from India to train Belden engineers, machine operators, and local installers. Work permits from India are taking well over a year in processing time. Belden is coming close to a standstill. Layoffs are close. Mr. Speaker, when will this NDP Liberal finally take ownership of the unacceptable processing times and stop putting Canadian businesses at risk?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there's a number of things that we've advanced to address processing times, and I would point out that chief amongst them is an $85 million investment across 5 lines of business, including work permits that were included in the economic and fiscal update, which the Conservatives continue to delay. In addition, we've hired more than 500 staff who are fully trained in producing now. We are modernizing the way we do immigration with a new digital platform. And Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to share that in the immigration levels plan that I tabled just a few months ago, we have set the most ambitious course for immigration in the history of Canada because we know it's good for the economy, it's good for jobs, and it's good for our communities.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, on July 1st, wineries in my riding producing 100% Canadian-grown wines will now be hit with the excise tax. This is the result of this government's failure to protect the sector in the 2006 excise exemption that Conservatives provided to allow the industry to flourish. To help mitigate uncertainty, the wine industry is asking the federal government to confirm it will not apply the excise tax to wine products bottled before July 1st. Will the NDP Liberals commit to not taxing 100% Canadian-made wine products produced before July 1st?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question and value the great contribution that the wine industry makes to Canada and to the tourism sector. I can also say that for the craft beer industry, like other taxes and benefits, the alcohol excise duty rate is automatically adjusted each year due to inflation, and this is the right approach, and it provides certainty and predictability, and it's to ensure the fairness of our tax system for all Canadians. The increase is less than 1/5 of a penny per can of beer, and there are specific measures taken into consideration when it comes to the wine industry. We're going to continue to support the industry. We're going to continue to support jobs across the country, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laval-Les-Îles.
Afghanistan is dire. For the year 2022, the United Nations estimates that 24 million people inside Afghanistan require humanitarian assistance. This represents half of the population. The rise to power of the Taliban has made the humanitarian crisis much more important, especially for women and girls who are the primary victims of the situation. Can the Minister of International Development inform this House of what Canada is doing to support the Afghan people? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of International Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his strong advocacy for the Afghan people. Afghanistan is suffering from a humanitarian crisis, and this is why last week I announced that Canada is providing an additional $50 million for a total of $143 million in 2022 to help support the people of Afghanistan. This assistance will be delivered through our partners and will provide life-saving assistance such as food, nutrition, and medical support for the Afghan people, particularly for women and girls. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, across Canada, declining habitat and years of poor management have put Canada's fish stocks at risk. Coastal communities and workers are feeling these impacts firsthand. They want to be part of the solution to protect our marine ecosystems, but they're being left behind by a lack of support by this government. Instead of fighting with workers trying to make ends meet, will the minister confirm that a fair transition plan for workers across Canada's fishing industries will be part of the budget?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. Clearly, I will not be talking about what's in the budget, but what I will say is that we're very committed to growing our fish and seafood sector, which means having sustainable stocks. And so we're working on that, as well as transitions to bring more Indigenous communities into being able to satisfy their rights to fish, while working with the harvester community on this transition. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll continue to be engaging with all of the stakeholders to have the best possible way forward.
The Honourable Member for Spadina-Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, I've received many emails from constituents calling for the government to support a people's vaccine. The Prime Minister had joined EU leaders to pledge that future COVID-19 vaccines developed with government support would be for the global public good and be made available, affordable, and accessible. That pledge appears abandoned. Mr. Speaker, it's unacceptable that 3 billion people are still waiting for their first vaccine.
fighting COVID abroad fights COVID here at home. It protects Canadians, small businesses, and jobs. Will Canada endorse the TRIPS waiver to permit the temporary global transfer of vaccine-making technology, as called for in a motion by the Honourable Member for Beaches East York?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, one thing I can assure the member and this House, that Canada is doing its part to making sure that we provide vaccine for around the world. In fact, actually, I was in Senegal and Ghana, and in particularly in Ghana, where we received, where I was there, we received 300,000 doses of vaccines. We're working with our partners with the WHO and COVAX to making sure that the world gets vaccinated. Thank you.
And that's all the time for question period today. I have a point of order from the member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Twice today we heard different ministers claim Canada has the best debt to GDP ratio in the G7. With the House's permission, I'd like to table a report from the Library of Parliament showing we actually are third and have the 29th best in the OECD.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion to table the document will please say nay. All right, we have another point of order from the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That in light of the horrific and appalling reports received from the city of Bucha, the House of Commons condemn in the strongest terms possible the crimes against humanity and war crimes perpetrated by Vladimir Putin, the Russian military, and Russian-backed forces, and call on the government to A, provide Ukraine further aid to defend themselves against Russian aggression, B, ensure instances of crimes against humanity and war crimes are documented and that Russia be held responsible for these crimes at the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice. C, provide desperately needed economic support to Ukraine, including the implementation of further severe economic penalties on the Russian regime and those supporting it, including even stronger trade restrictions and economic sanctions, and continuing to freeze the assets of Russian oligarchs and their families. And D, report to Parliament on the progress of these actions as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion, please say nay. Therefore, it's agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. The motion is carried. Following discussions amongst representatives of all parties in the House, I understand there's an agreement to observe a moment of silence in light of the events that occurred in the city of Bucha, Ukraine. I now invite honourable members to please rise. Numbers. It being 3:13, pursuant to an order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, la Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to the recorded division that was deferred to today on the motion of Mr. Fass on business of supply. Call in the members.
Now, I'll remind members for some decorum in the House during vote taking to stay in the seats and to take the mask off when you're being called. The question is the following one. Mr. Fast, seconded by Mr. Bertel, moves that, given that I, excessive government spending has increased the deficit, may I dispense? The national debt and fueled inflation to its highest level in 31 years. I take taxes on Canadians continue to increase from the carbon tax to escalator taxes to the Canadian Pension Plan premiums. And 3, the government refuses to provide relief to Canadians by temporarily reducing the goods and services tax on gasoline and diesel. The House call on the government to present a federal budget rooted in fiscal responsibility with no new taxes, a path to balance, and a meaningful fiscal answer. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Miss Dancho.
Miss Dancho.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Miss Landsman.
Miss Landsman.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Capito.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Monsieur Aboultaïf.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tomey.
Mr. Tomey.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Miss Qualtrough.
Mrs. Qualtrough.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Miss Tassi.
Miss Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Chagger.
Miss Chagger.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Cara.
Miss Kira.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Miss Ing.
Miss Ing.
Miss Haidu.
Miss Haidu.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Kuzmaricek.
Mr. Kuzmaricek.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lozon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Elsassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mrs. Suds.
Mrs. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fagascados.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Chateau.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Simard.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Champoux.
Mr. Champoux.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair de Gagné.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Gazan.
Miss Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Okay, I didn't get all the
Je désire d'informer la Chambre que la période de vote.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison de problèmes.
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Lalonde.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote nay.
Contre. Monsieur Blanchet-Jeancourt.
Mr. Blanchet-Jeancourt.
Là, je désire voter contre.
Speaker, I vote against.
I don't see him. Try it one more time.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jeancourt, si tu peux essayer une autre fois, on t'entend pas.
Could you try again, please? We did not see you.
Je désire voter contre.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Against.
Bon. Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 116, 116. Nays contre 211, 211.
I declare the motion defeated. Now, before everybody goes, just hold on a second. I'd like to draw the attention to the House that today was the first vote called by our table officer, Danielle Labonte. Of course, my next part was going to be join me in félicitations, mais elle a bien fait ça.
Congratulations. You did a great job. Well done.
All right. Daily routine of business, affaires courantes ordinaires, tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8A, I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's responses to 4 petitions, and these returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
And we just make sure everybody takes their conversations outside so we can continue along. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presentation de
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis.
I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, entitled The Impacts of a Ban on Certain Single-Use Plastic Items on Industry, Human Health, and Environment in Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration in relation to the motion adopted on Thursday, March 31st, 2022, regarding situation at the Russia-Ukraine border. That the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration report the following to the House. We condemn the continuing attack on Ukraine ordered by Russian President Vladimir Putin, recognize that a growing proportion of the Russian people are bravely resisting and opposing this attack, call on the Government of Canada to develop measures to support Russian dissent, human rights defenders, and objectives within the military who are seeking to urgently flee Russia while ensuring that necessary security precautions are taken. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Bourassa.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 3rd report of the Standing Committee on Veteran Affairs entitled Integrity of Juno Beach Site. Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Mr. Chambers, seconded by Mr. Fast, moves that the 3rd report of the Standing Committee on Finance presented on Monday, March 21st, 2022, be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak to you this afternoon.
I'd like to mention I'm splitting my time with the member from Thousand Island, Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
There you go. Longest name in Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, the world is different than it was just a year ago. We have an unprovoked invasion of a war by the Russian Federation against Ukraine that threatens our global security and shattered the peace in Europe. Inflation is anything but transitory, and COVID restrictions are lifting across Canada, giving hope to our nation that we can return to some normalcy. But it's in this global context that we must consider the budget, and our committee heard a number of testimony from a number of witnesses about the testimony about what they would like to see in this year's budget. This budget can provide some opportunities as well as some dealing with some challenges that our country faces. There's no question that our government needed to provide unprecedented levels of support for Canadians and businesses during the early days of the pandemic. However, as the pandemic concerns abate, through our greater understanding of the virus, we must be prepared to evolve our approach to government spending. Closer to home, Canada must put its own economic house in order so that we can respond to the changing global context. We have to reestablish Canada as a destination for investment and supply the world with ethical, conflict-free energy. If we want to stop Mr. Putin's war machine, we must help our allies reduce their dependence on Russian energy by ensuring our energy can reach global markets.
That's right.
Further, we can secure a North American energy market that uses all sources of Canadian energy. That includes renewables, traditional fuels, and nuclear energy. That is how we will help defeat Mr. Putin. Mr. Speaker, at home, the number one issue affecting Canadians is affordability. At the grocery stores, at the gas pumps, and retail shopping locations, the prices just keep going up and up and up. Our purchasing power is shrinking faster than any other point in the last 30 years. It's a silent tax that hurts the economically vulnerable, those on fixed incomes, such as seniors, the most. Now, there are several ways that the government can address this. We heard some of these at committee. We can reform competition policies to help lower prices for consumers by increasing competition in key sectors. That includes banking, air travel, telecommunications. If we believe excess profits exist in these industries, the answer is not additional taxes to increase government revenues. Rather, consumers should capture these excess profits in the form of lower prices. We should reform the one-to-one rule on regulatory burden. Instead of, for every regulatory rule we bring in and taking one out, why don't we just cut regulatory burden by 50% over 5 years? Let's be ambitious. We could quicken the implementation of the beneficial ownership registry for Canadian corporations who look to the Canadian market to hide assets in the form of money laundering, and most of those laundered funds actually end up in real estate, which distorts our local real estate markets. Mr. Speaker, in Orillia, which is in my riding, just last week, the Bank of Montreal indicated that in 6 years, there's been a 3-fold increase in housing prices in Orillia.
It's unbelievable.
How can we expect young Canadians to look at this country and think that home ownership is in the cards for them? Mr. Speaker, we need to focus on we need to focus on economic growth. We have seen an unprecedented growth in the size of government by every available measure, but it's at this point we must now focus on the private sector to take advantage of the entrepreneurial spirit of Canadians. The government has seemed more interested in wealth redistribution than it is on underlying economic growth, and this must change. We do not need new super clusters or national consultations distorted by well-connected lobbyists and rent seekers. We must create an environment where businesses of all sizes can thrive. Businesses that grow, create jobs, and pay taxes. An overarching opportunity following the pandemic is the rapid deployment of high-speed internet across all regions of the country, and that is very important to the people in Simcoe North. It's nice that we heard just today that the government might be subsidizing and working with those who are low income accessing high-speed internet, but it really won't help those who don't have access to high-speed internet in the first place. Mr. Speaker, tax policy that penalizes success also drives investment away. It's not a surprise that in the year following the marginal tax rates in 2016, the changes this government made, the government received far less revenue than they anticipated. These short-sighted policies can drive businesses, jobs, and tax revenues to other jurisdictions. This hurts Canada through low tax revenues that are used to fund social programs enjoyed by all Canadians: healthcare, retirement security, and of course, education. Furthermore, industry-specific tax policy is a very poor idea. The government should set a consistent rate applicable to all sectors. Capital can move freely across borders, and in some sectors like financial services, companies can just shift operations and profits to other jurisdictions. Additional taxes on oligopolies are only going to result in higher prices for consumers or lower levels of investment. We must carefully understand the negative impacts of certain tax policy changes. For example, the luxury boat and car tax we heard at committee will only increase the sales of these products in foreign markets, notably the United States. This will drive investment, jobs, and taxes out of Canada with very little revenue increase for federal coffers. Mr. Speaker, my riding has one of the largest freshwater marinas in the world, plus another dozen or so other marinas. These are going to take jobs out of my community and will hurt the people of Simcoe North. When it comes to fiscal responsibility, now is the time to make a new path. The Bank of Canada indicates the economy is robust. It's operating near full capacity, which means additional fiscal expansion will just create inflationary pressures. These warnings are coming from all corners of the country, Mr. Speaker. It's been almost 10 years since the federal government underwent any serious scrutiny of its spending, and it's unhealthy for an organization of its size to go this long without reviewing its expenditures. It's even more important now that we rationalize our non-core expenditures to focus on priority areas, including our national defense. We must support our allies, such as Ukraine and NATO, and we need to be able to defend our Arctic sovereignty. Madam Speaker, pulling forward defense expenditures to displace other planned spending is a sacrifice that Canadians are willing to make in the face of increasing threats from the Russian Federation. Additionally, this government's going to see a windfall of revenues resulting from persistent inflation, higher than expected oil prices, and yes, higher taxes. These excess revenues should be used to reduce the size of the deficit or provide relief to Canadian families in the form of tax holidays. Significant deficit spending at all stages of the economic cycle will have a protracted impact on the fiscal sustainability of government finances. It will threaten our AAA credit rating, which is only going to drive up the cost of borrowing. We cannot continue to erode the country's fiscal position with no plan to rein in unnecessary expenditures. Madam Speaker, the ability of future governments to deal with the emergencies of their time depends on the responsibility of our government today. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, pardon me. We also must think about the overarching regulatory framework in this country with respect to financial regulation. We are still waiting for open banking regulations. We're still waiting for this government to get serious about innovation in the financial services sector. But we need to consider and ask our agencies to get back to basics. The emerging housing affordability issue and related financial system vulnerability exposes serious concerns about the effectiveness of our regulatory system in Canada. We have agencies on one day saying one thing about the housing market, and on the next day a different agency says the complete opposite. That cannot be left to continue. We also need to make sure we have the right people and HR strategy to attract those that have knowledge about the financial services sector to help us through this transition. And finally, Madam Speaker, there are a few items I would like to put forward that we heard at committee that this government should be considering. We talked about high-speed internet. We need to reestablish the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund.
Hear, hear.
We have to fund the Great Lakes Fishery Commission. We have to implement a 2-year ban on purchases of real estate by non-resident Canadians. Let's just take the wind out of the sails of this red-hot property market. We have to follow through on the existing mental health and addictions commitments for an opioid addiction strategy. And finally, we need to ensure that employee-owned trusts, we can introduce employee-owned trusts that will help our business owners transition business interests to employees, and I hope that we make some headway on affordable housing and all kinds of housing in this budget, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member says that the Conservative Party, what they want to see is cutting taxes and cutting back on borrowing. And for me, Madam Speaker, I don't think the Conservative Party understands that if, in fact, you develop a program of expenditures such as, and I'll use the example of childcare, by having a national childcare program, something in which I know the Conservatives don't support, but by providing that program, we are going to be growing Canada's workforce. Yes, there is a cost to government for it, but there's also a revenue stream that's being generated because we are going to be growing the workforce. And I'm wondering if the member could provide his thoughts. Does members of the Conservative Party see any value where government can actually, like we have done through the child care program, provided expenditures, but they will generate revenues, let alone many other benefits for Canadian society? Does he?
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. The question isn't whether childcare is good or not. I think we had a debate in the last election about different childcare policies. I think the question is, what's the priorities of the government? If you have so many priorities, then you really don't have any at all. So if you want to talk about how to fund childcare, you shouldn't be taking on additional debt to fund operational costs of government. So why don't we just have an honest discussion about what is no longer working and where we can find the money to fund some of these programs? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his speech, and certainly one thing that we put in a supplementary report around this motion is that Canadians are within only $200 of being able to pay their bills. And you know, one thing that really comes to mind for me is fishers right now. Fish harvesters are absolutely being impacted by climate change. We're seeing how other industries, there's actually $360 million that help support those that have been impacted by climate change in the agriculture sector, also in forestry. And Madam Speaker, we saw a cut of 60% on the salmon harvesters on the North Coast, and absolutely no support for those harvesters. They're not $200 away from making ends meet. They're actually well over $200 under making ends meet, Madam Speaker. And now we also hear about crab harvesters who are absolutely, going to lose half of their quota because of a really important reconciliation, which we support. But Madam Speaker, reconciliation should be shared by all Canadians, not just by a handful of fishers on the West Coast. Does my colleague agree that there should be money to support fish harvesters and fishers that are on the verge of bankruptcy?
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for talking about this issue again in the House of Commons. Of course, it's very important that we think about our fish harvesters and those who are very close to insolvency. And absolutely, we need to be there to help those who are nearing bankruptcy. At the same time, there are Canadians from across the country who are very close to bankruptcy. So when we talk about increasing the cost of living through higher carbon taxes or higher taxes, period, it is going to push people closer to insolvency. Additionally, the Bank of Canada has said they're going to increase interest rates for the next number of meetings. So we can expect a much higher interest rate policy. Well, where are families going to come up with that additional funds? So I just would think that we should be talking in this place about how do we not increase the burden on families and really make sure that we can support them in the way they need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Time for a brief question. L'honorable député d'Avignon, la Métis Matane Matapédia.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you. In the report, Recommendation 3 asks that the aging of the population in provinces and territories be taken into account in the health transfer formula. As we've heard, the entire medical community, especially the health community in Quebec, is asking for a health summit to be held. That way, the federal government can consult stakeholders, as well as provinces and territories, who are all asking for a 35% increase in health transfers. I expect to find this in the budget. Does the honourable member think so as well?
Go North.
I certainly hope we can have an honest conversation about healthcare. This government campaigned in 2015 that the healthcare funding formula was broken, and what do we have? A continued use of Prime Minister Harper's healthcare funding formula. So I think it's time we have a good conversation with our provincial colleagues about that, and I look forward to hearing about more of that in this budget. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
And resuming debate, the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise to discuss this important issue, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Simcoe North for his great insights on this report from committee. And I want to follow up on one of the themes that he touched on, and that's affordability. This really is the greatest crisis facing Canadians this year. And this government has had a couple of mandates and going into their 7th year. And the member for Simcoe talked about how if everything's a priority, then nothing's a priority. And there was a time when the finance minister used to be known as the Minister of No. Because at budget time, everybody's got an ask. Every community has an ask. I have a list of them, from stakeholders in my community, and as the Shadow Minister for Health, I've heard from stakeholders, and everyone has an ask for the Finance Minister, for the government. But we have to take a look at the full picture. What are the greatest needs facing Canadians today? That doesn't mean that the asks that people make aren't important. It just means that we do need to prioritize. Because what are we looking at as a country? We've seen unprecedented amounts of spending over the last 7 years since this government came to office. But during COVID-19, again, unbelievable sums of money spent. Some of it was absolutely necessary. Extraordinary amounts of money that were spent were absolutely necessary. But then there was other money spent, questionable at best. Accountability was lacking. And while this money is being spent, and while the budget for this week is probably at the printing press today, if not already boxed up, the impact that document and those policies are going to have on Canadians is far-reaching. The member for Courtenay Alberni in questions and comments to my colleague talked about the burden that individual Canadians are facing with respect to their personal finances. That over half of Canadians are within $200 of not being able to pay their bills, with 1 in 3 Canadians technically already being insolvent. Well, that situation is not going to get any better this year when we know that the price at the grocery store is going to affect the average family to the tune of an increase in $1,000 this year. And policies of the government are driving up other prices as well. We know that we live in one of the world's harshest climates. We're all very proud of our great country. It's also really cold. So heating our homes is not a luxury. But there's been a tax put on home heating that's making Canadians choose between heating their homes and providing nutritious food for their families. And that choice was already tough before we had the pressures of an increased carbon tax. With natural gas up nearly 19%, it becomes an impossible choice. And I already talked about the increased food prices. But we know that those prices are going to go up even higher with the carbon tax that went up on Friday. The price of everything will go up. So these are really tough choices that Canadians have to make. Keeping the family warm, keeping the family fed. To say nothing of being able to, in many parts of this country, being able to put gas in your car to be able to get to work, to be able to get to a medical appointment. to be able to take your kids to a hockey practice or dance practice becomes unaffordable to even just get there. Many people in my community telling me that they're not able to put a full tank of gas in their work truck on a Monday until they get paid by suppliers during the week, asking for money up front because they can't afford the increase in gas prices. They can't carry it on their own. That's their livelihood. A contractor working in the community using their pickup truck. And this is true for everyone who relies on personal vehicles when they don't have public transportation. And that's true for the vast majority of my community and for the communities of many members in this place. So when the government is looking at what the course is going to be for the next year, and there have been very big spending commitments that have been made with the fourth party in this House, their new partner in the NDP, we have to wonder, what is that going to look like for Canadians? What pressures is that going to put on the affordability in their life? It's incredibly stark. And when we talk about heating your home, feeding your family, we presuppose that they have a place to live. More and more Canadians are not going to be making those choices about their own home. And if they can find a place in a competitive rental market, they're going to be renting a home. But the dream of home ownership over the last 6-7 years under this government has slipped further and further out of reach. Again, the policies of this government, they need to think through what the implications are on the price of homes. They've doubled. Home prices have doubled during this government's time in office. What steps have they taken, aside from using the amount of money they spend as a metric of success, instead of what have we done to make housing actually affordable for more Canadians? And that's not the question that seems to be asked. How much can we spend to be able to show Canadians that we've been in motion and therefore we've made some progress? Trying to confuse Canadians in the process. But do we have a path to balance that's going to be proposed in this budget on Thursday? What are the fiscal anchors? What certainty can they give to Canadians that there has been some temporary pain, but there is a path back to the same type of budgeting that we have to exercise in small businesses and in our homes and in our personal lives, something that's sustainable? Because what we've seen isn't sustainable. And while I see I'm running short on time, I touched quickly, Madam Chair, on the expenses that this government has taken during COVID-19. One that was in the news this weekend was the money spent on the Covifenz vaccine made here in Canada. So the government spent $173 million on this. But we're not going to see it going to COVAX this week. We're not going to see it as a recognized vaccine that Canadians can receive and then travel internationally. We're not going to see that this week. Why? Why is that $173 million that Canadians have spent not going to be worthwhile for them? Because the government failed to do their due diligence. This vaccine not even receiving approval from the World Health Organization because of the failure of due diligence by this government and its partners. So what I'm hoping for, Madam Speaker, is prudence, is that this government is going to be meticulous and careful with how they spend money, because we've seen anything but. They wildly spend money and use that as a measure for success instead of the success of individual Canadians and how they're able to live their lives and prosper and to be able to support their families. Madam Speaker, we're looking for this government for some sanity, fiscal sanity, and for some responsibility.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister, to the
Government House Leader.
Government House Leader. Oh my gosh, it's Monday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if this member is aware of the fact that when he ran on an election in September of last year, that his party was actually proposing to spend even more money. But more importantly, when he talks about a path to balancing the budget, what kind of path is that exactly? Because the path that he ran on in September of last year was a path of 10 years. So is he saying that 10 years is the magic number, or is he now saying 5 years is the number, or is it 15 years? Can he quantify how many years is appropriate, and if it is indeed what he ran on 6 months ago?
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker. It's a great opportunity to talk about how we have all of the provinces and territories across this country who have been asking for basically an agreement from the federal government to actually plan out what the investments are going to be in our healthcare system. And while we have a global pandemic, this government is unwilling to make a commitment to the provinces and territories on what their funding is going to look like. Instead, we have an introduction of, we're going to throw $2 billion at you because there's backlogs in surgeries, there's backlogs in diagnostic screenings, in care appointments. But the provinces want stability, they want planning, they want prudence, something that we're not seeing from this government.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie.
Thank you. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. The Conservatives often talk about the carbon tax and how it would be a way to help people with the cost of living, but I think there's other ways to go about it, because this tax is a good way to fight against climate change. In the Bloc Québécois, we've targeted a few proposals, which is to double the reimbursement of GST, to compensate for increased inflation, increase the monthly child benefit, and to target sectors that are suffering the most from increased cost of inputs. Would my honourable colleague agree with this type of proposal? Is he expecting to see these kinds of measures in the budget?
Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, to my honourable colleague for the question. When we talk about the carbon tax as a way to disincentivize people from, using what are necessities for them, like their vehicles, like heating their homes, we think that that's an ineffective way to address climate change. One of the ways that we can address climate change is through technology, making sure that we're making investments in things like SMRs and VSMRs, making sure that we're collaborating with our agriculture sector, who are leaders and environmental stewards. That's incredibly important. It is also, to the member's question, very important that we collaborate on ways to support individual families, to make sure that those supports are means tested, and to make sure that they're able to support their families and they don't have to make those terrible choices, as I said before, between heating and eating.
And for a brief question, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. In my riding of North Island Powell River, we're seeing a lot of folks without housing. And this is just a growing concern. The market in our region is very hot. People are coming from all over the country to live in the beautiful area, but just making it so hard for local folks to be able to afford housing. And at the same time, as those houses are being bought up, we're seeing less and less in terms of rental. So I'm just wondering if the member could speak to why we need to see affordable housing across this country. And also, I'm wondering if he has any thoughts about when this government is actually going to do the thing they promised to do, which is ban blind bidding. Thank you.
answer from the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank the member for the question. It's no surprise that we had a promise from this government on one thing, and it looks like it will be joining a long list of broken promises from them. But it's incredibly important. And here in Ontario, for example, commitments from the federal government, money that is owed to the province for supports for housing and homelessness, just doesn't flow. And that's the hallmark of this government. A lot of talk, big announcements, not a lot of action. They've done nothing to remove the gatekeepers that have kept prices high and kept supply low, and that's the shame of this government.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a point of order.
Yes, on a point of order first, Madam Speaker, if I may, I am rising to respond to a question of privilege raised on March 31st, 2022, respecting an order of the House made on March 25, 2021, in the previous Parliament. I'd like to begin by making it clear that the ministers are accountable to the House of Commons for duties carried out within their departments and for the actions of their political staff in their political offices. Page 30 of the House of Commons Procedures and Practices states the following regarding the fact that ministers are responsible to Parliament, quote, and I quote, Madam Speaker, in terms of ministerial responsibility, ministers have both individual and collective responsibilities to Parliament. The principle of individual ministerial responsibility holds that ministers are accountable not only for their own actions as department heads, but also for the actions of their subordinates. Individual ministerial responsibility provides the basis for accountability throughout the system. Virtually all departmental activity is carried out in the name of the minister, who in turn is responsible to Parliament for those acts. End of quote. This is not a new concept. To reinforce this assertion, allow me to quote from Prime Minister Stephen Harper, who in 2006 publication, and I quote, Accountable Government, a Guide for Ministers, stated, and I quote again, ministers are accountable to Parliament for the exercise of their responsibilities, whether they are assigned by statute or otherwise. Ministers are personally responsible for the conduct and operation of their office, end of quote. The second issue I would like to draw to members' attention is the Speaker's ruling of December 9, 2021 on the effects of dissolution, in which he stated, and again I would quote, House of Commons Procedure and Practices 3rd edition clearly stipulates that at page 397 the following, with dissolution all business of the House is terminated. The government's obligation to provide answers to written questions, to respond to petitions, or to produce papers requested by the House also ends with dissolution. Committees cease to exist until the House reconstitutes them following the election. All orders of reference expire. Consequently, as a result of the dissolution of the 43rd Parliament, the orders of the House from March 25 and June 2 and June 17, 2021 have expired. The government and the people summoned to appear are released from their obligations. Similarly, the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations and the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics have ended, as have their studies. Any report presented in connection with the study involved only the committee from the previous Parliament. And that would be end of quote, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, your ruling is actually clear. The orders from previous Parliament expired with dissolution. Therefore, there can be no breach of an order in the current Parliament for which prima facie question of privilege cannot be found. I would further submit to the House that the logic follows that the simple retabling of a report from a previous Parliament does not constitute a new order for which a breach of privilege can be found. If a committee in this Parliament were to issue new orders for the appearance of individuals who were the subject of a study of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics in the 43rd Parliament, and those individuals did not appear or refused to appear before the committee in this Parliament, and the committee produced a report on the refusal of these individuals to appear, and that the report was tabled in the House, then a member could raise a question of privilege to argue that the privileges of members had been infringed. That is not the case here. A report from previous Parliament has been retabled and reported to the House. That in itself does not give rise to any contempt. All previous orders from the 43rd Parliament have expired, as the Speaker stated in December 9 ruling. No new order has been made, and therefore there is nothing for the Speaker to adjudicate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For the additional information, we'll certainly take it under advisement, and we'll bring it back to the House once we've had time to deliberate on that. Another point of order, the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm tabling government responses to questions 337 to 356, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, here we are again today where the official opposition here in Canada has made the determination that it wants to have a continuation of what I would suggest to you, and my colleague from Kingston no doubt would vouch, a filibuster in which the Conservative Party just does not want to see Bill C-8 pass. They've made it very clear they do not support Bill C-8. And what they're doing today is to prevent the bill from being debated once again. I'm not too sure exactly how many days this bill has been up for debate, Madam Speaker, but I suspect that if one was to do a little bit of research, you would find that it is a good number of days. And at the end of the day, it would have been nice to see the bill actually pass. After all, it was the C-8 is the fall economic update, and here we are in spring. And it was interesting, my colleague from Kingston raised a question today of one of the many conservative speakers on C-8 this morning. And the question in essence said, when are you going to pass this bill? Why haven't you passed this bill? And the response that we received to it, Madam Speaker, was, well, because the government hasn't brought in a time allocation.
Sorry, I do have another point of order. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And on a point of order on relevance, we are discussing the pre-budget consultation on concurrence. Maybe the member could steer his thoughts and start talking about that.
All honourable members to wait until I respond, and when it's time for questions and comments, there'll be time for members to decide to stand up if they have anything to say. On the honourable member's point of order, I just, as well, he knows very well that there is some latitude as to the discussion that is before the House, when debates are before the House. I do want to remind members, though, that they are to make sure that they are referencing the bill and are talking to the bill, and keep that in mind during their conversations or during their debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A House Leader, the member is not. I can tell, Madam Speaker, to stand up on a point of order and say it's not relevant to a concurrence motion that's dealing with the budget. And Bill C-8 is all about the budget. Madam Speaker. It's all about the fall budget, and the Conservatives, for whatever reason, just can't quite understand why it is that they've chosen that bill to vote against. So when you think in terms of a report from the Finance Committee on budget ideas and take a look at C-8, what is in C-8? When you listen to those consultations, I can assure the member opposite that Canadians are very much concerned about the pandemic. And the very bill in which they don't want to debate today, for whatever weird reason, Madam Speaker, it deals with priorities that Canadians have today. And I concur they are priorities. The issue is why doesn't the Conservative Party recognize that providing things such as rapid tests is important? All one has to do is look at what provinces and territories have been saying. We want to have rapid tests. This provides literally hundreds of millions of dollars in acquisition of being able to get rapid tests for Canadians, Madam Speaker, which is in high demand. You know, it provides supports today. If the member was doing exactly what the concurrence motion is referencing, the importance of consultation, if the members opposite consulted, they would understand that we need to support small businesses. And that's in fact what Bill C-8 does. If they were to be able to continue to look at consultations, there are many people that are concerned about the issue of the air in which they breathe, ventilation in our schools, in particular, where kids are going to school. They would find that if in fact they were consulting with Canadians. And once again, that's what's in Bill C-8, Madam Speaker. So I can tell you, Madam Speaker, if the Conservative Party of Canada was really understanding not only the importance of consultations, but actually reflecting inside the chamber what they're hearing from their constituents, Bill C-8 should have passed long ago, Madam Speaker. And now, as if the Conservative Party has turned a leaf and as if they know how to consult now. And they say, well, we want to concur because of all these things that we heard in regards to this particular report. But then listen to some of the speeches that they gave. They only had 2 speakers, Madam Speaker. So far, I sure hope it gets better. I agree with the member. You know, what did the members talk about? You know, I made a little bit of a note in terms of some of the things that they were talking about. We want to cut back on borrowing, and we want to stop any form of tax increases. That's the message that the Conservative Party is trying to say, Madam Speaker. And some opposite even applaud. Others say, well, it's a good start. Well, you know, there are expenditures, and this is the question that I had put earlier. Expenditures that the government makes that, yes, do cost money. It's an expenditure. That means it's going to cost money. But just because you're spending money doesn't necessarily mean that you are not bringing in money. And the example I would give is the Canada Child Care Program. For the first time in the history of Canada, we now have a government that's instituted a national child care program. So let's talk about that program, Madam Speaker. And I'm sure if the Conservatives did their homework, in which they did not, they would find that there is a broad spectrum of support for a national child care program. There's even some Conservatives, albeit somewhat shy, but there are some Conservatives that actually do support child care programs and what it is that the national government is doing. And I wouldn't want to embarrass them by naming them right offhand. But Madam Speaker, and here's the reason why I like it as an example. If one takes a look at the province of Quebec, and that's the nice thing of being in a federal system, we can take a look and see what's happening in the different regions of our country. And the province of Quebec has been highly successful through having a daycare or child care program that has enabled more people to be able to have access to child care. So the national government has recognized the strength and the benefits that were implemented into the province of Quebec, and we've turned it into a national program. And as a direct result of that, Madam Speaker, what we will see happen, and there is no doubt about it, what we will see happen is daycare across Canada is now going to become a whole lot more affordable. We are going to be able to see more daycare spots. We're going to see, for the first time, more people getting engaged in different aspects of our society. And that could be more people volunteering for wonderful organizations. But more often than not, what it does is it enables an individual that would not have been able to now be able to enter the workforce. And by entering the workforce, Gee whiz, guess what, Madam Speaker? That means they're going to be paying income tax. It will generate revenue. So, yes, there is a government expenditure. It is going to cost money in order to ensure that we have that national child care program. But it is also going to allow for people to get engaged in work and generate additional revenues for the Government of Canada. It is a fair policy. It's a good decision for the government to move in that direction. Then we had a Conservative member that spoke before me talk about, the government's too concerned about income equality. Or that's the essence of one of the points that he was trying to make. I can appreciate why the member would say that. I don't know how many times in the past I've talked about some of the actions that we have done in government, and I can tell the member that, in the consultations that I have had, I can tell you that there is a good deal of support for the initiatives that we have taken to deal with income inequality. For example, we come into government, one of the very first things we did is that we put a tax on Canada's 1% wealthiest. Now, we're being critical. Now, first of all, the Conservatives voted against that, Madam Speaker. And today, we're being criticized because, it didn't generate as much income as we wanted to see it generated as a government, Madam Speaker. Unbelievable. At the end of the day, it was a smart thing to do. And all the members have to do is consult with their constituents. And had they consulted with their constituents, I would suggest to you that a vast majority of Canadians supported us having an increase in the tax rate on Canada's 1% wealthiest. And I can assure you that is the case in Winnipeg North, and I would suggest to you in 337 other ridings, Madam Speaker. Another issue that we did in dealing with that income inequality, we lowered tax points for Canada's middle class. And again, the Conservative Party voted against that measure, Madam Speaker. The party that likes to say, we want tax breaks.
That's right.
They actually voted against a tax break. One of the more significant tax breaks in the last 20 years, they voted against it, Madam Speaker. Go figure. It just doesn't make any sense. Now, if you take a look at it, because we're talking about consultations, I'm wondering if my friends across the way were to consult with their constituents on this one. And what do you think their constituents would have said about having a tax break for Canada's middle class? I'm not a gambling man, with one exception to the member from Kingston, where I lost a McDonald's meal, Madam Speaker. I can tell you that at the end of the day, a vast majority of my constituents supported that measure. They recognized the value of it. We can continue talking about consultations and commitments that have been given by the government. One of the other earlier actions that were taken by the government was listening to what seniors have to say. After a decade of Stephen Harper, there was a huge need to give attention to Canada's seniors. And we have seen that over the years, virtually from day one when we came into government to today, Madam Speaker, where we have a Minister of Finance in the department, and I can tell you 150 plus Liberal members of Parliament that are actually working with and consulting their constituents, participating wherever we can in things such as roundtables, listening to the different stakeholders, whether they're labor unions or business representatives, big and small, trying to get a better understanding in terms of what sort of other things we can do. And one of the common things that we often hear is dealing with the issue of seniors. We have a very proactive Minister of Seniors that ensures that the issues surrounding seniors are a top priority for this government. We even have a caucus group of members of Parliament that sit to talk about the importance of seniors and what else it is that we can do. Now, I'm happy to report to members that from day one, we have consistently been there to support our seniors. And I'd like to give a few examples of that, Madam Speaker. You'll recall one of the first actions that we did is we actually reduced the age of eligibility from 67 to 65. I recall, when I was in the third party in the corner back here, and Stephen Harper was overseas when they made this announcement that they were going to increase the age in order to qualify for OAS from 65 to 67. And I can tell you the reaction in Canada was not very favorable. I suspect that's why he was in Europe during that particular decision. It didn't go over well. We listened to Canadians, much like was expected when you consult, i.e. the consultation of the budget report that we're talking about today. And Madam Speaker, I know.
I have another point of order. The honourable member of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate the member for actually mentioning the pre-budget consultation report, the actual thing that we're supposed to be talking about here in the motion. Actually, the title, Madam Speaker, is the way forward, or considering the path forward. I would hope.
Point of order. It's not a point of order. It's a point of debate. I got another point of order. The honourable parliamentary secretary, the government House Leader. For the Senate.
On the point of order, Madam Speaker, there are 221 recommendations in this report that address just about every fiscal.
Order is, it's what the honourable member is trying to do is do a point of clarification and not a point of order. Again, I've already indicated that the other one was not a point of order; it's a point of debate, as is this other member's point. The honourable parliamentary secretary has just a little over 5 minutes, and then there'll be 10 minutes for questions and comments. So I would ask people to be patient. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Madam Speaker, I really believe I should get a bonus 2 minutes because I had to have entertain points of orders.
But anyway, having said that, Madam Speaker, when you think of that consultation, which is so very important, what you will find is that from the very beginning, we have been working with Canadians in a very real and tangible way, and an excellent example of showing that is by looking at things that we've done with respect to seniors. GIS increase in the first few months, Madam Speaker. Commitment for that GIS, substantial commitment. I think it was somewhere around $800, $900 to max out. Literally lifted out hundreds of people in Winnipeg North. Seniors from Winnipeg North were lifted out of poverty because of that one particular initiative. But I know members want to talk maybe a little bit more recent. Let's go into the pandemic. In the pandemic, we had one-time payments for both OAS and GIS. We also supported, by listening, Madam Speaker, to the many different organizations that are out there to support seniors. And we literally gave tens of millions of dollars to those organizations in order to enhance services for our seniors during the pandemic. We've now brought forward a budget, Madam Speaker, that is actually seeing a 10% increase for seniors over 75 on OAS. Madam Speaker, for us, we take the issue of consultations very seriously. We have a Minister of Finance in the department, and as I've referenced before, the Prime Minister over the years has been very consistent in terms of his expectations of members of the Liberal caucus. And that was to get that sense and be advocates for the ridings that we represent in our homes and bring that voice of our people and our constituents to Ottawa. And I believe in good part we do that. And if you factor that in, along with the many different types of roundtables and meetings and discussions that have been taken away, that have been happening through a multitude of different ministers, all focusing in with the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, in a couple of days from now, we're going to see a budget reflection that will, in fact, reflect what Canadians really and truly want to see. It is first and foremost going to be a Team Canada reflected budget on Thursday, Madam Speaker. Now, I know to a certain degree that far-right element within the Conservative Party that's really raised their head in the last number of weeks, they will likely be a little disappointed, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
The member's insinuating that there are members of the far right in the Conservative Party, and that is completely false and inappropriate.
That's a point of debate. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Madam Speaker, I don't mean to insinuate it. It's fact. That's the reality, Madam Speaker.
Point of order. Brad's feelings are hurt.
I got another point of order. The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Oh, that's completely inappropriate, and it's not a fact. My family came to Canada. I am a member of the Conservative Party. You do not insinuate that I'm a member of the far right. It is completely inappropriate and unbecoming of the member from Winnipeg. I expect more from him.
Again, I just want to remind members to be careful, and I know that the honourable, one of the speakers actually did speak to this last week and indicated that, you know, it is, people should be judicious and very careful on some of the words that they are using. And so, again, I just want to remind the honourable member that, you know, that it's still a point of debate, and but I do want to remind the parliamentary secretary to get back to his speech and try to keep it focused on the debate that's before the House. And he's got 2 minutes left before there's 10 minutes questions and comments.
Yes, Madam Speaker, there are reformers. Maybe that's a better word, right? There's a very strong reformer element to the Conservative Party today. Just take a look at some of the words that we are hearing from speeches, whether it's inside this chamber or some of the leadership candidates and what it is that they're saying outside of this chamber. Right. And, Madam Speaker, I think that we need to recognize that Canadians as a whole, I believe, see the true value of good governance, and recognizing that at times there's a need for government to develop social programming. Programs, Madam Speaker, that have really made a positive difference. There are Conservatives that will constantly talk about cut taxes, and that is it. Cut taxes. Deal with the deficit. Their whole preoccupation is dealing with that. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that when I think in terms of the people in which I represent, there is more to being a member of Parliament than strictly fixating on cutting back on what the people of Canada need. That there is a need for us, for example, to provide and support national health care, now national child care, to support programs that put money directly into the pockets of people, such as OAS, looking at ways in which we can improve other programs to support people, such as an enhancement of the CPP, such as supporting through infrastructure dollars, Madam Speaker. Government has a role to play. And I am looking forward in a couple of days from now where we will see a vision that's going to take us out of the pandemic and continue to put Canada on a road to prosperity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? I'm member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my Madam Speaker, I'm looking for something to vote for. And you know, we've been waiting since 2019 in York Simcoe for the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund, which I know the member from Niagara Centre, Kingston and the Islands, Winnipeg North, all know how badly that's needed. It was promised in 2019, and we're still waiting. I would also suggest to the member, I represent the Holland Marsh, again, the soup and salad bowl of Canada. We are looking for, you know, programs for our farmers right now. We have half the farms on propane. They want to move to natural gas. There's nothing. They want to start small businesses. They're on phase 1 hydro. They can't move to phase 3 hydro. So I'd like the honourable member from Winnipeg North to comment on those. Thanks.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, allow me to help the member, my friend across the way. Bill C-8 takes a number of initiatives that the member is actually talking about. So when he talks about helping small businesses, Bill C-8 does that, Madam Speaker. When we talk about helping his constituents, and again, in the spirit of consultations, you know, the member should take a look at what C-8 does before he is obligated to vote against it. And if he was to consult with his constituents, there's a lot of positive measures in there, and I would encourage the member not only to, on the concurrence motion, but also on C8 to vote in favor of it. Better yet, let's pass the fall economic update report.
Before I go to the next speaker, I just want to remind the honourable member and his colleagues that they had an opportunity to ask a question, and they should be respectful when the answer is coming through, as opposed to talking and yelling across the way. Questions et commentaires, honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. I do thank him, but I'm also really tired of hearing the Liberals say that they took good care of seniors. The colleague in his speech said, yes, we increased OAS for those over 75, but they are effectively creating 2 categories of seniors. So it's all well and good to say we'll always be there for seniors, we always have been, but that's empty words. I don't know. I'm wondering whether the Parliamentary Secretary can answer my question, yes or no, without flowery remarks or saying whether he wants to argue. Is he in agreement with increasing the OAS for 65 and up? Yes or no? Thank you.
Yes, Madam Speaker, what I would say to the member is that at the end of the day, as I pointed out in my comments, as a government, we have stepped up consistently to support our seniors in a multitude of different ways. I was able to touch upon a number of them. And the increase for OAS for those above 75 was an election platform promise that was made, and now it has been fulfilled. That was made in 2019, and as a direct result, seniors that are 75 and over will get a substantial increase. And the older one gets, I believe, in general speaking, there is a higher need for supports. So I think it was a positive policy move, and it's something that was supported by Canadians, which gave us the mandate to increase it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened closely to the Parliamentary Secretary's speech, and I was particularly interested in the part where he was extolling his government's actions to address income inequality. And it reminds me a little bit of this government's approach on climate, where they do small, modest things to reduce emissions and then big things to increase emissions. And of course, the net result is an overall increase. So my question is quite simple. The Liberals have been in power for 7 years. And I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary can tell me, has income inequality gotten better or worse during that time?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, what I would do, Madam Speaker, is reflect in terms of the riding of Winnipeg North, and I can tell you that there have been literally hundreds of seniors that have been lifted out of poverty, along with hundreds of young children. The Canada Child Benefit Program and the readjusting of that program, which was quite significant. We no longer were giving millionaires money through
through that program and the substantial increases that were given there to, as I pointed out, the increases to the GIS, which is the poorest of seniors, to the special tax on the Canada's 1% wealthiest, to the tax break to Canada's middle class, to the many hundreds of millions of dollars that we distributed to support organizations that are there to support, in particular, our youth, to the enhancement of our summer youth program, where we more than doubling, from what I understand, of total jobs. I believe that as a government, I would challenge the member to tell me another government, both provincial or federal, that has done a better job on income redistribution than this government has in the last 6 years.
King's Hants.
Madam Speaker, I have to ask, what are we doing here? Honest to God, what are we doing here? Yes, we are standing here today talking about a concurrence debate on a report from the Committee of Finance. In 3 days, we're going to table a budget where we will have a whole host of debates on those different elements. Every time I come in the last 2 weeks and try to figure out what's going on in this House, it's a repeat of C8 continuously. We have debated this bill, and then the Conservatives bring this forward. They then stand up and talk about measures that matter to their constituents, that the member rightfully points out is in the legislation that they keep delaying. And you know what? I love hearing from the member from Winnipeg North, but I don't need to hear from him again talking about this government's good work. I don't. I want to hear something else, Madam Speaker. Can this member opposite at least talk about how we are delaying and we need to get on with the legislative agenda of the government and in this Parliament and stop delaying?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, to change focus a little here and recognize that the reason why we're here today is because the Conservatives continue to want to play a destructive force in terms of the processing of legislation through the House of Commons. And they do that by bringing forward things like today, a concurrence report on something that's quite frankly just not warranted. We started again the debate on C8 earlier today. We began the debate, and the Conservatives are using this as a tool in order to frustrate the legislative process. We have seen that, and one of the answers that was provided earlier today says a great deal. When a Conservative member said, well, we expected you to bring in time allocation on C8, in full expectation that if we don't bring in time allocation, they have no intentions on passing the legislation, and if we bring in a time allocation, they will criticize us for bringing in time allocation, Madam Speaker. Go figure. Conservative logic, I guess.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And listening to the commentary and speech from my colleague across the way, the one thing I have to say is that as a responsibility as Member of Parliament, we have two things. Talk about all the things that we would advocate for in terms of spending, and the member went through a litany of what it was. What was completely absent from all that discussion was how we're going to pay for it. And I think part of these conversations we have this week in the lead up and looking at the report that we see here from committee and numerous other factors, the government does not tell you how they're going to pay for it, Madam Speaker, because they're not going to. It is adding to our federal debt, adding to our federal deficit annually, and we were projected to have that before the recent NDP Liberal deal, coalition agreement, whatever that budget may be this week. I think it's important for Canadians to know that you can say you're going to spend on A, B, C, or D. Canadians deserve to know how you're going to pay for it. The member's been quiet on that, Madam Speaker, because there's not a way. It's adding to the country's credit card and letting somebody else have to deal with it down the road.
The Honourable Member to answer that question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, that's not true. At the end of the day, I have commented on it, even just earlier. A growing economy generates additional revenues. That's right. And the example that I used earlier fairly extensively was the child care program. By bringing in a child care program, we are going to be enabling a greater participation in the workforce. By having a larger participation in the workforce, you're going to generate additional revenues. That is something that does address that side of the ballot. We have invested heavy in Canadians and the economy, and members of the Conservative Party need to realize the healthier Canadians, in particular our middle class and those aspiring to be a part of the middle class is, the healthier our economy will be, thereby generating additional revenues in different ways also, Madam Speaker.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement, je dois...
Pursuant to Section 38 of the Standing Orders, I must raise the issues that will be raised during adjournment this evening.
Natural Resources, the Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nippewa, the Economy, and the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre, Climate Change. Je désire informer la Chambre...
I wish to inform the House that due to the vote, government orders will be extended by 14 minutes.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Mirabel.
La Présidente, et avec votre permission.
Thank you. With your permission, I'll share my time with the Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Madam Speaker, let me highlight the importance of the pre-budgetary consultation process and the importance that it had this year. We're coming out of 2 years of a pandemic. It was extremely difficult. Our businesses, taxpayers, workers, families went through difficult circumstances, circumstances which were extraordinary. It is more important than ever to consult our fellow citizens, our organizations, the business sector, so that we can get a certain number of ideas. I'm an optimist, and I'm looking forward to the budget we're going to get on Thursday. However, we're getting indicators that not everything is going well, and that our expectations will be disappointed. Let me start with health. As you know, in health, the pandemic was very difficult. We placed a great deal of emphasis on illnesses and deaths related to COVID. And our full sympathies are with those people. However, we can't forget the backlog of surgeries, families who went through extremely difficult times. And in some other countries, I'm thinking of Sweden. In other countries, there were more resilient healthcare systems, and their systems were more resilient because there were reforms. There were reforms because there was funding, because there were more hospital beds. And it allowed them to move forward more effectively during the pandemic. It also reduced the economic costs associated with the lockdown measures. Today, what we need today to face the next crisis, to get those surgeries done, to get rid of that backlog, what we need is unconditional health transfers. Health transfers that will reach 35% of the system's costs, because our health systems need reforms. In Quebec, there was a significant plan for reform presented, but it needs funding. And we know that the money's here in Ottawa. Today, we had a long list of stakeholders from the health sector in Quebec, doctors, specialists, unions, everyone was there. And what they're asking is for unconditional health transfers in order to be able to have predictability, in order to be able to plan reforms. These are people who are firmly rooted in hospitals. They take care of people. And when we asked the question of the Minister of Health today, I would imagine that the budget is pretty much written. And it's being printed now and being put in some nice little plastic wrapping. When we asked the Minister of Health about this, the minister said, yes, we're giving some money. Of course, it'll be highlighted by the member for Winnipeg North that, yes, we're giving money. Some micro transfers, occasional, small amounts on the left, on the right. And the Minister of Health asks us to thank them for that. And in the meantime, there's a refusal to meet the people from Quebec who are actually taking care of patients day after day. So that's part of our requests. That's part of the requests that are necessary for us to support the budget, and we are proud of that because it's what Quebecers want. It's what people want. The federal government, which has the money, needs to commit to them. And we also need to raise levels of funding for social transfers to the 1994-1995 levels. Today, Paul Martin, Jean Chrétien, and John Manley, they're talking about all the Liberals that made cuts. As of 1995, we took health transfers and social transfers, we grouped them together, and we cut and cut and cut and cut. And today, we still haven't come back to the level of funding we had before. The social transfer helps with post-secondary education, secondary education, childhood education. It is unbelievable to see the Liberals brag about working with the provinces for daycare when for years they had not caught up with the Canada social transfer. That should be done. It is necessary. Those who offer services are the provincial governments. And when the federal government tries, it rarely goes well. We've seen it with immigration. We're seeing it now. And during the pre-budget consultations, I went to the Finance Committee and I participated in this exercise. And we saw, even before the NDP Liberal marriage happened, there were questions, there were recommendations being presented. And we were saying, you're getting involved in provincial jurisdictions and they just don't understand. They don't understand what provincial jurisdiction is. The member for Fredericton told me last week, listen, I understand that you don't want us to get involved in provincial jurisdiction, but mental health is so important. It's so important we have to get involved. And I don't doubt their sincerity. I don't doubt it at all. But somebody who's sincere and incompetent brings us nowhere. Get the money to the people on the ground. Cost of living. Cost of living, Madam Speaker. As an economist, I know that part of the inflationary pressure are coming from the shocks that we've been through and pressure on the supply chain. There's some conservatives who live in a world where there's nothing beyond our borders and the world is flat. I know that a great deal of inflation is coming from supply chains. However, there is a reality is that for years, for decades, we had a 2% rate of inflation, between 1 and 3. All of the households and businesses, all those who get involved in supply, businesses, governments were planning their financing based on a rate of inflation that was predictable at 2%, and everybody was surprised. And today, among those who are surprised, there are the most vulnerable people. There are households that are having trouble making ends meet. And we're telling them that it's transitory. It'll be temporary. Keep not eating for 2 years. It'll come back to 2%. But I think we should be offering support to those people. It needs to take the form of perhaps improving the GST tax credit. That's a commitment for monetary policy that inflation would not go beyond 3%. We could also increase the frequency of checks. We need to help those people because they are going through financial problems today. Green funding. We want to see that in the budget. Today, we have the Minister for the Environment during question period who's bragging about eliminating subsidies to fossil fuels. Listen, just hearing him talk, the Liberals have been in power not for 6 months, but for 2015. The subsidies are still there. We're still putting taxpayers' money into those fossil fuel subsidies. It's this kind of short-term thinking that gets us into trouble. That kind of thinking makes us think that when gas gets really expensive, we still have to depend on it. We need to make sure that our financial institutions reveal the extent of the climate crisis. For once, the federal government could be doing something, and they're just not. Now, investing in the Canada Pension Plan. Did you know we're seeing it? We're seeing with the Caisse de dépôt et de placement du Québec. We're seeing it with the innovative funds at Desjardins. People want green investments, and we need to direct money towards that green transition. In the meantime, the Canada Pension Plan, in its strategy, they say we're going to invest in carbon capture and storage. It doesn't exist. That's something that might happen one day to help capture a few metric tons of emissions. It's important to raise this issue. Access to water. My Liberal friends, they're proud. The Chrétien government promised access to clean drinking water to our First Nations communities. Paul Martin made a commitment. The current government keeps talking about it. It still hasn't happened. We're still talking about drinking water, and that's fundamental. But I want to talk about agriculture because Mirabel, that's important. Mirabel, that's an issue that is fundamental. During question period, the Minister for Agriculture said, listen, our farmers know how much they're going to get in terms of compensation because we stole part of their market through trade agreements, but they'll get it back. I want to take all the members for the government and tell them, look, I know what your salary is going to be, but I'll give it to you next year, and good luck with your mortgage in the meantime. Our farmers are important. They're the ones who feed us, and currently, especially under supply management, they're going through enormous difficulties with the cost of inputs. Expectations are high. They're very high. And I would say that I'm very worried about the signals that I'm getting. Thank you very much.
Senator for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to congratulate the member, as I would like to congratulate everybody on that end of the House and everybody on this end of the House, they've been talking about people. Because what we've heard from that portion of the other side is all about money. And there's an old saying that is quite often misused. They say that money is the root of all evil. Well, that's not correct. The correct expression is the love of money is the root of all evil. And so I'd like to ask my honourable friend who's done the right thing and talked about people to ask him whether or not it's reasonable for the average Canadian to believe that the Conservatives love money more than people.
L'honorable député de Mirabel.
Je vous ai parlé des gens, Madame la Présidente.
I talked to you about people, Madam Speaker, but when I started to speak,
the honourable members likely will have a question in a few minutes on the opposition side, but I would ask them to hold on to their thoughts until it's time and allow the honourable member for Mirabel to respond. L'honorable député de Mirabel.
Oui, Madame la Présidente.
Yes, Madam Speaker, people are important to me, and that's why I started by talking about all of the stakeholders in our health networks that asked today for unconditional health transfers. I also talked about the Minister of Health who turned a deaf ear. I don't see why I would turn to the Conservatives today when it's the Liberal government that has to table the budget. I would like a colleague to tell me why the love of control from the federal government is more important than anything when the health minister refuses to talk to us about unconditional transfers.
L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable member for his excellent speech. I feel that he didn't have enough time at the end to talk about agriculture, so I'd like to give him an opportunity to talk more about the promises for compensation. How this Liberal government loves to repeat promises once, twice, 3, 4 times. And that way, they can keep the people they've promised things to polite. They promise things, and it's just a way of making people be nice to them. People want to solve problems, and our farmers need money now. I'd like to hear the member talk about that. The honourable member from Mirabel. The tragedy for our agricultural producers is that they get the impression of begging for their own money. That's what we're forcing them to do. Free trade with the United States and Mexico is signed. Those deals were happening, and there was pressure on to get that done. But when it was time to give compensation to farmers who would have preferred to keep their share under supply management, it's always later. Our farmers don't want to know how much the check is going to be. They want that check in the mail.
The honourable member for Skeena-Balkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My apologies if I missed you calling my riding. I thank my colleague from Mirabel for his remarks. There's a lot of what he said that I agree with, and lots of different questions that I could ask. The question I'm going to ask him, though, is the question that I asked the parliamentary secretary at the end of the last speech that we heard, because it seemed like he deftly avoided giving a straight answer to the question. The question was around income inequality and whether that whether income inequality has gotten worse or better in the 7 years that the Liberal government has been in power. And I know that my honourable colleague has a background in economics, and so I'm sure he'll find this an easy question to answer for the edification of the parliamentary secretary.
L'honorable député de Mirabel a 1 minute pour répondre.
1 minute to answer.
Inégaux dans la vie à bien.
You know that we are unequal in life on many levels. It's true for inequalities that have increased in terms of wealth and in terms of health. There are surgeries that are still on backlog, and we have a Minister of Health that's refusing to give us unconditional health transfers and is basically spitting in the face of the entire health sector in Quebec. Telling the provinces what to do, telling Quebec what to do, when it's those governments that have the capacity to make reforms, that's an approach that goes against the fundamental vision of the world, which is to make us more equal.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Terrebonne.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Mirabel for sharing his time with me.
L'horloge pour une seconde.
I'm just going to stop the clock for a second.
Fait que c'est mieux pour la posture. Alors, l'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. It's better this way, thank you. Currently, we have extremely crucial days before us. We saw some rather interesting moments occur. 2 years ago, our country closed its borders. Public health measures were starting, and we were on the eve, and now we're on the eve of tabling a budget. There's a lot to talk about. If you will permit, I'll start by reviewing what the current issues are. First of all, we're in an era of shortages. We have a lack of clients, a lack of labor, and a lack of access to the supply chain. First of all, when it comes to the lack of customers, consumer habits have changed. Even if the economy were to reopen tomorrow, there are businesses that can't regain what they lost. Secondly, recently I was talking to the CEO of La Sodec in Terrebonne, saying that even the busiest theaters in Quebec aren't filling up. The doors are open, but people have changed their habits and they have not come back. Third, in the case of shortage of labor, many businesses are having a hard time hiring. We're coming back to an age of full-time work, and businesses are having a hard time finding staff. So that adds to the tension. Recently, I spoke to people in the business sector of my riding who said that they are very stressed by the fact that Immigration Canada and Service Canada are unable to meet the needs of our businesses. It's scandalous that there's such a long wait time when businesses have to close while waiting for their employees to show up. We're talking about temporary foreign workers, but also just about regular workers who are coming through the economic immigrant stream. We're also talking about businesses that just cannot operate. They can't open their plants because they don't have enough workers. And finally, we have problems with the supply chain. A great deal of businesses have talked about shortages when it comes to pieces that they need to build their product. This shortage of pieces of products, this shortage is due to delays from containers that arrived from the West, and also due to the fact that there have been many closures during the pandemic. In short, those pieces aren't available, and then there comes a time that even if the economy has reopened all over the world, these businesses can't provide what they did and they have to close their doors because they don't have access to the pieces that they need.
Second, we're in the midst of a climate crisis. The environment is a major issue, and yet the Minister of Immigration can't decide whether we should make this project where we're talking about a project that simply doesn't make sense. Greenpeace even said so. And third, inflation. Many people have talked about it, and I don't want to give any arguments to certain friends of the House, but I would like to reiterate the fact that we've got the highest rate of inflation in 30 years. It's a new record. Look at the cost of housing, the cost of gas now. The Bank of Canada today unveiled a report that says that businesses think that inflation is simply going to last. It's not going to go away. And so people have reason to be worried. Also, look at what the committee did. The Finance Committee heard from 495 briefs, 495 groups, because people wanted to contribute to the pre-budget consultations. They wanted to be sure that their voices were heard, and the committee heard from them. Between January 31st and February 14th, 29 witnesses testified. They came from all sectors of our economy, community organizations, small and medium businesses. All of them testified, and their recommendations were taken into account. The goals of this committee, if we average them, is to grow the economy, but also to protect the most vulnerable members of our society. But we also need to ensure that we still have a planet to pass on to our younger generations. And experts agree that we need to increase productivity, but we need to strengthen our social safety net as well. We might remember that the Bloc Québécois agrees with the report that was tabled. But there again, we have a number of demands. First, health transfers. My colleague from Mirabel mentioned them. Every time we ask a question about it, the government dances around the question. But unfortunately, it's very difficult for people who are suffering because of the gaps in our healthcare. What we're calling for is quite simple. We're asking for respect of our areas of jurisdiction, and that is inherent to the Bloc's mandate. Areas of jurisdiction must be respected because we have a development of knowledge over many years. Quebec knows what's best for Quebec. The government needs to increase health transfers from 22% to 35%, and they have to be indexed 6% every subsequent year. With regard to the social transfer, we're calling on the government to reinstate the levels from 94 and 95. That doesn't seem to be particularly complicated. Secondly, we're calling for an in-depth examination of the situation of our seniors. Those who want to work should be able to stay on the job because this is a big solution to the labor shortage. We also want to increase by $110 over 3 years, old age security as of age 65. Creating two classes of citizens is simply not acceptable. We will continue to put forward measures to fight inflation. Obviously, there are short-term measures, for example, to protect the most vulnerable Canadians and Quebecers. But we also need to double the GST rebate when the inflation rate is higher than what has been set by the Bank of Canada. We're calling for an increase in the Canada Child Benefit, and we want targeted support for small and medium-sized businesses. But in the medium term, there are many things that could be done immediately if the government was a bit more proactive to help fight inflation, and especially to increase our resilience in the face of this adversity. For example, building social housing to address the housing crisis and to develop economic sectors that are underdeveloped. For example, semiconductors. Those are very important pieces for our economy, and we need to fight against monopolies. It's simply not normal to see monopolies in Canada that mean that telecommunications are still very expensive in Canada. Another request is for green funding. We need more transparency from our banks. And lastly, First Nations housing. We're a G7 country. We should not have our Indigenous people not have access to drinking water. And obviously, probably Thursday and Friday, we're still going to have a Liberal minority government. But the role of the Bloc Québécois is to make concrete proposals. And we're there for Quebec to ensure that the budget is good for Quebecers. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Kings Hants. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech today. I have 3 questions. First of all, does my honourable colleague believe that there will be an oil and gas industry in 2050? Also, does she believe that Canada has a role to play to provide these products globally, supposing that we can reduce our emissions per barrel? And third, does my colleague believe that small modular reactors in the nuclear sector have a role to play in the energy future of Canada in our fight against climate change? The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The first question is perhaps the easiest to answer. Obviously, if we look at the current government and its current proposals, there will be a thriving oil industry in Canada. But that's not the goal to target if we want a greener and more fair future. We don't want job losses, of course, but we need to transition to a green economy so that it's more resilient in the face of the climate crisis. Another of my colleagues' questions, I think it was concerning whether small modular reactors have a future. Well, regardless of that, well, we need a green economy. And the IPCC says that we need to move fast.
Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. I agree, especially around the issues of climate change. We know that the impacts are being felt profoundly. I'm from British Columbia. Last year, we saw a heat dome that took many lives because we're simply not having the infrastructure we need to deal with that kind of heat. We saw extreme flooding, forest fires, and lost whole communities. Farmers lost everything. We know the impacts of climate change are real, but they're also extremely expensive. And I'm very concerned because we don't see this government taking the next steps that they need to take to address this issue in a serious way. I'm just wondering if the member could talk about what she's seeing and how urgent this is and how expensive climate change is.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. I worked for a report on climate change in Quebec, and yes, climate change is extremely costly for society, whether it be in terms of infrastructure, for example, different weather events, permafrost, the terrible things that happen in BC, and different illnesses. So obviously, climate change is costing us, and the government doesn't see this, likely because its costs are too high. But the government should realize that climate change is costing us a great deal, and it should tackle it now. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have time for a very brief question. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I heard her speak about the health transfers that should be boosted to 35%. And over the past weeks, the Minister of Health has always avoided this question. You know, he simply dances around it. So what does she think that is going to happen with these health transfers? A brief response, the Honourable Member. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Unfortunately, I think that the government is going to do what it usually does. Before the next election, it will spend paltry amounts. But Quebec needs to make its own decisions with regard to health care because it's our money. And so it's up to us to decide what to do with it and how we want to use it to improve our healthcare system. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's my honor today to rise in this place on behalf of the neighbors and constituents of my community in Edmonton Griesbach. Folks in my community, and albeit across Canada, are facing a true crisis, a crisis of affordability. With the cost of living rapidly rising and workers' wages continuing to be stagnant or even worse, decreasing, like in my home province of Alberta, where we're seeing current Conservative governments slashing the wages of hard-working public healthcare workers. We must do more. During this affordability crisis, it's our job to protect our social safety net so that it truly assists those who need it most and continues to provide Canadians with the dignity they need. We are seeing more and more seniors, people with disabilities. We are seeing Black communities, Indigenous communities, and all persons of color communities across Canada struggling to make ends meet due to this crisis. We need more protection, and we need the social programs in order to keep them going. This is no surprise to my community at Edmonton Griesbach. We've been struggling with the affordability crisis for years. We see, for example, a study by the Edmonton Social Planning Council. They researched that 9,705 families of lone parent families are already experiencing poverty, while an additional 10% of Edmontonians are living in extreme poverty. This makes Alberta one of the most unequal provinces in our federation, according to Edmonton Social Planning Council. This, Madam Speaker, is something that must change. All this while large companies, albeit have been making huge profits. CNRL, Suncor have made record profits throughout this pandemic, while everyone else did their part. We all did so much for one another. We took care of our neighbors. We talked to family members. We even gave a few bucks to some of the community organizations trying to help others out. But these big companies...
I'm sorry, I hate to disturb the honourable member. I'm just trying to, I may have been sidetracked, and I'm just wondering if the honourable member has indicated that he was going to share his time. I think I may have missed it, but I'll just wanted to ask the honourable member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member from South Kootenay, West Okanagan, or South Okanagan, West Kootenay. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Sorry? Well, members of these companies have been making record profits. We're seeing CNRL, for example, huge profits, over $4 billion. We're seeing, over $7 billion. We're seeing Suncor spending $3.1 billion on its shareholders. Canadians are losing their hard-earned money. I, myself, a former energy worker, something the Conservatives often talk about, supporting, never once coming to the workers and talking to us about what it means to ensure that we have the security, the dignity that workers across this country deserve. Soaring housing prices continue to make our country more unaffordable for the average Canadian. Young people are being left behind. Single parents have nowhere to go. Children aren't sure what their future is going to look like. We're seeing a world that's increasingly more unpredictable. This summer, we've seen record heat waves, we've seen floods, we've seen droughts, we've seen regular communities taking the brunt of this work. Yet, where is the support? We need to ensure that we work towards rebuilding our economy so that it works for every single Canadian, not just some. I want to particularly highlight some community organizations in Edmonton Griesbach that are doing the hard work to lift up communities, like Boyle Street Community Services, like Hope Mission, like some of the Amity houses spread throughout our great city in Edmonton that are working with everyday community members, seeing them and meeting them where they're at so that they actually have a chance to get out of poverty. Some of these families have been living paycheck to paycheck for years, not knowing when they're going to get a break. We're also seeing huge impacts to young people and their ability to make sure that they see a good life because of student debt. Student debt payments have been continuing to be collected by this current government. Over $3 billion, nearly $4 billion today, that students have paid in student loan payments during one of the most difficult times in our country's history. Young people need the support now more than ever to make sure that they can actually get to a point where they see that their education is going to pay off, that it's not just a debt sentence where they're going to be left with an unmanageable debt load and an unpredictable future. We need a country where we understand the issues of some of the communities we're leaving behind the most. Indigenous communities have been disproportionately affected by the poverty crisis and are disproportionately impacted by the unjust levels of profiteering by the companies who are partnered with them. We're seeing the need to increase social responsibility of these companies to make sure that they're paying into our social safety net, that they're continuing to do the hard work. In Alberta, for example, we're seeing some of these oil companies have foregone municipal taxes. They aren't paying municipal taxes. In what jurisdiction do we allow companies to not pay basic municipal tax? In Alberta, it's one of them. These communities, these municipalities, these reserves, these Métis settlements need that revenue. I talked just recently to President Herb Blair of the Métis Settlements General Council. They predict that they're missing over $3 million of unpaid taxes due to these companies. That's $3 million that isn't going towards the basic needs of family members in these communities. The basic infrastructure that goes into clean water, that goes into roads, that goes into things that build community. And we often talk about reconciliation as if it's this thing that's going to cost us billions of dollars. But we often don't even give the tools that Indigenous people need, like enforcement to ensure that these companies pay their fair share. We know that a guaranteed livable basic income is something that will dramatically change our country. It will dramatically change how Canadians live. It will give the dignity that people need to move on with their lives. It's going to ensure that our economy works for everyone. When consumers have the power they need to spend what they need in order to accommodate things like rent, food, gas, it creates confidence in an economy that can continue to actually grow. We need to ensure that people are living with dignity, and we need a guaranteed basic income now. When we look at some of this affordability crisis, we know long-standing issues that New Democrats have fought for decades, like childcare, like dental care, pharmacare, are things Canadians need now. Madam Speaker, we're seeing an issue where young people are having to go to the Stollery Hospital at hour 12 and they need surgery to their teeth because they had no preventative measures. This is actually costing Canadians. We can tackle these issues if we have only the courage to do it, to do what is right. When I think about struggling families in my community of Edmonton-Griesba, we're often left to think about those who are unhoused. But we often don't think about those right in the middle, who are right at the edge of poverty, who need help now. They need a huge amount of assistance. They need to see this government work for them. They need to see their monthly paychecks increase. We need to see justice for families who are working sometimes 3-4 jobs and still not making ends meet. No one in this country should have to work more than one job in order to have a good life. That's what we're living in right now in my community. Community members who are working 15, 16-hour days because they have family members who really need that support. They have children who need that support. I recently took a visit at the Nebula Academy in Edmonton, a community, non-for-profit community school that's working to make sure that marginalized communities can continue to get the support they need. New Canadians are often abandoned when they come here to Canada. They're abandoned when it comes to the education they need that is culturally appropriate in the language of their choice. They want to see their families and their religion represented in the place they call home. These are the kinds of programs that are going to go a long way to ensuring that we have a better Canada and a better country for everyone. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Edmonton, Griesbach, for his remarks today. I think this is the first time we've had to engage each other in the House, and I congratulate him on his election, and certainly as two of the younger members of Parliament in the House, it's great to see other young faces here. Madam Speaker, I've been thinking a lot about energy and the future of energy in Canada and around the world. And of course, the member opposite mentioned that he was, I believe, a former energy worker in Alberta. I'm thinking about the future of the oil and gas sector. I believe that come 2050, there still will be an oil and gas sector, albeit it'll be smaller globally because of the work that we're going to be all collectively doing. On that end, coupled with the amount of electricity that is going to be needed in Canada as we move to EV vehicles and otherwise, I believe that small modular reactors in the nuclear sector are going to be extremely important. Does the member opposite have a thought on that as it relates to positioning the oil and gas sector for success in a tighter global market, Canadian market, but also how it could be important for electricity in the country in the days ahead?
Honourable member for Edmonton, Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. Working in Alberta's oil sands has granted me a tremendous opportunity. It allowed me to get my education, pay for that debt, and to ensure that I was part of an economy that I seen a future in. But the reality is, the last time I worked in that industry, I got laid off 4 times in the same calendar year. What kind of business or family wants to get into that, where you can't make ends meet because you've been laid off so many times? And so when I think of what our country needs, and I think about our energy needs, I often think about how vast our country is. I've worked in the Northwest Territories. I've seen geothermal plants. I've seen renewable energy projects, and I know our country can sustain more renewable energy projects without going to nuclear. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
And I certainly appreciate the member and his contributions in the debate today. Specifically, I would like to ask about carbon capture, utilization, storage. The government has been making promises through the Minister of Finance to the energy industry, saying that they will support an investment tax credit so that it could allow for those pathways to net zero projects to move forward. There's a number of energy companies that are waiting to that. Madam Speaker, if we don't see those kinds of investments being made, those investments will simply go to other regions, other places, Madam Speaker, and we will be with less jobs and less opportunity. Where's the NDP on carbon capture, utilization, storage? Do they believe it's a fossil fuel subsidy, Madam Speaker, or do they believe it actually is a way to responsibly develop our resources?
Honourable member for Edmonton, Griesbach.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. I actually had the opportunity to work on that carbon capture site, one of the first testing projects in Fort McMurray. But the reality is, how much has it captured? 0 today. And that was about 7 years ago. We don't know the number. We don't know how much carbon is being captured by this sequestration. And when you're talking to these companies, their number ranges. So which is it? Is it a scientific fact or is it a scientific fantasy? Because I think in many ways we have to follow the science, and it's not in carbon capture. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The
honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his very interesting speech. There are a few things that we agree on. For example, he spoke about dental care, which people need. Okay, but is my colleague aware that health care is under provincial jurisdiction in this federation? Does he not feel that we should increase health transfers to provinces and entrust this to governments who have this under their jurisdiction?
I want to thank the honourable colleague from the Bloc Québécois. I believe that Quebec has a social safety net that's really helping many Quebecois in their province. However, when we think of provinces like Alberta and we think of what's happening there, the protections and powers and of jurisdiction that our province has enjoyed has actually harmed people. And we're seeing wages, public health care wages being cut. So I believe that we should increase the transfers, but it needs strings attached.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. You got it right. So today we're debating a motion to concur in the report of the Finance Committee regarding recommendations arising from the pre-budget consultations. And as we often hear, budgets are about choices. Choices on expenses and services, the investments that we're making to create a better Canada, and choices on revenues. Who do we ask to pay for those investments? So I think it's good to see where we are now, at least where we were before the pandemic, when the Parliamentary Budget Office reported that 1% of Canadians, 1% share 25% of the wealth, 1% with 25% of the wealth, and that 40% of Canadians have only 1% of the wealth shared amongst them. And the pandemic has only accentuated and aggravated these inequalities, these differences. Supply chains have been disrupted. We've had labor shortages that are still very critical. We've had climate disasters, droughts, floods, heat domes, a lot of them happening right in my riding or in very adjacent ridings. We have seen the impacts of what climate change is bringing. And now we have an illegal war in the Ukraine that is further exacerbating the situation in the world economy. So how did this change during the pandemic? How did the inequalities change? Well, the billionaires got richer. The billionaires in Canada added more than $70 billion to their own wealth, while the rest of Canada really struggled. And this committee report fails to recommend any solution that would change or reverse this trend. The NDP feels that we need a tax on additional profits that were brought in by many of the big corporations during the pandemic, and that we need a wealth tax of 1% on super wealthy Canadians who have assets over $10 million. And instead, what we see are those super wealthy Canadians and big corporations taking money out of Canada year after year. We're losing over $25 billion of tax revenue every year because we're just not taxing the people who can afford these investments. We are instead taxing the people who cannot afford them. Now, in terms of climate change, there are many recommendations in this report on what we need to do about climate change, and we agree with many of those recommendations. But we really want to emphasize that a successful transition to a low-carbon future in Canada must be centered on workers, as my colleague from Edmonton Griesbach so eloquently said. You know, he has that personal experience with that. And we need a federal authority created and funded by the federal government that has a mandate to quickly implement a real plan to guide us to that low-carbon future. Now, some of those new jobs, hundreds of thousands of the new jobs, could be created by bold work on retrofitting our buildings. 40% of our emissions come from our buildings. And the government came out with a plan a few years ago that would do a small part of that necessary work with a combination of grants and loans. And that helps people who can afford to do the work up front, spend thousands of dollars retrofitting your home and then apply for a smaller grant, or taking on a loan, $20,000 perhaps, to do the work. But who that leaves out are the 20% of Canadians that live in energy poverty, that can't afford to spend that money up front, can't afford to take on any loan, no matter how low the interest. And now the government recently came out in their plan for climate action with a plan that they said would help these people in energy poverty, but it's in the form of loans. Madam Speaker, that just won't work. Now, one area of expenditure that neither the Liberals or Conservatives want to eliminate are the billions of dollars that the government gives every year in subsidies to oil and gas companies. And I could go on and on about this, but one of the biggest ones, of course, is this obsession to build the Trans Mountain Pipeline, which has now costed over $20 billion. $20 billion to build a piece of infrastructure that we can't afford in terms of climate action and that we don't need. Healthcare. Healthcare is a huge issue for all Canadians, and again, the pandemic has really emphasized that. Healthcare workers are at the breaking point. I met with the nurses union recently, and they've just had it. We need a significant increase in the Canada Health Transfer. We need a pan-Canadian health workforce strategy that's led by the provinces, funded by the federal government. Now, some of the witnesses before the committee asked for an end to for-profit long-term care. Canada has a horrible, from a global scale, just a horrible result in terms of the deaths that we saw in long-term care homes. And we desperately need to fix this, and it was clear from the analysis that the for-profit long-term care homes had a much worse outcome than not-for-profit long-term care homes. My colleague mentioned pharmacare and dental care. These are things that we are hopefully finally going to see happen. If we had a federally publicly funded universal pharmacare plan, we would save a minimum of $4 billion a year, according to the parliamentary budget officer. $4 billion a year. And we could have a dental care program that costs $1 billion a year. We could have 4 dental care programs funded by the amount we would save with pharmacare. I talked to a friend of mine a few days ago, and she had heard about the announcement of the dental care plan, and she said, you know, when I was a kid, my family didn't have money for dental care. I never went to the dentist, and I think when she was 12 years old, she went into the hospital and they pulled out a bunch of her teeth and gave her a bad-looking, plate that tried to replace those teeth. And that, she said, had caused her irreparable damage in her confidence around people. And she's been socially shy and uncomfortable around people ever since she was 12 years old because she couldn't afford to go to a dentist. And that will change people's lives in Canada. Reconciliation, another thing that we've heard about again and again and again over the last couple of years, just recently with the visits to the Pope and the Vatican. This is another area where there has been, I think, a shameful lack of political will. And I'm happy to see the recommendations in this report from the Finance Committee to deal with the 94 calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the calls to justice from the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, and recommendations to support the economic empowerment of Indigenous people. Housing. I could talk for 10 minutes on housing. This is a huge issue in my riding where the lack of housing is an important part of the labor shortage we have. People simply cannot afford to move to my riding and work there. And, we have companies that are forced to buy accommodation for their employees. We need to have a real plan to create affordable housing in Canada. I'll just bring up one very small part of, it's certainly a big part of my riding, and that is the wine industry, which has had a real blow to it because we've lost the excise tax exemption for many wineries. The federal government has to come up with a long-term plan to replace the supports that exemption created. So, Madam Speaker, I'll finish here by just reminding people that it's our job here to focus on making life better for Canadians. And too often our governments have made life easier for wealthy Canadians and big corporations. We need to refocus and make budget choices that benefit all Canadians and create a fairer and more prosperous Canada for all. Thank you.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and certainly want to appreciate the member for his contributions in today's pre-budget concurrence debate. Madam Speaker, there's a very important issue in the Okanagan, in fact, throughout the Similkameen as well, is that the federal government is going to be doing a replacement program for the wine industry. Now, Madam Speaker, most people say, well, why does that have to do anything? Well, Madam Speaker, on July 1st, the wine industry, anyone, whether you have done 100% Canadian content or not, will have to pay excise tax on their existing inventory. This has never been done since 2006. And so many small and medium-sized wineries are suddenly going to have bills to the federal government that they've never had before. This could devastate the industry on the small end, and I've also spoken to some of the larger operators, Madam Speaker, who have said the government, when they took away the tax exemption, they are actually going to have to pay more in it. So would the member please speak on this issue? I know this will greatly affect both of our ridings and, in fact, the Canadian wine industry as a whole.
Question. Member for Central Okanagan, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola, just to the north and west of me for that question, because it's a very important question for both of our ridings and for the entire Okanagan area and the Canadian wine industry as a whole. As he mentioned, and I briefly mentioned at the end of my speech, the wine industry, especially the smaller wineries, are losing the exemption to the excise tax that they have enjoyed for many, many years. In fact, most of the wineries in our ridings have never paid that. You know, they're relatively new businesses and they haven't had a business model to cover that. And we need to support them to make that transition. Other countries around, every wine-producing country around the world has ways of supporting their wine industry. And the federal government has come out with a short-term thing. He mentioned the date and the fact that it's going to be on existing inventories. We have to change that and make sure that our wine industry can grow and prosper. Thank you.
The honourable member of King's Hands on a point of order.
The member from Central Okanagan rose and asked the question and said that the government had taken away the 100% excise. It was actually deemed ineligible as per the World Trade Organization. I've thought...
An issue of debate. It is an issue of debate that can be made clear. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge. Or...
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to ask the honourable member from beautiful British Columbia, which was formerly my home province and where my parents and the rest of the family do reside still. With regards to, through you, Chair, with regards to strengthening Canada's social fabric, because that's what we've come in from 2015, and we've strengthened Canada's social fabric, whether it's for seniors, whether it's for families, for the CCB, whether it's for workers of Canada, workers' benefit, which is increasing the basic personal exemption amount to $15,000. I would ask the honourable member, does the honourable member not feel that we are on the right trajectory, on the correct trajectory in continuing to strengthen our social fabric with improvements in dental care, with ongoing improvements in farmer care? Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, I would certainly agree with him that we're on the right path by including pharmacare and dental care, which I think will be two programs that will help Canadians the most. This will change people's lives. I mentioned the example of my friend who, would have had a very different life perhaps had she had dental care when she was a girl. And people with pharmacare who now, 10% of Canadians cannot afford to fill their prescriptions because we have free care in hospitals, we have free doctor's visits, but when you get a prescription, you have to pay for that out of your own pocket. These are things that will change people's lives more than anything else. But I think if we want to make a real big difference for all Canadians, we should bring in a guaranteed basic income that would make sure that all Canadians would not be below the poverty line and people would still work but people could live in dignity, and that would really make a difference.
Time for one last question. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
I'd like to thank my colleague from British Columbia for his sensible, social speech that raised some important points. However, I must point out that the solution always seems to be having to do with the ultra-rich. Is that an economic, ideological, or sociological concept to him?
And West Kootenay, very brief answer.
I think it's a very practical solution. You don't have to bring up ideology or whatever. These are the people with billions and billions of dollars. As I mentioned, 1% of them share 25% of our wealth. They should be paying more for this. We've had a trickle-down economic theory that has been completely debunked, that the Conservatives still cling to. They say, cut taxes for the wealthy and the big corporations.
We have to resume debate.
We're in government.
Resuming debate. Order. The Honourable Parliament. Order. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I rise today to speak to this concurrence motion, which is regarding a report that was done by the Finance Committee and tabled. For those that might be tuning in today to watch, you might be asking yourselves, what is this motion all about? And this is basically the Conservative Party has decided to table a report that I bet will pass unanimously in this House when we get to the time to vote for it. And you might ask yourselves, well, why would they do that? And in my opinion, Madam Speaker, it's for no reason other than just to delay the work of this House. Now, of course, they will show you and give you their fake outrage about how the democratic process entitles everybody to speak forever and ever, and they're not wrong about that, but the reality of the situation is that there are things that we need to deal with in this House. One of those things is passing the fall economic statement. We are unable to do that because the Conservative Party is just putting up speaker after speaker after speaker to just drag the process out. They're probably starting to run out of speakers now, and this is one of the reasons why they had to bring in this concurrence motion, was to buy themselves a little more time, at least 3 hours while we debate this. So nonetheless, Madam Speaker, that's my opinion why we happen to be debating this concurrence motion right now, quite frankly, is because the Conservative Party, unlike the Bloc and the NDP and the Liberals, who all realize that maybe it's time that we pass the fall economic statement. It would be great if we could pass that before we pass the spring budget that will be introduced in a couple days, but they're relentless because I guess they figure that this one motion is going to be their pathway to victory in the next election. I'm sure that's what the Conservatives are thinking, and that's how we've ended up here. It's either that or just to, by and large, tell Canadians later on the government was unable to conduct its business and, all for reasons of their own making. Of course, none that had to do with the Conservative Party, but we are here because we're here our procedural rules permit this, and nonetheless, we're talking about this report that no doubt, I am very confident, will pass unanimously in this House when we get to it. I found a comment earlier on, you were not sitting in the chair at the time. It was one of your counterparts, Madam Speaker. The member from Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon got extremely excited when the member from Winnipeg North accused some of the Conservative bench of being far right. I'll point out, the member from Winnipeg North didn't even say alt-right, he said far right, okay? And I would say the member from Winnipeg North was being extremely generous when he made that comment, okay? He said the far right. I wouldn't, if the member from Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon is so concerned about members of his party being labeled far right, well, he might want to, talk to the member from Lethbridge or the member from Saskatoon West and talk to them about maybe not coming into the House and calling the Prime Minister a dictator. That kind of rhetoric and language certainly leads one in the direction of understanding why they might be considered really far right. Or, hold on, Madam Speaker. I'll give you another example. How about on February 17th in this House when the member from Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke said
said, quote, in this House, she said, Canadians want foreign interference from...
A point of order from the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola.
Just a point on relevance, Madam Speaker. The member should be speaking to this today. I know he seems to be getting a little inflamed.
This is, as the member well knows, this is definitely a matter for debate. I have to, the Honourable Member has 20 minutes to get to the relevance of the motion.
I don't know. It's very interesting, Madam Speaker, because this member that just rose on the point of order, when the member from Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon raised this earlier, started heckling up this side to give them examples. I am literally just fulfilling his request right now. But this is what the member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke said on February 17th in this House, quote, Canadians want foreign interference from the Prime Minister's jet-setting resetters to stop, which was clearly a reference to the Great Reset conspiracy theory. So, to the member from Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon, if he's worried about being labeled as far right, he might want to talk to his seatmates about the things that they say in this House. But hold on, I got another example for you, Madam Speaker. The member from Cypress Hills Grasslands went out and took a picture with Pat King, who is now in jail facing 10 charges for the events that took in front of this building. The member from Cypress Hills Grasslands actually went out and got a picture taken with him. But I got one even better for you. The member from Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon himself said in a rally in his riding, quote, truckers for freedom. Right now, your right to be angry. Everyone has a right to be angry. Our country isn't normal. And you need to stand up for what you believe in, and you need to do it the way you're doing it. If the member from Mission Mascot Fraser
Yes, the Honourable Member.
Like reference to the Charter of Rights and Freedom.
The Honourable, can we? Those are matters for debate. The Honourable Member is quoting something apparently strictly on context. The Honourable Member.
I'd be happy to talk to the member about the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and how they were infringed upon as soon as he can bring forward to this House an actual example of how that has been determined to be a fact by the courts, which it hasn't. But nonetheless, if the member is so concerned about being labeled far right, he might want to talk to his seatmates and indeed personally reflect on the comments that he's making himself, because doing that will certainly give him the ability to control that narrative. But we're here talking about this particular motion and this particular report. I'm going to focus my comments, Madam Speaker, on pages 191 to 193 of the report. That is the dissenting report from the Conservative Party. Those that decided to dissent on this report. So, what I found very interesting about their dissenting report, Madam Speaker, it's a quick read, not a lot of complex words. You can get through that pretty quickly. It's only 2 pages long and a sentence. So I would encourage anybody out there to read it, and you can see for yourself that this isn't a report to provide recommendations. There's not a single recommendation in it. All it is whining on with the same talking points that we hear over and over in this House. Not a single actual recommendation of how to do something different. They do have 4 points in here, which I will address specifically. They say in their first point that there's no plan that's been recommended by the committee to balance the budget. Well, I find it very interesting coming from the party that ran on balancing the budget not after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years, but 10 years. The party opposite that in this report is so incredibly critical of this government's position on running deficits during this pandemic and as a way to empower Canadians and our economy to get through this, somehow is able to get so incredibly critical of it when their leader, the person that they ran under, their former leader, the member from Durham, was more than willing to tell the Canadian public back in September that he was willing to wait 10 years to balance the budget. Oh, wait, really? And then they have the audacity to be so overly critical about it. Let's go to point number 2. There's no plan to control
spending. That's what the Conservatives are saying in here. But you might recall from that same platform that I just referenced a few minutes ago that this party ran on a platform of spending way more money than our party did when we were elected in the fall of 2021. So I find it fascinating how they're suddenly so concerned about running deficits and about balancing budgets when they literally ran on the exact opposite 6 months ago. Point 3 in this, and this is what I found interesting. They said in their report that they have concerns over the fact that there's a lack of attention paid in this report to supporting growth and prosperity. We have the highest GDP in the G7, Madam Speaker. How can you possibly make a claim, if nothing more than to try to score political points to the, I'm sure, tens of hundreds of thousands of people that will read this report? How can you actually suggest that we do not have a thriving economy when we have the best GDP right now in the G7? More importantly, we have the best, the member from Abbotsford is correct. We do have the lowest debt to GDP ratio. We have the lowest debt to GDP ratio in this country. So what does that mean, Madam Speaker? That means it gives us and puts us in the position of being able to rebound out of the economic hardships over the last 2 years better than any of our counterparts. That's what it actually does. They fail to neglect that, and they say that we don't have a plan. Well, I would argue with them, Madam Speaker, as the member from Winnipeg North and has mentioned, and other people have mentioned, growing your economy is not strictly by reducing taxes, in particular from the wealthy, which is what the Conservatives would like to do. There are other ways of doing that. One of the ways, actually, is to empower and put more people into the workforce. 2 ways we can do that, Madam Speaker. One, we can get more parents that are staying at home with kids into the workforce. How are we doing that? I don't know. The way that every single premier of Canada agreed to, including all the Conservative ones, that we bring in $10 a day childcare. We don't even need to look that far to see if it's a successful program. Just look at Quebec. Quebec's had it for quite a while. Quite a while now. They've had a low childcare per day childcare rate, and as a result, $7 a day childcare. Madam Speaker, I know you're from Quebec, so you would know that. And look at the success. More women, in particular, are in the workforce in Quebec. So that's one way that we put more people into the economy and grow our economy. What's another way we can do it? By having robust, meaningful immigration programs. Immigration programs that can bring more people into our country, just like the programs that attracted my parents in the 50s after World War II, programs that bring more people into our country so that we can help to stimulate and grow our economy even faster. So when the Conservatives say there's a lack of attention being put on prosperity and growth, they're absolutely out to lunch on that point. The actual data doesn't support their claim. It's very well known that we have amongst the strongest economy in the world. And indeed, we have programs that are in place or are coming online that will even further enhance that. The fourth and final point, which I find to be, very interesting in their report, is they talk about any significant proposals to attack the most threatening, the immediate threat to Canadians, and this is with respect to housing specifically. They seem to be suggesting that there's nothing in the report, in the recommendations, to support that. Well, I know that there's 220 recommendations in the report, and maybe they didn't get to read all of them before filing their dissenting report, but there's actually a recommendation in there. It is recommendation number 203 that calls on the creation of 500,000 quality, affordable homes. So there is a plan in there, despite the fact that they're suggesting in their dissenting report that there isn't. So in conclusion, as it relates to the dissenting report, Madam Speaker, I would suggest that, next time the Conservatives put together a report to try to somehow, be critical of the work that the committee has done, they should, number one, actually put some thought into what they're putting down on paper and see if it reflects the actual report. But number two, and perhaps more importantly, actually put some suggestions in there as to what they're recommending we do. It's very easy to be critical. We hear it all the time from across the way. Always critical about this person or that person, or that something is happening in this part of the economy or in this sector, but never an actual suggestion, unless it's unlocking more oil, never an actual suggestion to do anything that would have an impact. All it is a rambling on of complaints about this government that you could actually just get by sitting here in QP. So in the remaining 5 minutes of my time, Madam Speaker, I'd like to talk about a couple of the initiatives that are in this report that I really appreciate and I really like. And those, I'll start off with those that specifically have to do with the electrification of our environment, of our vehicles, of just about anything. Madam Speaker, the world is changing. I know that the Conservatives, whenever the word energy comes out of their mouth, they're only ever talking about oil. But believe it or not, energy, they even said here, there you go. Energy, it comes in other forms than just from oil. I don't know if the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, who just heckled me would know this, but I encourage him to go walk into...
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The rules do, I think, require me to raise issues of order as soon as they do come up. And so I wanted to draw the attention of the House and raise a point of order with respect to the response that was tabled on question 351. This was an order paper question that I had tabled earlier. Question 351 was with respect to vaccination policies for the federal public service, and I asked a detailed series of questions asking for various points of data, including things like whether replacement workers had to be brought in to cover for workers who were put on unpaid leave as a result of their vaccination status. It included questions about, for instance, whether the government had conducted an assessment about the impact on services of work that wasn't done as a result of employees being put on leave. The question that I put forward had parts A through V, and the response that the government tabled, it provided responses to some of the sub-items that were listed in question 351. It did not provide any comments whatsoever on many of the items. Now, the government has an obligation to respond to questions that are put forward. I understand that it is not in the responsibility of the chair to evaluate the quality of the responses, and the government is lucky in this case that that's not required. But I would submit that obligation of response doesn't just deal with the question overall, but it should include an obligation to respond to the specific elements in each of the questions. So in particular, there should be some response to all of the elements A through V in the question, including some of the specific points that were not responded to, such as what is required in terms of replacement workers to cover for those that were put on administrative leave, whether workers were required to perform additional tasks to cover for those who were put on unpaid leave, etc. So, Madam Speaker, I would ask that you review the matter and advise with respect to the government's obligation here, because we are seeing, I think in general, it's fair to say, a decline in the quality of any kind of responses. And as much as it is not for the chair to get into the detail of the response and to say, well, it was a pretty good response or not a good response, the government shouldn't be able to just put up any text in response to questions that is wholly irrelevant to the question that is asked, or respond to one part while ignoring whole swaths of the question. I think the House should reasonably find that that does not satisfy the government's obligation with respect to responding to questions. So I would ask you to look at question 351, this particularly egregious case of the government putting forward text that totally ignores whole parts of the question, and advise whether this is the kind of approach we want to see from the government going forward. Thank you.
The question will be taken under advisement by the chair and will return to the honourable member. The honourable parliamentary secretary, you have 6 minutes.
5 minutes?
5:55.
5:55. Madam Speaker, what did we just witness there?
We just witnessed a filibuster within a filibuster. They were already filibustering by bringing in this concurrence motion, and then the member stood up on a point of order in order to try to filibuster the filibuster. It's absolutely remarkable what we're seeing, but I'll have that member know that I take this as a compliment. I take this as people in the back room over there were like, oh God, there goes Gerritsen again. Somebody get in there and go shut him up. Bring him. How about you get in there and read this? And they handed him something to read that he could read to filibuster the filibuster. That's what we just witnessed there, but it's perfectly in line with what we see coming from the Conservative Party day after day to avoid having to deal with Bill C-8. And that's where we are right now. And that's what we're seeing right now. But as I was saying to the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, before he interrupted me on the filibuster to the filibuster, what I was saying to him is I was saying that he should really take a trip to somewhere like Home Depot and walk around inside for a second and look to see if he can buy a gas lawnmower. It's not easy to find them anymore, Madam Speaker. The electrification of everything is literally happening before our eyes. Everything is being converted to battery and battery operated. It's very difficult nowadays to continue to find products, in particular those for power tools, that are not battery operated, and especially some of those industrial or those larger kind of power tools like a lawnmower, for example. And so the same can be said about the vehicles throughout this country. They are moving in a direction, whether or not Conservatives want to get on board. It's happening. It's happening right before their eyes, and it's not something that they can control. It's gone past the point, the tipping point. We've gone past the point of no return. So you're either going to get on board with it, or you're going to be caught behind. Will we need oil? We are going to need oil for a long time. There's no doubt about that. And the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan can clap to that too, Madam Speaker. We will. But that doesn't mean that we can't also at the same time look for a way to transition away from oil. And that's what these recommendations in this report that I referenced here are doing specifically, by calling on the government to look for those opportunities. And I brought one up, like to ensure that there are charging stations for electric vehicle readiness as part of the efficiency program to help Canadians who live in older houses. This is one of the problems that we have. A lot of older houses will have to be retrofitted to put in the proper infrastructure. But the one that I really liked in here was recommendation 191, and this specifically looked at establishing a greater focus on charging infrastructure investment needs by setting up and funding higher 1- and 5-year targets for electric vehicle charging station. So this is basically calling on the government to move faster than the already prescribed date of 2035 of being all net zero emitting vehicles. It asks to set a goal to make 1 million existing apartment and condominiums parking stalls electric ready by 2030. Incredibly important. The apartment that I stay in here in Ottawa was only built in 2015, and for some reason the infrastructure wasn't already put in place for electric vehicles, so that's going to have to be retrofitted. And to that point, one of the recommendations that I really liked, actually recommendation 193, was to incorporate zero-emission vehicle requirements into the National Building Code and Energy Building Code. And why is that so important? Because most provinces look to the National Building Code. Even if you are in Ontario, if you look at the Ontario Building Code, it's almost a carbon copy. Same with Quebec's Building Code, almost a carbon copy of the National Building Code. We need national standards because those will then inform the other provincial standards that are out there. And indeed, there are provinces who just look to the National Building Code. So by encouraging this kind of stuff, and that doesn't cost any money, it doesn't cost the government any money. By putting these into the building code and encouraging that kind of infrastructure to be built now, we're going to be preparing ourselves for the future. So that's one of the other recommendations that I really liked seeing in there. So, Madam Speaker, as I know my time comes to a close, I just want to say how disappointed I am that we got to the point today that we had to have this discussion. It is going to be unanimously approved by this House. I imagine that will happen when the deferred recorded division takes place, but I find it very troubling that we even had to have this just as an opportunity for the Conservatives to once again stall the debate and filibuster what was going on so that we can't deal with C8. For some reason, they're hung up on the fall economic statement and not letting it pass this House. And at every step of the way are literally dragging their feet. They're the only ones that are still talking to it. Every other party has given up on it. And 90% of the speakers that come out here and stand out here from the Conservative Party to talk about it don't even talk about Bill C-8. They talk about every grievance that they might happen to have at that time. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the member's intervention today and glad that he talked about and that he actually read the report by the Standing Committee on Finance. Some of the other speakers obviously were just speaking for 20 minutes without any reference to what was in the report. What I'll say, Madam Speaker, is on 191. The member and I will maybe debate a little bit and disagree around recommendation 191, that is for infrastructure for electric vehicles. Now, I've spoken with the industry, and they've actually said that there is a problem in the Weights and Measures Act that makes it difficult for the market itself to function. Right now, when you plug in your electric vehicle, if it's a fast charger that draws more out, they have to charge the same amount that they would to someone who has a regular charger and charges by the minute. So the problem is that we can't see private investment and markets begin to appear. And so the government has to continue to pay for this infrastructure. Elon Musk has said publicly that there is enough adoption of electric vehicles that the infrastructure can pay for itself. Does the member believe that rather than seeing those scarce tax dollars, because we are borrowing the money right now, instead of borrowing those scarce tax dollars to pay for something, why doesn't the government actually fix it and let the market function and provide that infrastructure like it does with regular vehicles?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
What a great policy debate. Why didn't the Conservative Party put that in their dissenting report? What an incredible point. That is something that you can actually debate and discuss. I want to thank the member for bringing that forward right now, because he might very well be right. Why didn't they talk about it in the dissenting report? All they did in the dissenting report was whine and complain about everything the government's doing. Then we're having this debate here, and he finally brings up a quite germane point. I would argue that as the technology develops further and further and further, you're not really going to need that infrastructure other than between extremely long commutes. Right now, the average vehicle can get the all-electric vehicle gets about 400 kilometers, maybe is about 320 in the winter in our climate, 320 kilometers. But as the technology develops further and further and further, that range is going to increase more and more and more. So I would argue that the infrastructure won't even be needed as greatly as it appears to be needed right now. But I want to thank him for that very good point that he just brought up.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He mentioned very eloquently and with very high praise the childcare system that was created by our leader. And in his speech, he said that Quebec all by itself, with its own resources, was able to put in place an excellent childcare system that helped our economy. So if we follow that logic, then it would seem that Quebec is able to develop programs because it knows its own reality. So following the same logic, why does the federal government refuse to hike health transfers with no strings attached, especially if Quebec is so good at creating programs for itself? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Evolve, Madam Speaker, and as we regional levels adopt these programs, sometimes we get to the point of saying, oh, maybe it's time for the federal government to take on this program now. Because, I mean, isn't that one of the great things of being in this country? That we can look at what others are doing and look to those as examples on what we can do nationally? What about, I'll give another great example. 30, 40 years ago, the environment was just a provincial issue. There was very little that the federal government got into in terms of environment. It isn't until recently when you start to impact the wider, you start to realize the wider impacts of the environment that you see the need for the federal government to take it on. And I would suggest that it's the exact same thing with this. As we see these programs and we see the need for them to develop over time, we can see the need for various different provinces to want to bring in childcare. I don't recall Quebec saying, no, we don't want our portion of that money and turned the federal government down. I'm pretty sure Quebec is part of the program that the federal government brought in.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member spent quite a bit of his speech talking about the Conservatives and the fact that they're still so committed to oil and gas, so committed to the big companies who are making record profits. But this Liberal government has increased oil and gas subsidies year after year after year. Canada has the worst record of any G7 country when it comes to emissions reduction. I'm curious if he's feeling a little bit ashamed of his own government and that they are actually so close to the Conservatives when it comes to support for oil and gas.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
This is the interesting thing about this question. I'm so glad I was asked this question. The problem is, Madam Speaker, the NDP will say that we've increased or we haven't reduced oil subsidies as much as we have, but the reality is that when they're calculating or making that calculation, they're including the money that's being used to deal with orphan wells. This government put a significant amount of money right at the beginning of the pandemic to help deal with orphan wells that are out there. The calculation that the member is using is including that. If you look at the traditional subsidies in oil and gas, they've actually reduced quite significantly and are on track to either be eliminated, by 2025 or sooner.
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This morning I was reading an article in the Globe and Mail, and it was quoting extensively the Chief Executive of the Bank of Canada, David McKay. Mr. McKay said that he was uneasy about the economy. He said that there was a frustration and mistrust between the business community and the Government of Canada. He said some of those challenges are ideological, that there needs to be a shift from a tax and spend approach which does not create sustainable growth. He says tax and spending like this government is doing is like eating sugar pops for breakfast. He said this government is missing a chance for long-term success. He said Canada is lagging its peers on key measures of productivity and investment. And it quoted and indicated that Canada's 5-year average of GDP growth is lowest among the G7 nations. So when this member stands up and starts pointing fingers at me about why we need to have a debate on this concurrence report, it's because it's not the Conservative Party saying it, it's the Bank of Canada saying that this government and their tax and spend approach is ideologically hurting the country of Canada. So what is it, Madam Speaker? Sugar pops or maybe a bowl of cornflakes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I love how the member cherry-picked some data there. He said over the last couple years, the average growth, rather than talking about the GDP as it has applied over time. Because if you look at it over time, we've still been successful in outpacing our G7 partners. But Madam Speaker, to the point of, do we need to look at spending differently than we did over the last 2 years? I don't think that there's a member in this House that would disagree with that. And I would suggest that as we move forward, you're certainly going to see that. We're not going to keep the same level of spending that we've had that was required in order to provide CERB and a lot of those other supports to individuals. So yeah, if the federal government maintained the exact same spending level where it has been for the last 2 years to support people through the pandemic, I can understand this member's concern. But I really don't think that's going to happen, and I think he's going to be, if that's his concern, I think he's going to be surprised on Thursday.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and the honourable friend from Kingston, the Islands. The discussion about fossil fuel subsidies, I'm with him partway. I agree that when you're cleaning up orphaned wells, that violates the polluter pays principle, but I was for it because I didn't want to see money going to big oil in the pandemic. They managed to get their hands on it anyway. But there are new subsidies coming up. we have the new pledge to put federal money, as much as $9 billion, into a technology that doesn't work, carbon capture and storage, and it just will allow the fossil fuel industry to pocket more profits. So my question, my honourable friend, and to my friends in the NDP, if you really cared about climate, you should have made it an issue before you signed the deal with the Liberals. My question to my honourable colleague from Kingston and the Islands is, will he join us in actually pushing to stop subsidizing fossil fuels while we have any prayer of holding on to 1.5 degrees?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 20 seconds.
Well, I thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for that question. Listen, I would agree with her that, and party position or not, I can tell her that my personal position is that we should not be subsidizing the fossil fuel industry, full stop. Now, her question is with respect to is some being subsidized through carbon sequestration. I would, like to get into the details of that. I don't think that carbon sequestration is a long-term objective, but can it be used in the short term? I think the technology isn't there yet, and therefore it will never happen.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Hear, hear. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think it's time we shifted from opinion back to facts. Now, Madam Speaker, as a member of the Finance Committee, I was part of the pre-budget consultations, not the whole process because I was appointed critic about halfway through. But the member for Kingston, the Islands, of course, is not a member of that committee. So much of what he was saying was actually speculation. And it's unfortunate because this chamber should be a chamber in which we discuss facts, evidence, science, and that's what I'd like to do. I want to talk about the facts, Madam Speaker. When the Finance Committee resolved to embark upon a pre-budget consultation process for the 2022 budget, they established a timeline that was completely unreasonable. They'd run out of time because you may remember, Madam Speaker, that back in 2021, the Prime Minister was so desperate to get a majority government that he called an unnecessary and expensive election, which of course set the work of this House behind by many months. And when that election didn't deliver the majority that the Prime Minister expected, he then delayed bringing back the House of Commons, and so the time that was left to do pre-budget consultations was compressed. So the way the Liberals and the NDP, the new NDP Liberal government, dealt with it was by effectively having hundreds and hundreds of submissions made to the committee. In fact, there were 500 submissions that came into the committee, and then they adopted 22 recommendations that had come from those submissions. Now, you have to understand the process, Madam Speaker. When families across Canada are establishing their own budgets, what they do is they first determine how much income do we have as a family? How much revenue comes into our family? And then they determine how much they can spend. How much can they spend on rent or on mortgage payments? How much can they spend on food? How much can they spend on gas, transportation, and say vacations for the kids, hockey, music lessons? But they determine that within the context of the revenues that are coming into the household. None of that happened here at committee. You had hundreds of Canadians coming to committee, many of whom were simply saying, hey, I want you to spend money on this and that and that and that. And then our NDP friends, our Bloc friends, and especially our Liberal friends, they uncritically accepted these recommendations, incorporated them into this report that is before us today. And here this report has 222 recommendations. Many of them have big, big dollars attached to them. In fact, when we added all the dollars up of the recommendations that had dollars attached, it was around the $50 billion mark. And then there were half of the recommendations that had no dollars attached, but clearly, had they been costed, would have resulted in many, many billions of dollars more in asks. And they all found their way into this report. And that's the report that we're debating here in this House today. So my colleague from Kingston and the Islands was upset that we insisted on debating tens of billions of dollars of recommendations, expenditures that the government is being asked to make and that this House is supposed to recommend to the government when we're facing a massive debt crisis in this country with no debt management plan, deficits as far as the eyes can see, no date on which the budget will be balanced, unlike households across Canada that have to balance their books if they're going to survive. This government has decided over the last 7 years they don't care about balanced budgets. In fact, the Parliamentary Budget Officer said that based on the current trajectory of this government, this country will not balance its books until the year 2070, 70, Madam Speaker. 50 years from now, we may begin to live within our means, live within the revenues that government takes in terms of taxes. That's no way to manage the finances of this country. So we had this process. All these asks come into the committee. Now, one would expect that, like most households, you go through a prioritization process. What are the must-haves? What are the like-to-haves? And what are those recommendations that really aren't necessary at this time? Families across this country go through that process. Do you think this committee went through that process? Triaged the various requests that came in, established a set of priorities, looked at the revenues that the government takes in, the hundreds of billions of dollars that are required to fund these recommendations, and then place them into that context and decide what's best for Canada. You walk through the recommendations and you prioritize them. And at some point in time you say, listen, some of these recommendations we just cannot afford right now. But did the committee go through that process? Absolutely not. Madam Speaker, the process that took place at the Finance Committee was an absolute farce, which, to answer the member for Kingston the Islands' question, which was, why didn't we bring forward our own recommendations? Because the process was a farce. It wasn't a budgetary review process. It wasn't a pre-budget consultation process where we weigh the different requests and then come forward to the government with a set of recommendations that all of us could agree on. The government, the NDP Liberal government, and their bloc allies came along and said, we will uncritically take all of the recommendations and present them to government as recommendations for the next budget, which we will hear about on Thursday of this week. Well, that is farcical, Madam Speaker. I think you understand that. And that is not the way the affairs, the financial affairs of this country should be run, because we are facing a massive debt that future generations are going to have to pay. It is irresponsible to take every recommendation that comes into committee and then say to government, we want you to implement these recommendations. That's grossly irresponsible. Madam Speaker, I have grandchildren. The 13th is on its way. I don't want to saddle them with a debt that they cannot manage to pay. And today we know, of course, that interest rates are on their way up. So you have the problem of inflation and rising interest rates. These twin scourges that are going to really impact future generations of Canadians. How are they supposed to pay for all of this? I lament for the future of our children and grandchildren and the many generations to come. Right now, they're not going to have a balanced budget. We will be running deficits for the next 50 years, based on what the Parliamentary Budget Officer has suggested. And by the way, that doesn't take into account all of the promises this Liberal government had to make to their NDP partners. There's pharmacare to be added on. There's dental care to be added on. There's defense spending, which, by the way, we as Conservatives, we strongly support beefing up our defense as a country, our armed forces. But you have to take all of that into account. You have to prioritize. And yes, we as Conservatives, we would prioritize defense spending. But the rest of it, there was no prioritization that took place. It was grossly irresponsible. I don't want to leave that kind of a country to my children. Madam Speaker, we have the right to expect better from parliamentarians. We have a right to expect better from the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister.
Hear, hear.
I know the Prime Minister has said that he doesn't pay attention to monetary policy, and that shows in his performance and in the poor performance of our economy, where we now see massive inflation setting in. The inflationary pressures facing our country are immense, and they're going to get worse before they're going to get better. That's at least what the Governor of the Bank of Canada recently said. Things are going to get worse before they're going to get better when it comes to inflation. And why do we have inflation? Yes, we have supply chain constraints. Yes, we have problems with skyrocketing commodity prices. But one of the reasons we have this problem in Canada, especially in the housing market, where houses have been basically priced out of reach for millions of Canadians. Why do we have that? Excess liquidity. In other words, the government has borrowed and spent so much money over the last 2 years that it's flooded the market with dollars that are chasing a limited number of goods, including a limited number of houses across Canada. And that's when inflation sets in. So, Madam Speaker, this is the environment that faces coming generations. I don't want my children and grandchildren to have this hanging around their necks. And yet this government has had no plan to manage that massive debt load, no plan to ever return to balance, no plan. We've asked month after month, day after day in this House in question period, where is the Finance Minister's plan to fight inflation? How is she going to address the skyrocketing cost of living, the cost of groceries, where families are going hungry, the cost of gasoline? Parents want to drop off their kids at school or take them to hockey lessons, music lessons, and they're realizing that that tank of gas costs double what it did just a year ago. Madam Speaker, that is not the kind of world we want to live in. That is not the kind of world we want to leave to our children. So again, Madam Speaker, I know this is a sobering thought, the debate we're having today. 222 recommendations to spend without a critical eye being placed on each one of those recommendations. No critical eye on how future generations are going to pay for all of this. Madam Speaker, we as a country can do better. This government should do better, and someday a Conservative government will do better.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. And I always enjoy listening to the comments from the Honourable Member from Abbotsford. They tend to be measured and sometimes on point, but most often off point, I would say. But I would like to say that, you know, in 3 days' time or thereabouts, we will see the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister, who I have a great amount of faith in, deliver a budget here in this House that moves Canada forward as we have been since 2015. And when we talk about leadership, I always say we have responsible leadership, and that's what we've provided Canadians day in, day out. On inflation, Madam Speaker, you know, we see every country in the world battling inflation these days. We are too. We know supply chains are returning to normal. But when he talks about a plan, we have presented a plan. We have a debt management plan in last year's budget, in the fall economic statement. That was there. Many of the questions that the member opposite raised we're actually things that we have done and we are doing. We have fiscal guardrails in place in terms of where we move forward. I have young kids. We're going to leave a bright economy for them. So I do ask the honourable member, the investments that are ongoing today, aren't they the right investments in improving our social fabric? And even today, $2 billion announcement by General Motors with the Progressive Conservative government in Ontario and the Liberal government?
Honourable member, a chance to answer the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Great speech, Fred.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I thank the member for that excellent question. I would remind him that Canada has the worst record of the 30 OECD countries when it comes to attracting investment to Canada, and he knows that. When we are a place where the world says, well, Canada, it's no longer a good place to invest in, we should be concerned. Now, my friend referred to this debt management plan that was incorporated into last year's budget. You know what that debt management plan was? It was a trajectory. There was no firm target. We asked them time and time again here in question period, when will the budget be balanced? The finance minister never, ever gave us an answer.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. Mr. Chambers, appuyé par Mr. Fast, propose.
Mr. Chambers, seconded by Mr. Fast, proposes that the third report of the Standing Committee on Finances be concurred in.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Abbotsford on division. On division? Okay. So the measure is carried. I therefore declare the motion carried on division.
Yeah.
That's it. La Chambre va maintenant poursuivre.
The House will now move on, continuing now under motions, routine proceedings, motions. Next, presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Mascui, Mission Mascui Fraser Canyon.
Mission Mascui Fraser Canyon, the #1 riding in Canada. Madam Speaker, thousands of my constituents and other Canadians from across the country signed a petition I put forward on improving the number of flights from Canada to India. They're calling upon the government of Canada to renegotiate the air transportation agreement with the government of India to allow for direct flights to Amritsar International Airport. My constituents, Madam Speaker, understand that this will not take place until the war in Ukraine, the invasion by Russia, has ended. That said, they're still hopeful that the government of Canada will move forward in good faith with our good friends in India to improve this agreement, to allow for those direct flights. It's good for the economy and it's good for the cultural ties, especially between my riding and the Punjab region of India. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Speaker, I rise today to table two petitions. The first petition is signed by my constituents in my riding of Battleford Lloydminster, and it calls on the Government of Canada to take several steps to further support Ukraine. This includes the establishment of a no-fly zone over Ukraine, the provision of additional lethal weapons, and to increase humanitarian aid. And the second petition also calls on the Government of Canada to work with our allies to close the airspace over Ukraine and to provide direct military assistance. In the face of Putin's indiscriminate attacks and unjustified aggression in Ukraine, these petitioners are urging Canada to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people, for the cost of not standing up to Putin's aggression is far too great. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the opportunity today to present to you a petition on behalf of the hardworking and passionate students of Notre Dame College High School in the city of Welland. Madam Speaker, this petition calls upon the House of Commons to adopt human rights and environmental due diligence legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do have a number of petitions that I want to present to the House today, and thank you for the opportunity. The first petition is in support of Bill S-223. This is a bill that would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ without consent. The goal of this bill is to combat the scourge of forced organ harvesting and trafficking. Petitioners note that this is legislation that has been before various parliaments in the same form, has passed the Senate unanimously 3 times, has passed this House once unanimously in a previous parliament. And in light of the scourge that organ harvesting and trafficking is, petitioners are hopeful that this Parliament will be the one that finally gets it done. The next petition that I'm tabling highlights the situation of Mr. Hussein Chalil, a Canadian who continues to be detained in the People's Republic of China. Petitioners note they're very happy to see that Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor were released after 1,000 days of unjust detention, but there are at least 115 Canadians still being detained in China, and that includes Mr. Chalil. Mr. Chalil is a Canadian Uyghur human rights activist who has been a key activist for the rights of Uyghurs. He's a Canadian citizen who was taken from Uzbekistan and then sent to China. The Chinese government has refused to recognize the obvious fact that Mr. Chalil is a Canadian citizen and has denied access to family, lawyers, and any kind of consular access. The petitioners want to see the government really elevate this case. There's been relatively less engagement on this case than I think some other consular cases. Petitioners want to see this government demand that the Chinese government recognize Mr. Chalil's Canadian citizenship and provide him with consular and legal services in accordance with international law. To formally state that the release of Mr. Chalil from Chinese detainment and his return to Canada is a priority of the Canadian government of equal concern as the unjust detentions of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor, to appoint a special envoy to work on securing Mr. Chalil's release, and also to seek the assistance of the Biden administration and other allies around the world in achieving Mr. Chalil's release. Madam Chair, the next petition that I'm tabling highlights concerns about a commitment made in the Liberals' 2021 election platform. We know the Liberals don't always keep their election commitments, and hopefully this will be a case where they don't. This was a statement they made about essentially trying to politicize charitable status determinations. They want to deny charitable status to organizations that have a pro-life perspective, and this could apply to hospitals, houses of worship, schools, homeless shelters, and other charitable organizations who are doing great work serving our communities. This proposal in the Liberal platform amounts to the application of a values test to charitable status, similar to what we saw with the values test that they applied to the Canada Summer Jobs program. It would politicize charitable status determination, and it would put the great work that many charities do at risk. Therefore, petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis, without discrimination on the basis of those views and without the imposition of another values test, and also affirm the right of Canadians to freedom of expression. And the next petition that I'm tabling is also about fundamental rights and freedoms. It is raising concern about the phenomenon of political discrimination in Canada, that is, people facing discrimination or unfair treatment as a result of their political positions. And I tabled a private member's bill on this, Bill C-257. So this is a petition signed by those who are supportive of C-257. C-257 would add political discrimination, would add a political belief and activity as prohibited grounds within the Canadian Human Rights Act. So petitioners want to see the House support Bill C-257, banning political discrimination, and defend the rights of Canadians to peacefully express different political opinions. The next petition is with respect to mandates, and this one is particularly about the travel mandate. Petitioners note that the Government of Canada is requiring all domestic travelers to be fully vaccinated, and travelers who test negative and wear a mask while traveling are extremely unlikely to transmit the virus. An estimated 0.5% of COVID-19 cases in Canada occurred through travel exposure, but that was prior to the imposition of any even testing requirement for travelers. Petitioners note that mobility rights are protected in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and freedom can only be limited when those limitations are demonstrably justified, and there are other mechanisms such as regular rapid testing and tracing that can be an alternative for those who choose not to be vaccinated. So petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to allow any Canadian who has tested negative for COVID-19 and is prepared to wear a mask to travel by air, sea, or rail, and also to ensure that rapid testing is affordable and accessible in order to ensure the effective protection of public health. The next petition that I'm tabling also relates to the COVID-19 pandemic, and this is about the importance of vitamin D. It notes that an early systematic review of applicable scientific literature found that blood vitamin D status can determine the risk of being infected with COVID-19, seriousness of COVID-19, and mortality from COVID-19. Additionally, it further recommends that the public maintain appropriate levels of vitamin D to be able to cope with the pandemic. Petitioners cite various other statistics involving the relationship between low vitamin D levels and higher risk from COVID-19. Petitioners note that people get vitamin D from sunlight exposure, so during a season when Canadians are less likely to spend time outdoors, increasing awareness about vitamin D is particularly important. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to take the following actions: to recognize the emerging scientific evidence that low levels of vitamin D are associated with worse outcomes from COVID-19, and also to work to increase public awareness about the importance of individuals maintaining recommended levels of vitamin D.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker. The point of order is that the Speaker, and I encourage it, the member has, however, a number, if he has 100 petitions, that's fine. But the issue more so is that the member should be showing maybe a little bit more courtesy by respecting the fact of making his presentation on each petition relatively short and brief out of respect for all members of the House.
The chair has often encouraged members to do precisely that and have just a very short presentation of his petition, but definitely the honourable member has the right to present however many.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the acknowledgement, and I am summarizing the petitions as they come forward. I'm not sure why members are chuckling here, And I have tabled multiple petitions on the same topics in my time as a member of Parliament, as members are aware, and this is because these reflect issues of great passion for my constituents, and they're issues that they want to hear raised on a regular basis. I'll continue then with the next petition, which is in support of the energy sector in my province. They're concerned about the ideological agenda of this government and their fellow travelers in the NDP as they seek to shut down our energy sector. And they note that the consequences of these actions would be the loss of wealth, prosperity, opportunity, and wellness for Albertans. And Albertans are very concerned about this. So petitioners want the government to take the following action: to formally recognize Alberta's place as an equal partner in the Federation, to remove any barriers to Alberta being able to develop its resources without interference. And finally, petitioners want the government to ensure unfettered access to international markets for these resources. The next petition that I'm tabling is with respect to the ongoing Uyghur genocide, Madam Chair. Speakers highlight various news items about the horrific treatment of Uyghurs, including forced sterilization, forced abortion, coordinated suppression of birth rates, organ harvesting, invasive surveillance, separation of children from families, forced labor, destruction of cultural sites, and many other abuses. Petitioners note that this genocide has been recognized by the House, but as yet not by the government. And therefore, the ask in this petition is that the government formally recognize that Uyghurs in China have been and are being subject to genocide, and also to use the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, or the Magnitsky Act, to sanction those that are responsible for the heinous crimes that are being committed against Uyghurs.
In accordance to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I begin this evening's adjournment proceedings acknowledging that we're here on the territory of the traditional lands unceded of the Algonquin Nation. To them we say miigwech. I raised this question initially on February 9th, Madam Speaker, February 9th of 2022, and it relates to the Trans Mountain Pipeline. On that day, and it's amazing the timing, on that day, it marked exactly 2 years since there had been any public accounting of the costs to the Government of Canada and the people of Canada on the purchase of the Trans Mountain Pipeline. And the Prime Minister did respond to my question and say that the Government of Canada believed that the oil and gas sector and profits from this pipeline were still important in making the transition away from oil and gas. But within I think 24 hours later, the question and the Prime Minister's answer were rather overtaken by events, as I had foreshadowed. We were overdue for a financial accounting on the Trans Mountain Pipeline. And when that accounting came forward, again, I think it was the very next day, Trans Mountain Limited reported that they were, in fact, way over budget. So let's just review where we are. And by the way, the same day that report came out, our Minister of Finance said no more public money into Trans Mountain. So in the time I have tonight, I want to canvass two things. This is an economic loser, and in light of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report today, we need to cancel this project. So first, let's start out where we were. When it was a Kinder Morgan project before the National Energy Board, and I was an intervener, Kinder Morgan's estimate of costs of construction were $5.4 billion. By the time we bought it, like a bunch of suckers, by the time we bought it, it was up to a $7.4 billion estimated cost. That went to $9.3 billion. By the time the Government of Canada, by 2020, it was over budget to $12.6 billion. That had been our last update. And when it was updated once again, we were now over $21 billion with over another year to wait. Now, we say we're not going to put any more public money into it, but Madam Speaker, this has been purchased by a Crown Corporation. The Crown Corporation borrowed $15 billion against the Canada account, which means we're already spending $700 in interest a year. Beyond that, the people of Canada are going to be on the hook forever if this thing's allowed to be built, because Trans Mountain's deal with its customers in terms of the tolls it charges only allow the customers to be charged for 25% of any cost overruns. The 75% remaining will come back to the people of Canada once again. So we know this project is massively over budget, massively costing too much, and that the Crown Corporation itself has said we're in the vicinity of over $21 billion. The project is still not even half complete. With the remaining less than a minute I have, let's just drill down on the obvious. Today's report plus those before it, the International Energy Agency, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the world has a consensus that if we are going to hold to what we promised to do in Paris and hold to no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius global average temperature increase, we must massively reduce our emissions of fossil fuels. We must, according to today's report from the IPCC, make sure that 2025 is the peak of our emissions forever and come down from there. Building this pipeline will destroy our Paris commitments. Building the pipeline is a threat to our future and will inevitably involve more costs to the people of Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm pleased to speak in the adjournment debate this evening. As the member knows, just last week we released our 2030 emissions reduction plan, one that sets out a very ambitious and achievable sector-by-sector approach to get us there. The plan builds on actions that have already been taken by many to reduce our carbon footprint, including Indigenous peoples, businesses, provincial, territorial governments, municipalities, civil society, and many, many Canadians across the country. Madam Speaker, I want to point out to the member, but as she already knows, our emissions reduction plan builds on existing initiatives. They include a robust price on carbon pollution, a ban on unabated domestic coal-fired electricity by 2030, and an upcoming clean fuel standard. last week's plan includes more than $9 billion in new investments to cut pollution and to grow our economy. Among them are measures to make it easier for Canadians to switch to electric vehicles, to green our homes and our buildings, and to help industries adopt to clean tech solutions, to make our energy grid even more cleaner. And there are many, many other initiatives. But I believe the member opposite knows that the global clean energy transition cannot happen overnight, nor should we drag our heels on this as Canadians or people around the globe. We just can't end oil and gas production with the snap of our fingers, not without risking energy security here and around the world. We also recognize that the energy sector has the know-how, the skills, and the financial clout to bring about the clean technology through breakthroughs that we've been able to see thus far and many others which are already been targeted. That's why we need to maximize the value of our resources, which is one of the reasons we remain committed to the Trans Mountain Expansion Project. TMX is creating thousands of good-paying jobs right now, and once operational, it will unlock new global markets. This will generate billions of new revenues to fund clean energy solutions, which is the goal that we all want to get to. It is also creating additional investments and job opportunities for many Indigenous people, for many companies within Canada, and therefore advancing our government's commitment to reconciliation as well. But I want to stress, Madam Speaker, that TMX will not undermine our climate change efforts or our ability to reach our targets that we have set and committed to. So as the members have acknowledged, the project's price has risen, and she's noted that in her speech. And this is the result of project enhancements, safety and security requirements, construction delays that were caused by COVID-19 and BC's extreme weather events last summer, as well as new financial costs. It's not just one thing that have contributed to this. It is a whole gamut of different factors that have led to this increase. But the project is now half built. Trans Mountain Corporation will seek third-party funding if it needs further funds to complete the project. And I know the member understands this, but I share her passion and her desire to see things moving more rapidly on climate change. But there is a process to get there so that Canadians can all be a part of that exciting change in a way when we can manage sustainability within our country.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. It's not this government's fault that we're out of time. I've been working on this issue since the 1980s. I was there when we signed a commitment at the Rio Earth Summit. Government after government has kicked it down the road, but it's the unlucky fortune of the current government to be the place where we can't kick it down the road anymore. The current plan put forward by the Minister of Environment doesn't do what's needed because it's going to, if it succeeds, get to 40% below 2005 levels by 2030, which is wholly inadequate. And it includes an increase in oil and gas production by 21% by 2030. We don't have another chance. It's, as the IPCC said today, it's now or never. And the stakes couldn't be bigger. They're not missing a political target. They're condemning our children to an unlivable world, and that is not hyperbole. That's a fact. We have only so much time. We have to shut down Trans Mountain and no new fossil fuel infrastructure.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for raising this matter many, many times in the House of Commons. And I also want to acknowledge and thank her for her lifelong, strong environmental advocacy on many issues that have affected Canadians and affected our planet. And I know that her experience, she will recognize that the Government of Canada is known around the world for having one of the most comprehensive and ambitious climate plans right now. And a plan that will reduce emissions by 40% below 2005 levels by 2030 and reach net zero by 2050. Madam Speaker, I want to mention some of the things that are in our emissions reduction plan because they're worth highlighting. One is how our government will work with the oil and gas sector to cut methane emissions by at least 75% by 2030.
The honourable member for Dauphin-Swan River, Nipawin.
Madam Speaker, the cost of living continues to rise at record rates. In January, inflation in Canada surpassed 5% for the first time since 1991. Last week, we learned that the low-cost dollar store, Dollarama, plans to start selling items for $5 to keep up with inflation. I'm sure many Canadians remember when Dollarama was indeed a dollar store. It was not that long ago. Why is this important? The reality is that many Canadians rely on low-cost stores for essential goods. Canadians want to stretch their income as much as possible. They want to save what they can so they can get ahead one day. But now Canadians are struggling to get by, never mind about getting ahead. The price of fish is up 5.5%. The price of bread, 7.5%. And the price of fresh fruit, 8.2%. And the price of meat, Madam Speaker, 10.1%. As inflation continues to rise at record rates, it impacts Canadians on fixed incomes even more. Seniors in particular will not see an increase in their income for a long time, if ever, to keep up with the rising cost of living. I spoke to a mother who told me she couldn't afford to buy healthy food for her children. When the price of fresh meat and produce becomes unaffordable, Canadians fill their grocery carts with low-cost goods that lack nutrition needed to live a healthy life. But it's just not food, Madam Speaker. Rural Canadians I represent are asking how much higher can gas prices go? Everyday errands such as driving to work are becoming unaffordable. And rural Canadians in particular don't have the options to take a bus or a subway. There is no alternative to filling up their gas tanks. They rely on their vehicles to live their lives. Madam Speaker, it is clear that the value of one's hard-earned dollar is becoming worth less and less. And this government is directly responsible. The Governor of the Bank of Canada admitted that the Liberal carbon tax is directly fueling inflation. And the Independent Parliamentary Budget Officer reported that what Canadians knew all along, that the carbon tax is leaving the majority of Canadians worse off financially. Madam Speaker, the reality is that this Liberal government has no understanding of fiscal responsibility. This is a result of a Prime Minister who has piled on more debt to our nation than all the previous Prime Ministers combined. And now Canadians are paying the price every single day. Canadians know that higher spending today means rising inflation tomorrow. Canadians know that higher debt today means, unfortunately, higher taxes tomorrow. This week, the new NDP Liberal government will present their budget. Canadians are wondering how much more money this government will cost them. So I'll ask, how much more money does this government plan to spend before they'll turn the money printing machines off?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and the Minister of Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to respond to my honourable colleague from Dauphin-Swan River, Nipipiwa, this evening for raising this important question on inflation and affordability. Because all Canadians at this point in their lives are feeling the pain of inflation. All of us are feeling the pinch of affordability. No matter what riding we represent in Canada, we're dealing with individuals day in and day out who are seeing a difference. But I want to remind my honourable colleague that the current price increases for many of these goods, including gasoline and groceries, are the result of a global phenomena driven by the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the unprecedented challenge of restarting the world's economy following the COVID-19 pandemic. My colleague knows that. Other members of the opposition know that as well. Quite simply, the idea here is that the price of goods quite often depend on events that are out of our control, thousands of miles away from where we live in their communities and in Canada. The member understands that. He understands this reality, but our government is focusing on targeted support measures here at home in our own country to help those families who need help to make ends meet. We've been doing it since the beginning of COVID-19, and we continue to do it. We will not turn our backs on Canadians. Regardless of how many times the member opposite stands in this House and tries to blame the government for things that are out of our control, no matter how many times he stands in this House and complains because we give increased benefits to seniors, to people with disabilities, to people on low income, to families with children. We've increased the child tax benefit. For the first time in 15 years, our government provided an increase in Northern tax deduction to help people who live in the North, who suffer the most significant problems with affordability and cost of living. We continue to fund programs through Nutrition North, through other subsidy programs that help bring down the cost of living. We've negotiated a $10 a day community-based early learning and childcare center with every province and territory in Canada. We've cut taxes for middle-class families. We've brought in incentives for home buyers, and we've increased family payments to families in regions all across the country. For example, in Ontario, that increase was $745. In Manitoba, it was $832. In Saskatchewan, it was over $1,000. Is this the investments that we've made as a government that he wants to see canceled, that he doesn't want to reach families who need it? You can't have it both ways. You can't talk about the need to support families at a time when the cost of living is going up and inflation is contributing to that, along with COVID, along with a war that is going on around the world, and then the next day talk about the fact that government is spending money on Canadians. You don't get to have it both ways. But what I will say is that when their government was in power, they didn't add money to the Canada Pension Plan. They didn't increase old age security or the guaranteed income supplement or goods and service tax rebates to municipalities or Northern tax deductions. Absolutely not. In fact, they did the opposite. They were looking for ways to pick money out of people's pockets by making seniors have to be 67 years of age in this country.
The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River, Nipoa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There it is again. This Liberal government has no idea how their spending is impacting Canadians. Whether it be the Liberal carbon tax or their escalator tax on beer and wine, whether it be their refusal to pause the GST for fuel purchases or interest payments on record-level national debt, whether it be their expensive climate change policies that have failed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, or their billion-dollar firearm buyback that will do nothing to address crime. The list goes on and on and on, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Canadians are tired of paying this Liberal government's bills. So how much more debt will this NDP Liberal government add to the backs of hardworking Canadians in their budget?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But we are the government that supports Canadians. We are the government that supports the very fiber of social programs that helps families thrive in this country, that creates new opportunities for them and for their children. Madam Speaker, I want to say that the member opposite knows that Canadian families are being impacted by high inflation. He understands that we have to pay more for goods such as groceries and gasoline, and that the contributing factors are those that are happening abroad with a war, with us coming out of COVID-19. It has nothing to do with the fact that we have, as a government, have supported Canadians through some of the toughest times in their lives. I want to make it clear, Madam Speaker, that I make no apologies for the investments that we make in Canadians, whether they're seniors, whether they're people with disabilities, whether they're children, new immigrants. All Canadians deserve to have an affordable way to live, and we'll continue to work with them to make that happen.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. the more time I spend here, the more time I hear the word file. The mental health file, housing file, disabilities file, or the climate file. I can't stand it. Because this word file, it reduces deep systemic injustices into political speak. Because the fact is, the climate isn't a file. It's about whether we choose to continue living on a habitable planet. In the words of Bill McKibben, who's been writing and organizing around the climate crisis since the 80s, he would say, winning slowly is the same as losing. This morning, we got a reminder that where climate scientists at the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change issued their latest warning. The co-chair of the report says it's now or never if we want to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. We must decrease and plateau emissions at latest by 2025. The scientists who wrote this report, this 2,900-page report, went on to say that they have a high confidence that unless countries around the world step up their efforts to cut greenhouse gas emissions, the planet will be on average 2.4 to 3.5 degrees warmer by the end of the century, sailing past the target to reduce by max increase by max 1.5. The UN Secretary General goes on to say, we're on a pathway to global warming of more than double the 1.5 degree limit agreed in Paris. Some government and business leaders are saying one thing, but doing another. Simply put, they're lying. And the results will be catastrophic. And so back at home, what do we have? A so-called emissions reduction plan that tells Canadians a fairy tale. That somehow we'll keep increasing oil and gas production, we'll give oil and gas $50 billion in a new subsidy for carbon capture and storage, a completely unproven technology, and the carbon intensity of their oil will magically disappear. What's actually true? One recent study from the Netherlands found that the majority of carbon capture technologies they looked at, 32 of 40, actually emitted more carbon than they captured. Or, more recently, over 400 academics and climate scientists and experts around the country shared that carbon capture is a false climate solution. Now, even if we take the government at face value, that there's $9.1 billion of new investments in their plan, and to be clear, there are some constructive investments in that plan. The unfortunate truth is that those investments are overshadowed, not only by that $50 billion I just mentioned, but the $21.4 billion that of costs of which have ballooned on the Trans Mountain Pipeline, which intends on increasing oil expansion from 300,000 barrels to 890,000 barrels a day, ambiguity on their decision with respect to Baie du Nord, an oil drilling project off the coast of Newfoundland that wouldn't even begin until 2028, and which would allow for another 1 billion barrels of oil to be drilled. All of this means that this government is gambling with our children's future. And so from the parliamentary secretary tonight, I'm not interested in hearing what others have to say about the plan. The only bar that matters is that of climate science. And I wonder, knowing the hard work that she's putting in and her good intentions, whether she can tell us if she...
Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy today to be able to rise and to speak about the emissions reductions plan because it's ambitious and it's achievable. It's the plan and it provides a roadmap across all sectors of our economy. This isn't about one file, as the member opposite just stated. It is about taking an approach across all sectors to reduce emissions and to make sure that we build a clean future, sustainable jobs, and a strong economy going forward. The plan is about healthier communities, reliable and affordable energy, good jobs, clean air, and it's important that as an early deliverable under the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act, the plan is that roadmap that goes sector by sector with the measures needed for Canada to reach its ambitious and achievable emissions reductions targets of 40 to 45%, below 2005 levels by 2030, and net zero emissions by 2050 in a fair and affordable way. The scientific and economic imperative to reduce emissions is clear. As countries and businesses around the world race to transform their operations to net zero emissions, it is critical that Canada be a leader, not to be left behind. To create good jobs, grow a strong economy, and build a brighter, healthier future for everyone. Enhanced climate action in our country is needed today. Now, the member opposite mentioned, don't speak about the accolades from the outside world, but I think it's important to mention that it has received support from environmental groups and the scientists that work behind it. It has received support from climate scientists like Andrew Weaver, who was the head of the Green Party, I believe, in BC. So there is support across many actors, including industry, to show that this is a strong roadmap going forward. From transportation to the oil and gas sector to heavy industry, agriculture, buildings and waste, every sector in all regions has a role to play in meeting Canada's 2030 climate target. This plan includes, as was mentioned, $9.1 billion in new investments and a suite of new measures to help mobilize Canada towards a truly sustainable economy and a leading competitor in the global transition to cleaner industries and technologies. For example, the plan makes it easier for Canadians to switch to electric vehicles by committing $1.7 billion to expand the IZEV purchase incentive program for light-duty vehicles and to make zero-emission vehicles more affordable. Canada is uniquely positioned to be a global leader in this century of climate mitigation and adaptation, thanks to our abundance of natural resources, a highly skilled workforce, and a strong financial system. This plan builds on the strong foundation set by the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change and the Strengthened Climate Plan. Since 2015, the government has delivered $100 billion in investments for climate action, and these efforts are working. Thanks to the actions of millions of Canadians, we've been able to halt our once upwards trends of emissions curves and bend it downwards. This roadmap will build on this progress and chart the course to lowering emissions by 40% below 2005 levels. Carbon capture, utilization, and storage, CCUS, is a significant opportunity for Canada. Projections show it will play a critical role in enabling a prosperous net zero economy in Canada by 2050. It is a tool in the toolbox, but it is not the silver bullet, nor have we said it would be. But it is an important tool for us to use. It's an important component that will help us to tackle emissions.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Well, Madam Speaker, but it's not a silver bullet. Why are we giving them $50 billion for it? The fact is that this isn't about whether this government wants to pat itself on the back or cite others who are. To get to 1.5 means at least 60% reduction by 2030. This is the first plan that is saying, well, we're not actually going to do the range anymore. We're going to let go of the 45 part and aim for 40. But actually, the potential pathway in this plan only adds up to 36. And so the question to the parliamentary secretary is the same, is whether this government is going to choose to rise to the moment that we're in, to move past the partisanship of it all, and choose to invest in the kind of climate solutions that we know are required, not just for a potential pathway, but to ensure that we put together the proposals, the investments we need to...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is important to note, once again, the emissions reduction plan does chart a course across all sectors. But the oil and gas sector is Canada's largest source of greenhouse gas emissions, and we won't be able to reach our target without significant contributions from our highest emitting sector. The emissions reduction plan presents modelling of the most economically efficient pathway to meeting Canada's 2030 target, and this modelling projects the emissions from oil and gas sector could decline by about 31% from 2005 levels to reach 110 megatons in 2030. This is a guidepost for action. and will guide the Government of Canada's work with industry, stakeholders, provinces and territories, Indigenous peoples and others to develop a cap on oil and gas sector emissions. Canada is positioning our industries to be green and competitive by helping industries adopt clean technology in their journey to net zero emissions. This is the work that we're doing, and Madam Speaker, we will continue doing it.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.